Hey girl, what's the lean on, yeah? She ain't got a job, but she rockin' bomb, yeah. Hey, y que no pare, que con mi gente ando de pare. Hoy día no nos frena nadie, así que ahora mejor salte, no pare. Hey, go ahead, girl, what you working on, yeah? Long hair girl with the lean on, yeah. She ain't got a job, but she rockin' ball, man, yeah. I don't
Check me out now. Tony, yeah, walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, this a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 cents. If a chick with me, she like big houses. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a sucker rich, the clothes off. Pull her to the flame with my doze off. Try to count a million and I dozed off. And I got my fingers in the air. Yeah, hanging with Paul Bear. Yeah, turn you to lawn care. Rex in my Montclair, yeah, this just a small shell. Hold up, make sure it's all there. I go to sleep in designer, psych. I go to sleep in yikes. Tell any honor a lie, right? Soon as I left, I got right. This a precision and detail. See, life is a beach, seashell. I sold the bags for retail. I'm from the block, no email. Walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, this a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 cents. If a chick with me, she like big houses. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a sucker rich, the clothes off.
I'm cool, yo. I'm starting to think no one told y'all. Designing my clothes, dog. How much you think my coat costs? I'm spitting like Mozart. This till I gotta flip Noah's Ark. New Lamborghini, the doze off. Fell asleep in the doze off. Get it? My diamonds and stones water. ITD like Coach Carter. Ain't talking about no soda. Girl with me want some products. I pull up on turning hands.
it ain't 100, this a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounce. If a chick with me, she like big houses. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a sucker rich, the clothes off.
gangster. Come on. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. It's about 10 to 4 when the back of the coupe is over.
Good afternoon, everybody, as we get you ready for a full slate of baseball here on Twitch.tv. Justin Rock with you here on a Thursday afternoon or Thursday morning, depending where you may be across the United States, or maybe could be nighttime, depending on where you are across the globe, as we get ready for a 6-game schedule here on this Friday. We will start in the National League Central with the Cincinnati Reds and the Milwaukee Brewers playing Game 2 of this 4-game weekend series. The Brewers winning in walk-off fashion last night, 3-2. Keston Hiura with a game-winning home run, a pinch hit walk-off home run in the bottom of the 9th inning to lead the Brew Crew to a victory. It will be a pitching battle between a youngster and a veteran. The rookie Dylan File will go for Milwaukee this afternoon, while Cincinnati will counter with the two-time All-Star in Sonny Gray. Redlegs 76-51, as you see, second in the National League Central, a half game back of the Chicago Cubs. After the Cubbies lost yesterday, the Reds would have had a chance to take over first place, but unable to usurp the Milwaukee Brewers. As get ready to send you out to Wisconsin and Milwaukee and Miller Park, as the Brewers ready to come into the game at 57-70. They are third in the NL Central, behind the Cincinnati Reds and Chicago Cubs, but well out of the postseason picture. They're also 19 back of Atlanta, who currently holds that second wild card spot, who Cincinnati entering the day a half game ahead of in the National League Central. So, looks like we are just about ready to get you out to Miller Park to begin Game 2 of this 4-game series. As we mentioned, the Reds falling last night 3-2 in the opener. The Reds tying it in the top of the 9th on a home run, pinch hit home run by Nick Senzel, and the Brewers tying it in the bottom of the 9th, or winning it, I should say, in the bottom of the 9th on the home run by Hiura. Well, we welcome you here inside Miller Park, Game 2 of this series. The Brewers in their pinstriped Friday uniforms, paying homage to the original Brewers uniforms. A little more of a lighter shade of blue, a little more script in their lettering. But it will be the rookie Dylan File on the mound for Milwaukee, making his 19th Major League start. 3-5, a 4.42 ERA. Giving up 103 hits in 95 2/3 innings, 48 walks, 72 strikeouts on the season for Milwaukee. And it'll be Nick Senzel to lead things off for Cincinnati in the top half of the first inning. Senzel and that game-tying pinch hit home run in the top of the 9th inning last night. File winds and the pitch. It is low, ball 1, and we are underway at 1:46 Eastern Time. Senzel on the season coming into the night, 260, 15 homers, 44 RBIs. 7-11. As the righty File kicks and delivers. This one is yanked foul. The third baseline is now 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 delivery from File. A check swing, ground ball to second by Senzel, and Hiura coming in on that ground ball makes the play. And there is 1 down here in the top of the first inning. We'll get you the Cincinnati Reds starting lineup. Here is the number 2 batter, Nick Castellanos, 8 for his last 21. Coming into the day at 292, 22 home runs and 65 RBIs. Castellanos 1 for 4 last night with a couple of strikeouts and a double play. As the righty File comes home and he misses low. It is 1 ball and no strikes. Denzel, you saw leading off at second. Castellanos batting second in left. Eugenio Suarez, the shortstop, hitting third as Castellanos grounds sharply to third. Play made there by Brock Holt, and he'll throw on to first for the out. And there's two down. Here is the number 3 hitter we just talked about, Eugenio Suarez. Did the game on Wednesday night, the series finale for the Reds in Boston. Suarez had 3 home runs that night, 7 RBIs. Fell a home run shy of tying a major league record. Had 2 shots at home runs to dead center. And just came up short of the deepest part of the ballpark at Fenway. He takes high 1-0. Moustakas, though, in the 4th spot, playing third base. Jesse Winker in right field will bat 5th. Joey Votto in the 6th spot, playing first, the 1-0.
That's the ball.
Sided low 2-0. Gogo Akiyama, the Japanese import, batting 7th in center field. Tucker Barnhart behind the plate, hitting 8th. And Sonny Gray is the pitcher for Cincinnati tonight. He will bat 9th. The 2-0 coming from File. And Suarez grounds this one through the vacated right side, a base hit. And he is on with the first knock of the game for either side. The Reds able to take advantage there. The Brewers 3 infielders on the third base side of second. And Suarez just hitting it where they ain't. Old school phrase used, as here is Mike Moustakas with 1 on and 2 out. Moustakas 233, 21 homers, and 57 RBIs. Moustakas did not play, or actually did play, in last night's game. Went 1 for 4. A run scored as he swings at the first pitch and fouls it off. It is 0-1. File, the right-hander, on the mound for Milwaukee tonight. 24 years old. Is that one in there for called strike 2? Looked a little high. File 6'1", 202 pounds. From St. George, Utah. 21st round pick of the Brewers back in 2017 out of Dixie State University. In Utah, the 0-2 pitch grounded through the middle. Fielded and bobbled there at second by Hira. And everybody's safe. Suarez slides in safely. It'll be an error on the Brewers' second baseman. And the Reds will continue their run at the plate here in the first. Oh, just unable to be fielded cleanly by Hira. And the inning will continue for Jesse Winker, who entered yesterday right around the 400 plateau, as that's high and away 1-0. Winker went 0 for 4 last night with a pair of strikeouts, so the average today coming into the contest at 388, 11 homers, 37 RBIs. Has not played enough to qualify, though, for the league lead. It's just his 63rd game, as you see Rusty Valentine, our home plate umpire. That's a computerized name if I've ever heard one. Rusty Valentine. Sounds like something that would be adding like a character in an old episode of Hey Arnold. The swing and a miss there, 1-2. My personal favorite from Hey Arnold back in the day, Mickey Kaline, who was the legendary baseball star there. Is this a fly ball to left from Winker? And the play made by Yelich to end the inning. Reds get 2 men aboard, but unable to capitalize on the 2-out error. But through a half an inning, it's the Reds nothing, and the Brewers coming to that. Sonny Gray on the mound for the Redlegs here this afternoon, making his 26th start of the season. 13-5, a 2.85 ERA. You look at that hits, earnings pitch number, incredible, 94. 142 in the third innings. Has had control issues, though. Gray, 65 walks, 145 punch-outs. As Lorenzo Cain will lead off for Milwaukee. The 2020 All-Star having a great season in the Botball universe. Of course, he has opted out of the actual 2020 campaign due to COVID-19 concerns. Probably the biggest profile name to sit out the season when you think about the list of guys that did ultimately decide to decline playing. It was the first pitch in there for a strike 0-1. Either him or Buster Posey, probably the 1-2 guys in that category. See the Reds coming into the day a half game back behind the Cubs in the NL Central. 0-1 from Gray. Nope. And that one outside, 1-1. And EB from Toronto in the Twitch chat already saying Rusty Valentine might be a pseudonym for Angel Hernandez. Hopefully for Rusty's sake, that is not the case, as no one needs to be mentioned in the same breath of Angel Hernandez. Out now 2-1 on Kane. He is just one of those guys, I don't know how. He's the example that officials just get to work on different rules than everybody else. If a normal human was as bad as their job as Hernandez is at umpiring in Major League Baseball, they'd be fired. You just don't see umpires in baseball or refs in basketball and football and hockey as well. You just don't see them get fired. And when there is not a lot of accountability for being poor at your job or not being good enough at your job, there becomes sort of a feeling of arrogance, and that's sort of where we are at with officiating. Maybe it's just a microcosm of society as a whole. Lorenzo Cain has the Brewers' first base hit on a line drive to left. And that's a conversation I've had with a lot of people, not just in baseball, but in basketball as well. And this is not just fellow broadcasters, but scouts, coaches, players, executives that have come in and out of town, athletic directors, college players. It's a wide-ranging thing. And see a line drive snared there at first by Votto and unable to double up Kane at first base. What a play by the Canadian native Joey Votto. What a snag there. And there's one down here in the first for Keston Hiura. He was the hero last night for Milwaukee, the walk-off home run. Pinch hit shot in the bottom of the ninth off Michael Lorenzen, leading off. Bottom of the ninth off Michael Lorenzen, I should add. There's the day at 260, 14 homers, 61 RBIs as he takes a strike 0-1. Batting order for Milwaukee tonight. We gave you Cincinnati's. We have not given you the Brewers yet. Saw Kane leading off in center. Avisail Garcia was the man who just lined out to first. He's in right. Keston Hiura, second baseman, hitting third. He's up right now. Christian Yelich due up next. He's in left. As that's outside, 1-1. Justin Smoke, first baseman tonight, will hit fifth. Omar Narvaez will be behind the plate, hitting sixth. Brock Holt, the third baseman, in the seventh spot as Hiura lifts one out in the left. Castellanos the scooch over there and make the play. 2 down. Eric Sogard, shortstop tonight for Milwaukee, will hit eighth. And the pitcher, Dylan File, is scheduled to hit ninth for the Brew Crew. So here is Christian Yelich. He homered last night for Milwaukee. 306, 38 homers, 97 RBIs. Would be a firm NL MVP candidate if the Brewers were not 13 games under 500 here on August the 21st. Yelich homered and drove in 2. And last night's victory for the Brewers. Throw over to first, and Kane dives back safely. Reds in the road Grays tonight. Cincinnati across the chest in red. The black drop shadow, white border around the red lettering as that's outside 1-0. Red numerals on the back, same white border, black drop shadow. Red and white piping down the side of those gray pant legs. This fouled away. It is 1-1. Bauer's got the eye sock option, or rather a sunny gray, excuse me. Those gray pant legs rolled up just below the kneecaps. 1-1. Outside now, 2-1. And Christian Yelich. Kane singled. He's at first with 2 down. 2-1 high, 3 balls and 1 strike. Sonny Gray last pitched for Cincinnati on Saturday. Got the win in Cincinnati against Pittsburgh. Is this grounded, knocked down at third by Moustakas, recovers, but unable to get Yelich. He beats it out, an infield hit. The Brewers have 2 on, 2 out for Justin Smoak. Great effort there by Moose to his left, but Yelich has just enough speed to beat that play out. Brewers, much like Cincinnati, will have an opportunity with 2 on and 2 down. Smoak looks at a first pitch strike, 0-1. Oak at 213 coming into the day. 13 homers, 50 RBIs. First season with the Brewers, coming over from Toronto. 0-1. And there's strike 0-2. Former Rangers and Mariners prospect as well, Justin Smoak. Feels like he's been around forever. As the 0-2 is swung on and grounded to first, knocked down by Votto. Underhand flip to Gray, and danger and crisis averted. As Votto able to make the play off the ricochet and retire the side. Brewers get 2 base hits but can't score. After 1, we have no score. Milwaukee. Six, 7, and 8-2 up for Cincinnati here in the top of the second. Joey Votto will lead it off. You see his woes as of late coming into the day. 3 for his last 21. They'll lead off against File. And look at one inside, 1-0. Votto 1 for 3 last night with a couple of walks. Picked up hits in each of the last 2 games, the 1-0. His line foul. Out of play down the first base line. It is 1-1. Otto 273, 10 homers, 49 ribbies. The other day, a couple homers and RBI shy of career milestones. As he chases one in the dirt, 1-2. Otto coming into the day at 294 lifetime homers and 993 career RBIs. So number 300 and number 1,000 on the horizon for Joey Votto. Dylan File picks up his first strikeout of the night. Nasty breaking ball. And down goes Joey for the first out. First punch out for File. Curveball from the righty. That'll bring up the center fielder, Shogo Akiyama. Shogo 4-hit night yesterday. 4 for 5 with a double. Takes inside, ball 1. Also stole a base for the Reds. Akiyama 268, 8 homers, 44 driven in. 1-0 coming from File. In there at the knees for a strike, it is 1-1. To the Brewers defense here tonight in Milwaukee, the 1-1. In there, down and away, 1-2. Left to right across the outfield for Craig Counsell. You got Christian Yelich, Lorenzo Cain, Avisail Garcia. Through the first around the infield, you've got Brock Holt, Eric Sogard, Keston Hiura, Justin Smoak with Omar Narvaez behind the plate. Catching the righty File, 1-2 high, 2-2. Brewers tonight, as we mentioned in the open, wearing the pinstriped home white uniforms. Brewers across the chest in navy with a gold outline. Gold numerals front and back with that same gold border. Is this a grounder to second? Hiura to his left. Akiyama retired for the second out.
Batting it, the catcher, Tucker.
We'll bring up the catcher, Tucker Barnhart. Barnhart 1 for 3 with an RBI last night in a walk. Tucker hitting 248, 10 homers, 30 RBIs on the season. Has platoon behind the plate this season with Kurt Casale. And the first pitch from the righty File misses inside. 1-0. Brewers got the pinstriped white pants as well. File, much like Sonny Gray, got the high pant legs. Going off the navy socks. Got a couple of gold lines across the top by the cap as Barnhart fouls it out of play, 1-1. Navy cap, Navy bill, that famous MB glove logo. The Brewers on the front as that outside, 2-1. Reds tonight on the road wearing the red caps, black bills, and that white Wishbone C logo. That one misses away, 3-1. And see a good close-up there. The new on-field cap for the Brewers, the new everyday on-field cap, at least for Milwaukee. They wore it sparingly last year. But now the full-time design here in 2020 as the 3-1 drops in there for a strike, 3-2. Just past 2 o'clock here in the East. Justin Rock with you here on Twitch. Game 1 of our 6-game schedule here for Bot Ball on this Friday. Get you the full schedule a little bit later on in the broadcast as Barnhart lifts one out to right. Garcia is there. He'll make the play with one hand to end the inning. 1, 2, 3 go the Reds in the second. We're through 1.5. No score. Go to the bottom of the second inning here in Milwaukee. Brewers and Reds are scoreless. Omar Narvaez will lead off. They're much better at home this season. You see the split sitting about 257 on the road as opposed to over 300 here in his home digs. Sonny Gray will get back on the bump and deliver. And the first pitch of the second inning for him is outside, ball 1. Narvaez, 279, 9 homers, 38 RBIs on the year. As the 1-0. This is down. It is now 2 balls and no strikes. Gray working from the third base side of the slab as Narvaez hits one high in the air, deep right center field, and he got all of that sucker. That one's landing in the Reds bullpen. Omar Narvaez continues his red-hot August. His 10th home run of the year gives Milwaukee a 1-0 lead. Take a look back at this pitch from Gray, up and away, and Narvaez able to get the barrel on it. 408 feet out there to right center field. He knew it right away, as did Gray. Home run number 10, RBI number 39 for Narvaez. Bernie Brewer takes his run down the slide. Milwaukee has the lead. Here in the second as Brock Holt digs in, and he lifts one out to left. Castellanos chasing back, but he'll be able to make the play. And there is one down now here in the second inning. Set the Reds defensive alignment for you here tonight as Eric Sogard will step in. Playing in career game number 800 here today for Milwaukee. Number 257, 7 homers, 36 RBIs. 1 in, 1 out, no one on for Milwaukee. And the pitch from Gray. Called strike 1 on the breaking ball. Sogard 6'4", his last 13 coming into the day. Left to right across the outfield for David Bell. You've got Nick Castellanos, Gogo Akiyama, and Jesse Winker. Third to first around the infield, Mike Moustakas, Eugenio Suarez, Nick Senzel, and Joey Votto as that fouled out of play 0-2. Tucker Barnhart behind the plate doing the catching for the Reds. It's Sonny Gray, righty on the bump. 0-2. Sogard, little dribbler back to the mound. Gray, little crow hop, and a toss on to first for the second out.
The pitcher.
So 2 away. Take a look back as Sogard mimicking his best cricket swing there. Nearly hit that ball off the floor. Gray able to easily retire the Brewers shortstop tonight as here is the rookie pitcher Dylan File. 3 for 30 to start his major league career at the plate. Walked once and struck out 9 times with a bat in his hand. And the pitch from Gray is grounded softly towards short. Suarez to his right. The throw made in plenty of time to end the inning. But the Brewers draw first blood here today. Omar Narvaez leading off the inning with a long shot to right center after 1. Brewers up by a tally. 9-1 and 2-2 up for Cincinnati in the top of the third inning. Brewers a 1-0 lead here on some Bot Ball Friday afternoon action. Alrighty, File comes home, and the first pitch of the third is in for a strike. It is 0-1. Sonny Gray on the year, 3-for-48 at the plate. That is an .062 average. Does have a double and 2 RBIs. Has not walked. Struck out 22 times. The 0-1, cut on and missed. File ahead 0-2. Dylan Michael File. 21st round pick of Milwaukee in 2017, as that one up and in. It is 1-2. Spent last year in the Brewers system between High A Carolina in the Carolina League, the Mudcats, and Double A Biloxi, the Shuckers in the Southern League. I won High 2-2, and I worked in the Southern League for 2 years. And I got to go on road trips the first 2 years of Biloxi's existence, 15 and 16. And that one outside 3-2. And for a Northerner, a kid who grew up in New Jersey, you hear a lot of jokes about, especially those southern states, like on the Gulf, like Mississippi and Alabama and what have you. But I got to tell you, as a Northerner going down to Biloxi, Mississippi, it is a great, great city down there in Mississippi. As Sonny Gray, surprise, surprise, a seeing eye single through the right side. It's his 4th hit of the year and the 12th of his major league career. And the Reds have the leadoff man aboard here in the 3rd inning. But Biloxi is beautiful. Their ballpark, NYM Park, was not finished until midway through that 2015 season, so the initial Shuckers team actually began the season with a 55-game road trip. And they lived out of a bus, like a sleeper bus, and were living out of hotels until right around, the mid-season All-Star break. And they played great. They ended up making it all the way to the league championship that year. We were lucky. Our only trip to Biloxi, they were in a different division than us. The Southern League was the last road trip of the season. And we got to go down there to the brand new MGM Park, and it is beautiful. You can see the Beau Rivage Hotel, casino beyond the right field fence. It looks like, you're sort of taking in a baseball game in Vegas with lights of the casinos in Biloxi. But you're in the south because you can also see down the left field line the yellow paneled lights of a Waffle House. So you know where you are as a 2-1 as Senzel is skied to left. Yelich makes the play for the first out here in the 3rd inning. Senzel now 0-2. But really a beautiful ballpark down there, right near the beach as well in Biloxi, Mississippi. Great seafood down there as well. Definitely worth trying or checking out if you're ever in the Gulf area of Mississippi. I just saw before we got on air today, might get hit with 2 hurricanes in a span of maybe days. It'd be 2 hurricanes in the Gulf of Mexico at one time, which is just, and the 2020 in a microcosm right there. As the 0-1. Line fouling out of play, 0-2. 1 on, 1 out here at the top of the 3rd. Brewers a 1-0 lead on an Omar Narvaez home run. 0-2. Hit in the air to left field. Over to his left, Yelich to make the catch, 2 down. That'll bring up Eugenio Suarez, single. Back in the opening inning. He's 1 for 1 so far tonight. But to go back to File, last year, stellar with High A Carolina. A 6-4 mark, a 3.8 ERA, was leading the Carolina League in WHIP. He was promoted mid-season, June 13th, to Biloxi. From that point forward in the Southern League, he was the winningest pitcher in the league. Won a league-best 9 games, went 9-2 with a 2.79 ERA in 14 starts in the Southern League. Going up and in 1-1, and that's really a big proving ground league for pitchers. And his numbers were fantastic. 15 walks, 73 strikeouts, and 80 2/3 innings. He falls behind Suarez 2-1. He's a Midwest League All-Star with the Wisconsin Timber Rattlers in the Midwest League back in 2018 as well. his first full pro season. And he is highly thought after. He is on the current Brewers alternate site roster and in their 60-man player pool. As he strikes out Suarez looking to end the inning. So he gives up a leadoff hit to the pitcher and buckles down and gets the top 3 guys in the Reds lineup in order. They're 2.5, 1-0 Milwaukee.
Leading off for the Brewers, the center fielder, Lorenzo Kane.
Top of the order due up for Milwaukee here in the third. They have a 1-0 lead against Sonny Gray. As this one fouled back 0-1. Kane singled back in the first, was stranded on base in the opening frame. 0-1 from Gray is hit off the end of the bat to second, charging Senzel. And the former Tennessee Volunteer makes the play for the opening out.
Now batting, right fielder.
So 1 up, 1 down for the Brewers here in the third, as that'll bring up Isael Garcia. Lined out to first in the opening inning. Garcia coming into the night, 271, 17 dingers, 50 ribbies. Former White Sox, Tiger, Tampa Bay Ray. Probably missing a couple teams in there. He's been around a lot of different spots, and he promptly smacks the first pitch down the right field line. Winker quickly fires it in off the fence, but not in nearly enough time to stop Garcia from legging out a 1-out double. 26th two-base hit of the season. Garcia is 44th extra base knock as well. Brewers threatening to add to their lead here in the third. They have put the leadoff man on 2 of 3 innings now. As the first pitch to Hira, low 1-0. One outside now, 2-0 on Keston Hira, former first-round pick of Milwaukee. And apparently, I guess I'm right. It is just the Tigers, White Sox, and Rays. As Hira is 3-0. EB confirming my my beliefs. Rio pitch from Gray, outside and low ball 4, and double and a walk with 1 out, and Milwaukee threatening again here in the third inning. So 2 on, 1 away, and the hottest hitter for the Brew Crew, their dynamic star, Christian Yelich. Yelich, an infield single to third, his first time up. This one is grounded to first, could be 2. Votto spins and throws for 1. Back to first, double play. 3-6-3 twin killing. And the Reds able to escape a colossal jam against one of the best hitters in the National League. We are through 3. 1-0 Milwaukee. Top of the fourth inning. Reds trailing this one 1-0. To go back to EB's point about a 3-team PB trade, that is absolutely correct. On July 30th, 2013, is that one down and in to Mike Moustakas 1-0, reached on an error his first time up. But Garcia sent from Detroit to Chicago in that deal, the White Sox. Tigers sent Brian Villarreal to the Red Sox. White Sox sent Peavy to Boston. Red Sox and Jose Iglesias, a former Cincinnati Red, to Detroit. And Boston also sent Cleulius Rondon, a minor league infielder who never made it. Is this a wrapper up the middle, unable to be backhanded by Sogard. Moustakas, who reached on an error his first time up, able to get aboard on an infield hit here in the fourth inning. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, as Moustakas has reached both times now today. Both on ground balls up the middle of plays that could have been made, I might add, as Jesse Winker takes ball 1. The Red Sox sent Cleulius Rondon, Frankie Montas, J.B. Wendelken. to the White Sox. And, of course, Frankie Montas now a star with the A's. And Wendelken also now with Oakland. As this one through the middle. A base hit into center field. Jesse Winker. It's his 0 for 5 stretch with a knock, and Cincinnati as their first real big rally of the night. 2 on, nobody out here in the 4th inning. That'll bring up Joey Votto. That's interesting. Montas was traded with Wendelken from Boston to Chicago. And I want to say they were both traded with each other again from Chicago to Oakland. I saw both Frankie and JB pitch with the Birmingham Barons also while I was in the Southern League. Frankie Montas, the holder of the best pitching performance I have ever seen in person, I think possibly in my life. Through a no-hitter in a 7-inning game against the Smokies, the Tennessee Smokies Cubs affiliate that I worked for, as there's a strike 1 and 2 to Votto. And it was a 7-inning game, a 7-inning no-hitter, and I don't care that it was a 7-inning no-hitter. They could have played 12 innings. He would have no-hit us for 12 innings that day. That is how good he was that afternoon. Votto spoils another. Actually, I don't think they were. Now that I'm looking at Montas, his baseball reference page is this one. Hit in the air to right field. Votto got under that one with Garcia's arm and Moustakas' relative lack of speed.
Now batting.
Test anything. And the Reds base runners will stay put. So 2 on, 1 out. Shogo Akiyama, who grounded out his first time, the second. Montas was traded by the White Sox in the 3-team Todd Frazier deal. There's a strike 0-1. White Sox, speaking of trades that the Reds got fleeced on, White Sox traded Micah Johnson, now actually I think a successful artist, painter. Just want a fly ball into shallow center. And Sogard able to make the play on the pop-up.
The catcher.
The Reds now in danger of squandering a big chance. 2 on, nobody out, as you see the chase there by Akiyama up and out of the zone. Here's Barnhart with 2 on, 2 in. But it was Micah Johnson and Trace Thompson, the brother of Clay Thompson, to the Dodgers. The Dodgers sent Brandon Dixon, Jose Peraza, and Scott Schebler to Cincinnati. And the Reds sent Todd Frazier to the White Sox. As one fouled out of play. 0-1. I guess Montas was in the Dodgers. He was in the Dodger system? I don't even remember that. He was in the Dodger system, then was traded with Grant Holmes and Jarrell Cotton. Oakland, Rich Hill, and Josh Reddick. Is the 1-1 in there for a called strike 2. So Oakland got Wendelken from the White Sox for Brett Laurie, who is no longer in Major League Baseball. Whatever happened to Brett Laurie? Who was like a can't-miss prospect one day and then Moose gone from baseball the next. As Barnhart again fouls off one to stay alive. Former first-round pick of the Brewers in 2008, Brett Laurie. Traded from Milwaukee to Toronto. 1-2.
What do you got?
High on the check swing. Did not go. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Last play of the majors for the White Sox in 2016, so 4 years ago. Brewers signed him in 2019, last year, but cut him in June from their minor league system as Barnhart frozen on a pitch at the knees. Beautifully placed by Dylan File, the rookie. Able to dance out of danger in the 4th. Red Strand 2. We go to the bottom of the inning. 1-0 Milwaukee.
For the Brewers, the first baseman,
Yeah, Laurie was acquired by the Blue Jays in the deal that sent Sean Markham to Milwaukee. Talk about a name that you forgot. Sean Markham. A couple of really good years with Toronto and Milwaukee as there's a strike 0-1. think he had a stint on the Mets that wasn't all too good. Then the Blue Jays traded him to Oakland in the Josh Donaldson trade. Speaking of bad trades made. Josh Donaldson, there haven't been a lot of people that have added Josh Donaldson in his career because he was a first-round pick. You remember the Cubs, and the Cubs dealt him to Oakland for Rich Harden, who obviously, speaking of guys who had injuries to them in, is fouled away, and Smoke stays alive 0-2. That's what I love to do. I love reminiscing old players that you just forget about. Brett Lawrie, Sean Markham, Rich Harden, fouled away. Stays 0-2 on Justin Smoke, who rounded out to first his first time up. Oh, 2.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
1 down, 1 ball, and 2 strikes. Sonny Gray, the right-hander on the mound for the Reds tonight, 30 years old, 5'10", 195 from Nashville, Tennessee, the 1-2. Again, fouled out of play. He came over to the Reds in a trade with the Yankees back in January of last year. It was really a 2-team deal, but in reality, it was a 3-team deal. And I'll explain is that one high 2-2. So what happened was the Yankees traded Sonny Gray to the Reds, along with a minor league lefty and Reiver San Martin, Colombian lefty who pitched with us in Daytona last year. Great young man. Ended up last year finishing in Double-A. Exchange for Shed Long, another former Daytona Tortuga, and the Reds' 2019 competitive balance A pick. Rolled over to first. Good long at bat from Justin Smoke, but Votto makes the play. 1 down now in the 4th as we see our tops. Pitch speed comparison. Sonny Gray bringing a little more heat than File. File, more a control guy. Actually, Baseball America voted him as having the best control among Brewers minor leaguers. And he's saying they thought Lawrie was going to be the third baseman of the future in Toronto. Well, he ended up being the guy you traded to acquire the third baseman of the future. Fouled away 0-1. Is Josh Donaldson the best third baseman in Blue Jays history? I'm not saying that as like a fact. I'm saying that more as a question. I don't know if there's the guy that I'm missing in my head. Just a quick thought scan through Blue Jays third baseman. 0-2. Fouled away. It stays 0-2. So I don't think Joe Carter was a third baseman anymore when he was in Toronto. I don't think Shea Hillenbrand or Scott Rowland necessarily fall into that category.
The count is 1-2.
Oh, and low 1-2. I don't. Maybe Ed Sprague. He's saying it's not going to be Vlad Jr. now. Well, I'd say it's too early to call and cast that doubt on Vlad. Is that one high? 2-2. I think there is some truth to the statement that he was a little overhyped coming up through the Blue Jays minor league system, but same regard, he was putting on a show in the minors. I think, his story is going to be one of he's got to find a way to get in better shape. And that's going to be the key for him, I think, long term. But if you do remember, you'd be saying they already moved him to first base, though. Yeah, but I don't think that's necessarily something you can carry a guy to if he gets himself in a little better shape as Narvaez walks. He's the guy who counted for the game's only run on a home run. But even if he does stay at first base long term, I do think he needs to lose at least some weight to be able to move a little bit better, if not for himself defensively at first base. As a swing and a miss. Narvaez running the throw down by Barnhart. They got him. What in God's name was Omar Narvaez doing running on that pitch? The Brewers catcher gunned down 2-6. I can't imagine Narvaez had the green light there. Trying to catch Barnhart napping. I don't know what that was. No Hun. Side and away 1-1 now. So 2 down now here in the 4th. Nobody on, and Milwaukee leading by 1. But I think also losing a little bit of weight would probably do Guerrero some good as well at bat. Just to be able to maybe move his hands through the zone a little bit quicker. Just be a little bit faster that way. 2-1. Swan hit in the air to right. Anchor over to his right, and he makes the play to end the inning. Brewers get a 1-out walk, but a caught stealing ends the rally. We are through 4, 1-0 Brew Crew. Take a look at beautiful Miller Park in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Beautiful city. I've had a chance to go there. Hope to make it back there actually when it's actually warmer out. But loved my one trip out there to Milwaukee on an Army basketball excursion to Marquette University a couple years ago. As we see Heidi Watney talking about the Cincinnati Reds, we want to talk to you here on Twitch.tv about our charity of choice, as we mentioned, time in and time out here on Twitch, that we are doing all of this for charity. I'm not getting paid. The people who do all our graphics, all our maintenance, all the little things and the minutia behind the scenes, no one's getting paid here. This is all just out of a labor of love for baseball, MLB The Show, and we are doing all this to raise money for others in need during this absolutely insane year of 2020, where so many people from all walks of life need a helping hand. And our charity of choice, as has been the case for the last few weeks, has been Meals on Wheels. Great organization that supports more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country. As Sonny Gray takes a strike, it's now 1-2. Dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger, Network serves virtually every community in America and enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. Sonny Gray pops that one up. Eric Sogard runs it down. And there is now one away here in the top of the 5th inning. Gray now 1 for 2 tonight. I'll bring up Nick Senzel, 0 for 2, has grounded the second fly out to left. Reds no runs, 4 hits, no errors. They have left 5 so far tonight. Brewers 1 run, 4 hits, an error. They have stranded 3. Senzel takes a strike, 0-1. Isle, the Brewers, number 24 prospect, according to Baseball America, at mid-season here in 2020. 0-1, grounded to first, backhanded in fair ground by Smoke, as you see the umpire make the call. And an easy step forward for Smoke to beat Senzel to the square. 2 down now in the 5th inning. And that'll send up the left fielder Castellanos. Castellanos 0 for 2, ground ball to third, fly out to left. Bile taken out of Division II program Dixie State University. There's a strike, 0-1. And last year led the Brewers system, had 15 wins. Fastball, curveball change, and strikeout pitch, more of the slider than anything else, according to BA. That one high, 1-1. Next to pitch ahead in the count. Axe hitters forces a lot of weak contact, which we have seen in spades here tonight. Baseball America capped up their report on file mid-season, as this one off the end of the bat up the middle, fielded by Sogard, and another 1-2-3 inning from the rookie Dylan File. Showing good athleticism, as Baseball America says. We're halfway home. Brewers lead it 1-0. Eric Sogard to lead off for Milwaukee here in the bottom of the 5th inning. They have a 1-0 lead. Sogard, File, Kane, 8-9, and 1 due up against the right-hander Sonny Gray, who has thrown just 55 pitches through 4 innings. Only mistake he has made was giving up the leadoff home run to Narvaez in the 2nd. Sogard looks at strike 1. Sogard grounded out his first time. Gray misses low, 1-1. Sogard Added leadoff last night, went 1 for 2, walked twice and stole a base. On one pitch. And there for a strike 1 and 2. Major League Baseball trade deadline heating up today. In real life, not in botball. Botball, we're already past that deadline. One in the dirt, 2 and 2. And of course, I say that facetiously, as the Yankees and Phillies hurling. In all honesty, I think might end up being one of the bigger trades of the deadline. Trading the Yankees designated David Hale for assignment the other day when they activated Aroldis Chapman. Well, they traded him to Philly today, in exchange for minor league right-hander Addison Russ. Not Addison Russell, but Addison Russ. I don't know how many of you guys have been out there watching MLB Network, but they keep talking as if there's going to be this big deadline this year as Sogard walks to lead off the 6th inning.
The pitcher, number 47.
Brewers have put the leadoff man aboard in 3 of 5 frames tonight. Sonny Gray there issuing his 3rd walk of the game. Gray has walked 3. He has not struck out a batter. That is amazing. So unlike Sonny Gray. And it is still a 1-run game as this bunt popped up to first. And Votto, unaware of how close Sogard was to him, he could have just backed up. Could have just put his derriere into his rib cage and may have even gotten an out call at botball. So a missed opportunity to advance an insurance run into scoring position. As now there is 1 away and 1 on for Lorenzo Cain, who takes strike 1. Yes, Sonny Gray tonight, 4 1/3 innings, 4 hits, 1 run, 3 walks, no strikeouts. Low 1 and 1. Fouled out of play to the right, 1 and 2. You know, watching baseball or MLB tonight, or just MLB Network in general, like, talking a lot about this deadline. I don't think there's going to be a lot of moves happening. There might be some role players going places to places, but how much more than that as Cain strikes out for the 2nd out. There you go. We had to just bring it up. Now Cain is the first strikeout victim of the night for Sonny Gray. I just don't think a lot's going to happen. If someone set the over-under at trades for 6.5, I'd take the under. The ground ball to 3rd. Moustakis goes the short way for the force. On the side retired, Brewers get the leadoff man on via a walk. Can't do anything with it. 5 complete, 1-0 Milwaukee. Top of the 6th inning. Part of the order. Two up for the Redlegs. Suarez, Moustakis, Winker. 3, 4, and 5. Joey Votto would bat should anybody reach. Dylan File's been great. 76 pitches through 5 innings. As that one misses outside and low, 1-0. It was interesting actually reading about this guy, Addison Russ, the Yankees acquired. Not on the Phillies' alternate site. Not on their 60-man pool. There's a strike 1 and 2. The Yankees are adding him to theirs. Join their alternate site, I believe, in Staten Island. Staten Island Yankees play the 1-2 pitch. 0-2 and 2. Russ, former 19th round pick of the Phillies out of Houston Baptist. All D1 school down there in Texas. Then last year with AA Reading in the Philly system and had really good numbers. 81 strikeouts in 56 2/3 innings. 2.5 ERA down there. Walked just 20 to the 81 strikeouts as the count full. Now on Suarez, 3 and 2 was the Phillies' number 24 prospect at midseason. And at the beginning of the year, they were talking about Baseball America that he could make his major league debut in 2020. So the mass amount of injuries the Yankees have had, who knows, maybe Addison Russ will be a Yankee by end of 2020 as Suarez yanks this one out of play. It stays full, 3 and 2. As you see in the Twitch chat from Barry Basher, if you haven't been privy to the information yet, you know now, as Suarez strikes out. Fastball in on the hands, 4th strikeout for File, and what a performance for the young right-hander. 24-year-old Ricky shutting out Cincinnati through 5 1/3 tonight. That'll bring up Mike Moustakas 1 for 2 as one of the 4 hits for Cincinnati. Also reached on an error back in the first as that's outside 1-0. But after the Mets had their game postponed yesterday, after 2 members of the organization tested positive, 1 staff member, 1 player. Immediately, today's Subway Series game that was supposed to take place in Flushing against the Yankees was postponed, and then this morning, Major League Baseball made the decision, out of an abundance of caution in their words, to postpone Saturday and Sunday's game as well. 2-0. That means I need to go back through my tweets to see what I retweeted from Jeff Passan yesterday. Rio coming to Moustakas, and this one guide out to center. There's plenty of space on green grass to make the catch with a second out. So the Reds some opportunities, some 3-ball counts. Strikeout of Suarez, and now a 3-0 fly out to center from Moustakas. 2 away now in the inning for Jesse Winker. But Jeff Passan yesterday said that yesterday was the 25th consecutive day without a full slate of games for Major League Baseball. That's outside 1-0. So that means today will be 26, tomorrow will be 27, Sunday will be 28. Means Monday, depending on what happens with this Mets situation, we hope it ends up more like the Reds than it does the Marlins or the Cardinals, as this one into the gap in right center field, another base hit for Winker. When hitless yesterday, he's got a 2-hit night here on Friday. Going to get his batting average back up towards 400. He's in there with scoring position and 2 down. But with that being the case, it'll be a full month in Major League Baseball without a full slate of games, and with all injuries that have been going on with key players too. It's not like this is just fringe guys, and not just coming from a guy who grew up a Yankee fan. Distressed seeing all the Yankee guys go down. I mean, this is happening everywhere. The Braves have had Acuna miss time. The Blue Jays with Bichette down. Nate Pearson going on the injured list. Look at these 2 teams as well as that one outside. I don't think they've had it as bad, but Kane isn't playing, obviously, for Milwaukee. Ryan Braun has missed some time, I know, for the Brewers as well. The Reds obviously had their bouts with COVID, as Nick Senzel looks to be the guy that tested positive and out of the lineup for the foreseeable future for the Redlegs. Is that one in the dirt? 3-0 now on Joey. There's a lot of 3-ball counts for File here in the 6th, as it appears he's running out of gas. David Phelps, Brent Suter, righty and lefty up for the Brewers. 3rd 3-ball count of the inning, as Votto swings away on 3-0 and yanks it out of play. Reds have been overly aggressive tonight on those 3-0 counts. I agree with EB with the quick ramp up, the COVID. It's just been a totally awkward year. This line drive off the bat of Votto, hauled in by Sogard, and the Reds wander another chance. They even man in scoring position again. We are through 5.5, 1-0 Milwaukee. Reds tonight 0 for 5. Men in scoring position. They trail by a run as we go to the 6th. Keston Hiura, Christian Yelich, Justin Smoke. 3, 4, and 5 due up for the Brewers. That one in the dirt, 1-0. And my biggest concern with all these injuries and the COVID stuff is just the long-term effects. Is, what might happen to, Nate Pearson needs Tommy John surgery from this. And does this totally screw up Pearson's career? with whatever he's dealing with. Obviously, Garner's had issues. Just came out in the last few moments I saw on my phone. Even Strasburg was diagnosed with carpal tunnel. Obviously, Juan Soto missed time earlier this year after positive COVID tests. This is a line drive into left field, base hit. Aston Hira on with a leadoff single, so 4 out of 6 innings tonight. Milwaukee has put the leadoff man aboard. Only the 1 run on the home run, courtesy of Omar Narvaez. The 1 on, nobody out. Here is Yelich 1 for 2 with an infield single. Rounded down to an inning-ending double play back in the 3rd. As he takes low 1-0. The Reds have their bullpen going. I think I saw Matt Bowman. Here Garrett as the 2 names up and chucking for David Bell. It's all just light insanity right now as there's a strike 1-1 and just hoping there's no long-term ramifications for the health of these players.
Whoa, that's down.
Whether it be COVID-related or not. Down now 2-1 on Yelich. Just all very distressing to see with all the injuries and issues teams have had fielding rosters here in the early going. The 2-1. Down low 3-1. And it sort of, there's been talk about how in basketball and hockey that there wouldn't be an asterisk on the championship because even though the season's halted midway, this is a tougher championship to have to win. In baseball this year, I don't know how you don't put an asterisk on the champion this season with all the injuries, with the limited schedule, with a limited amount of teams being played for each squad. There's just a whole lot of caveats here that just don't make it a normal season as Yelich strikes out. Just the second punch out for Sonny Gray tonight. It's a big one. Yelich now 1 for 3 in this ball game. Big double play and a big strikeout in Brewers rallies as here is Justin Smoke. Grounded to first 2 times and he'll take strike 1. And maybe I'm out of line with that thought, that line of thinking, but that's just my initial reaction through the first, I guess we can say now, month of the 2020 Major League season. First half, depending on which way you want to look at it. That one in the dirt, 1-1. Also with all these double headers and trying to figure out missed games in the schedule for the Cardinals and Marlins and now the Mets. It's just not. I don't know how they're going to handle the last, 2-3 months or whatever of this season. It's going to be an interesting watch. That one high and away 3-2, and this is not the only league that is having issues right now in terms of baseball and health. Because there was a report that came out just before we got on air about an hour ago. This one fouled out of play, stays 3-2. From Daniel Kim, who is MLB KBO insider, also works for ESPN. 3-2 on the outside corner, got him looking. Sonny Gray didn't strike anybody out through the first 4 1/3 innings tonight. He has now struck out 3 of the last 5 batters he has faced. Now there is 2 away in the 6th inning for the man who's driven in the game's only run. Narvaez, who has homered and walked. Takes outside, ball 1, but Daniel Kim reporting 1:39 this afternoon that CDC acknowledged that it's considering raising nationwide social distancing level to 3 in South Korea. On low 2-0. And at level 3 nationwide in South Korea, that would automatically shut down the KBO. 2-0. High and tight, 3-0. There were 324 new cases reported in South Korea today. 21st, there were only 54 cases reported 10 days ago on the 11th, according to Mr. Kim. Is that one going to miss 3-1 on Narvaez? Most were in the Metro Seoul area, which is capital of South Korea, their biggest city. Because of that, next few days, as he says, wrapping up his tweet, will be critical for Korea and the KBO. As Narvaez walks again. He's been on board all 3 times tonight. 2 walks and a homer. Brewers have 2 on, 2 away. For Brock Holt, who's 0 for 2 with a couple of fly balls, 1 to right, 1 to left. He's up at 89 pitches, and David Bell's going to stick with him. Pitch from Gray. Anthony's for Echo on 1. That's coming from a country that has taken COVID-19 very seriously and have had widely available testing. That one low, 1-1. And they're still having some issues over there. Although everything seemed pretty stabilized there for several months. I haven't read enough into what may have been causing the spike in cases out there in South Korea. Kind of curious to know. The 2-1 high and tied 3-1 Gray. Much like File in the top of the inning, beginning to lose command, as that is now his 4th straight 3-ball count. 2 on, 2 away, the 3-1 pitch. There for a called strike, and that will let the carnival loose. Everybody will be off on this pitch. Full count, forced at every infield base. 2 away in the inning. 3-2. Fouled away, and we'll do it again. The Boston Red Sox, Pittsburgh Pirate, Brock Holt, going to come through for the Brewers. 3-2 delivery. Rounded towards first. Nice snag there by Votto towards the line. And he will beat the Brewers' third baseman to the square and end the half inning. Brewers rally. They get no runs on a hit. 2 left because of the walk after 6. Brewers 1, Reds nothing.
Leading off for the Reds, the center fielder, number 4.
Dylan Files staying on here for the top of the 7th inning. A little bit surprising here for the Brewers. File at 95 pitches and threw more balls than strikes in the 6th. See how he fares here to start the 7th. Shogo Akiyama looks at strike 1. 7, 8, and 9 due up for the Reds in the 7th. We'll see if Sonny Gray is permitted to hit as Akiyama puts this one over the head of Smoke and in to right a hit. So Akiyama, the leadoff single here to start the 7th.
The catcher.
Reds have the leadoff man aboard. The first time since the 4th inning and just the 2nd time all night. And it will be a double switch coming, it looks like, for Milwaukee.
Your attention, please. These changes for Milwaukee. Now pitching and batting in the 6th spot, number 41, David Self. Now catching and batting 9, number 9, Manny Pena.
So the changes are as follows for the Brewers. As David Phelps deals outside 1-0, and it's a very surprising one when you consider how successful the man taken out of the lineup has been today. See the 1-0 count now on Tucker Barnhart. David Phelps, the new man in out of the bullpen for the Brewers. He will be slotted into the 6th spot in the lineup on the double switches. There's a strike 1-1. Manny Pena has come into the game behind the plate. He will bat in the 9th spot. But Omar Narvaez is out of the ballgame. He has reached all 3 times, a home run and 2 walks, and he is done for the night. This one fouled away 1-2. A questionable decision by Craig Counsell, especially when you look at the stat video. Has been red hot as of late, one of their better hitters. Pena not known for his bat. Milwaukee, I guess, banking on Phelps and the rest of the bullpen shutting the door. However, if you look at the numbers, though, Brewers' bullpen has been their biggest flaw all season. Able an ERA over 6 in the closer spot. Hader, ERA of over 4 on inside 2-2. SDRA really out in that bullpen. Just a smidge over 3.5 to 2-2. In the dirt, runner going, and a late steal, and Akiyama with a stolen base to get into scoring position. Fire Scam saying Craig Counsell, questionable decisions have been a theme all year. Akiyama with his 17th stolen bag. Now the payoff pitch. Grounded through the left side, a base hit. Akiyama had to hold to make sure that ball got through. He will stop at third base. A hit for Barnhart. He's 1 for 3. And the Reds now have runners at the corners and nobody out. First time the Red Legs have put a man at third base all day.
Your attention, please. Pinch hitting for the Reds.
With the pitcher spot due up, Reds not going to waste any time. Aristides Aquino will dig in. Pinch hit for the pitcher, Sonny Gray. Aquino takes low for ball 1. Aquino at 267. 19 homers, 54 RBIs, has platooned in right with Jesse Winker. Interesting choice going with him over Freddie Galvis. That one outside 2-0. I think they would have wanted to go with a lefty-righty matchup, but like to go with Aquino. Yama is at third. Barnhart at first with nobody out. Aquino takes strike 1, 2-1. Fire Scam saying bullpens blowing games have been the theme as well. Not just for the Brewers, but for many teams in bat ball. 2-1. Now back 2-2. Phelps coming into the night, making his 54th appearance. 3-4, a 5.61 ERA. Been a good first year in Wisconsin for Phelps, former Yankee legend, has again fouled out of play. 39 strikeouts, 62 hits, 27 walks, and 51 in the third innings. That is important. That one high and tight, 3-2. Phelps last year, some time with the Cubs, I know, was traded at the deadline. I'd say maybe from Seattle. The Cubs. Fights this one off, and ain't up there with a full count. Phelps, he was traded from Toronto to Chicago. That's Seattle. During the Seattle, a different year. That one at the knee, strike 3 called. Aquino down looking. Throws him with a cutter. Aquino was apoplectic. Phelps is a huge out number 1 here in the 7th. I'll bring up Nick Senzel, who is 0 for 3 tonight. Now a double play can get Phelps out of the inning. Senzel swings and hits one in the air to left field. This should get the run home. Yelich makes the catch. Here comes Akiyama to the plate, and the throw will be late and offline. No tag from Barnhart at first. It's a sacrifice fly for Senzel, and the Reds have drawn even at 1 apiece. RBI for Senzel is 45th of the year. As now here is Castellanos, who takes down an away 1-0. Guy going to Toronto in that deal at the deadline last year, Thomas Hatch. Once the Cubs' top draft pick at Oklahoma State. A good job there as this one spanked to first. But Smoke right there makes the catch chest high to retire the side. But the Reds tie the game. They score a run on 2 hits and leave a man aboard after 6.5. Time to get up and stretch. 1-0. Look at Miller Park as it is 7th inning stretch time here in Milwaukee. Reds and Brewers are tied at 1. Reds will be making a pitching change coming up shortly as hit for Sonny Gray, the pitcher, back in the top half of the inning. This is the first of our 6-game schedule here today. We'll send you out to Oakland after this one reaches its conclusion as Raisel Iglesias blew the game for the Reds last night in real life. He'll come on out of the bullpen to pitch here in the 7th inning. This is a tied game. Iglesias, he also threw last night, got 2 outs in Rockball. In a rough year, a 5.2 ERA, was recently removed from his setup role. Cincinnati bullpen as Sogard takes a call at strike 1. We'll have the Mets and the A's coming up next. Jeremy Goldstein, Jaden Becker will have the call for you there. It'll be Steven Matz, no longer in the Mets rotation for New York in real life. Going up against the man we were talking about earlier, and Frankie Montas on low 1-1. 5:15, we'll have the Cubs and the Cardinals. Adam Wainwright will go for the Redbirds. Kyle Hendricks for the Cubbies. The McCarthy, Alex Hines will have the play-by-play there. As this one, a little jam shot to center, but Akiyama able to make the running catch. One away now in the 7th. That'll bring up the catcher, Manny Pena.
Up next for Milwaukee.
Recently into the ball game in the double switch in the top of the inning. Pena, 235, 7 homers, 24 RBIs. Steve Bowman and Garrett staying up in the Reds bullpen. Iglesias finds the inner half. Strike 0-1. 7 o'clock, we'll have the Dodgers and the Rockies. Good young pitching matchup. Dustin May for the Doyers. Peter Lambert for the Rocks. Is that one down 1-1. And Barber, Cookie Eater, will be along with P. Mr. 3 for that one. At 8:45, we will go deep into the heart of Texas.
1 ball, 2
There's a
strikes.
strike 1 and 2. As the Rangers and Astros square off at 8:45. A couple of young arms going off there as well. As Pena, it's one off the end of the bat into right. Play made there by Winker, 2 down.
The center fielder.
Arlo Zimmerman, EB from Toronto, who you see in our Twitch chat. We'll have the play-by-play there as Albert Abreu, who the Rangers got from the Yankees at the deadline. Actually, originally a Astros prospect to the Yankees in the Brian McCann trade. Go against the righty Jose Urquidy, who's working his way back in real life for Houston. 1-0. Side 2-0 now to Lorenzo Cain. And our coverage will wrap up tonight. 10:30 will be the Mariners and the White Sox out at T-Mobile Park as the count now 3-0 on Cain, who's 1 for 3. Brother Beard, J.D. Gregory will have the play-by-play there. It'll be Gio Gonzalez for the Pale Hose and Connor Sadzeck for Milwaukee. That one on the outside corner, 3-1. No one on, 2 out. Tie game here in the 7th. 1-1 pitch.
Got a full count. 3-2.
Big hack and a miss at a slider. Now runs full 3-2. Payoff delivery. Anthony's got him looking. Iglesias hires the side in order. Here in the 7th. We go to the 8th inning, business end of this contest. Still tied 1-1.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Brewers.
Call to the bullpen for Milwaukee
Perez.
as we play here in the 8th inning. David Phelps' day is done. They will bring in the left-hander Eric Lauer to square off against 3, 4, and 5 in the Reds' order. Righty, lefty, 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 lefty. Another lefty in Tucker Barnard. Not a terrible idea here from Council, but we'll have to run the gambit here with Suarez first. Well, he could have just left Phelps in to get the first out and then taken him out. As that one down 2-0 as Phelps did complete an inning in this one. Therefore, the 3-batter retired rule I don't think applies to him. This is a ground ball to third. Off the bat of Suarez. Play made by Holt for the first out. Lauer making his 33rd appearance, his 26th in relief. 2-5, ERA of 5.5. 1.9 walks, 62 Ks, and 73 innings. Bring up Mike Moustakas, 1 for 3, reached on an error and a single. That one high and tight. It is 1-0. Brent Suter, Devin Williams up in the Milwaukee bullpen. Get you the final line for our starters here tonight. First for the Brewers. Dylan File, 6+ innings. This one, an impressive performance from him. But he'll leave with a no decision as Moustakas jumps ahead 2-0. Lauer is 2-0 delivery. A fastball right over the heart of the plate. Moustakas couldn't catch up to 95. It's 2-1. But File 6+ innings in this ball game. That one outside now. 3-1. Gives up 1 run on 6 hits. No walks. He struck out 4. Now 97 pitches, 61 strikes is the 3-1. In the left center field, and that one is down for a base hit. Cutting it off there, Yelich. Fire it back in. Moustakas with his 2nd hit of the night. And the Reds have 1 on, 1 out in the 8th for Jesse Winker.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Pinch running at first base, number 6.
Reds will bring in a pinch runner, interestingly, here at first base. Philip Irvin in to run for Moustakas. As the first pitch to Jesse Winker is a little jammer out into fairly deep right, but not fairly deep enough. As Garcia makes the play, 2 down.
19, Joey Votto.
One on, 1 away. 1 on, 2 away, rather. And that'll bring up Joey Votto. Votto takes a strike there from Lauer. It is 0-1. Final line also for David Phelps, who came on in that 7th inning. 1 inning, no runs, 1 hit, no walks. He struck out 1. Phelps throwing 18 pitches, 11 strikes as the 0-1 ripped foul 0-2. And to follow up EB's point in the Twitch chat, Marley Rivera of ESPN reporting Gleyber Torres likely headed to the 10-day injured list for New York. The tight left hamstring, as that's outside 1-2. He will join Aaron Judge and Giancarlo Stanton and Luis Severino. Several others who are incapacitated for New York. Tommy Kahnle. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Votto can't catch up on the fastball down and in. And Lauer able to get out of trouble here in the 8th. The call to the bullpen coming as it'll be Matt Bowman on the pitch for the Redlegs.
A defensive change for the Reds. Now playing third base, number 3, Freddie Galzer. Leading off for the Brewers, the right fielder, Avisail.
So the Reds making some changes here in the 8th inning as the first pitch is hit out to right by Avisail Garcia, and Jesse Winker runs it down for the first out of the 8th inning. The final line for some Reds pitchers, but Matt Bowman, the new arm in for the Reds. As Freddie Galvis in at third base now after Bill Irvin pinch ran for Mike Moustakas as Ira pops this one up. Foul ground, first base side, and Votto on the warning track makes the play. 2 pitches, 2 outs here in the 8th inning for Matt Bowman. Bowman for an inning last night for the Reds, coming into the day. 3-2, making his 37th appearance, 4.5 ERA, 29 hits, 11 walks, 27 strikeouts, and 33 2/3. First pitch to Yelich is low for ball one. Garrett and Lorenzen throwing in the bullpen. Lorenzen with the loss last night. Garrett also pitched in the series opener. 1-0. Outside now, 2-0 on Yelich. But the final line for Sonny Gray tonight for the Reds. Gray goes 6 innings, gives up a run on 5 hits, walked 4, struck out 3. Gray tonight, 96 pitches, 54 strikes. Raisel Iglesias for the Redlegs goes an inning, no runs, no hits, no walks, strikeout. Foul 2-2. Iglesias threw 13 pitches, just 8 strikes. 0-on, 2 out, 2-2 the count on Yelich. Bowman curls and fires. This one is faced out to left field. Castellanos back on it, makes the play, and ends the inning. Brewers go down in order here in the 8th. We are on to the 9th. Another tie game in this series, 1-1. The 9th inning decided the game last night. Reds entered the 9th inning down a run. Nick Senzel at a pinch hit home run. Of Corey Can able to tie it at 2. Then Michael Lorenzen came on for the bottom of the 9th. Keston Hiura led off, pinch hitting from Milwaukee. He homered in the Brewers. Took the opening game of the series 3-2. Fouled away 1-1. Senzel could get up this inning should anybody reach. Hiura not scheduled to bat in the 9th. Akiyama swings and misses. It's 1-2. Just past 3 o'clock here in the East. Justin Rock with you here on a Friday afternoon as Akiyama unable to connect as he just flings the bat in frustration back towards the Reds dugout. This is the second strikeout for Lauer. And there is one down now in the 9th. Not sure what Akiyama was so mad at there. I don't know where that animation comes from. I've never seen a player do that for the first out of the inning as Tucker Barnhart into the right center field, gap a base hit. He's on his way to second. He'll slide in there head first with a 1-out double. Big base hit there for Tucker Barnhart. The Reds have the go-ahead run in scoring position with 1 away.
Your attention, please. Pinch hitting for the Reds, number 12, Kurt Casale.
Reds, who have just 2 more players left on their bench after Phil Irvin pinch ran, will bring up Kurt Casale to pinch hit for the pitcher spot. Casale takes a strike. It is 0-1. Casale started on Wednesday, the series finale in Boston. Casale, 248, a homer, 15 RBIs. The 0-1 fouled away. It is 0-2. Lauer's 0-2 pitch struck him out. High fastball at 94, and Lauer ended the day with an ERA over 5.5 that brought the cheddar here tonight. Third strikeout for the former Padre. 2 away now in the 9th inning. That'll bring up Nick Senzel. The Reds have been woeful with men in scoring position here tonight. Only run scoring on a sacrifice fly off the bat of Senzel. Reds 1 for 8 with men in scoring position here this evening. Bell tied it in the 7th, trying to come through in the 9th. He takes outside 1-1. Brewers will have Smoke, the pitcher's spot, and Holt. 2 up in the bottom of the 9th inning. 1-1. Senzel fouls it off, 1-2. Under coming up after the conclusion of this ball game, we'll have the A's and Mets out at the Coliseum in Oakland. The 1-2. Swung on and missed. Chased it 4 feet inside. Another strikeout for Eric Lauer. He strikes out the side in the 9th and has K'd 4 through 2 Brewers, can they walk it off for the second straight day? We'll find out in just a moment.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Reds.
Out of the bullpen, another arm that they used yesterday. Will be the southpaw Amir Garrett on the pitch here in the bottom of the ninth inning.
Leading off for the Brewers, the first baseman,
Justin Smoke, the switch hitter, steps up to the plate to lead off against Amir Garrett, and the first pitch is high and tight. 1-0. The final line for Matt Bowman this evening. 1 inning, no runs, no hits, no walks, no strikeouts. Bowman a 7-pitch, 5-strike, 8th inning. 1-0 to Smoke. There at the knees. Ooh, that looks a little low. But Garrett gets the benefit of the doubt, 1-1. Here last night, gave up a hit, walked 1, struck out 2 in an inning of work. ERA just over 4 coming into the day as that one was in the zone. Apparently that misses. It's 2-1. So the last pitch was a ball. It was a strike. Thought that pitch was a strike. It was a ball. This one a little more clear cut. Smoke can't connect. Out 2-2. .64 strikeouts and 53 and 2/3 innings, but has walked 41 batters this year. The 2-2. Fouled away. Do it again. Pinch hitter. Waiting on deck for the Brewers. 2-2 offering. Fouled off. Do it again. Reds 1 run on 9 hits, no errors. They have left 9 men on base tonight. 2-2. This is a little roller out in front of the plate, fielded by Garrett, spins and foul ground, and they get him. Oh, what a play by the former St. John's basketball star. Breaking out the spin cycle and throwing out Smoke for the first out of the 9th inning.
Your attention, please. Pinch hitting for the Brewers, number 8, Ryan.
Next to no speed. That was prevalent there. Garrett makes a miraculous play at the first out of the 9th inning as Ryan Braun will pinch hit for Eric Lauer with 1 out of the 9th inning, and he takes strike 1. A pinch hit walk-off homer in the bottom of the 9th yesterday. If the Brewers can find the same magic here tonight, Braun 13 hits shy of 2,000, I should say, for his career. 2-1. Braun today entering the contest at 242. 8 homers and 26 driven in. 2-1. Change-up pulled the string on him, 2-2. Could we get to extra innings? Reds will have 2, 3, and 4 due up. At the top of the 10th, the 2-2. And count runs full. On did not play yesterday. Went 0 for 4. Taking the start in left on Wednesday against Atlanta. Now as a pinch hitter, draws a walk with 1 out here in the 9th inning. So the Brewers have the winning run on with 1 out, and now it'll be Brock Holt. If they let Braun run, not have the same wheels he did in his younger days. And as I surmised, they will indeed bring in someone with a little more speed in Keon Broxton, the pinch run over at first base. Broxton 10 of 12 in stolen base attempts this year. Lefty on lefty. Garrett, quick pitch there. Able to find the zone. Broxton not going anywhere. It's 0-1. Barnhart has caught a man stealing already tonight. However, that was the catcher Omar Narvaez, who has been out of the game for Milwaukee since the 6th. Over the first and Broxton back. Holt 0 for 3 tonight. The 0-1 popped up. Foul grounded out of play. It's 0-2. Holt to ground out to first this time in the 6th. We'll throw to the bag, and again, Broxton in there. Another throw over, and this one ricochets off the first base coach, and Broxton's dead to rights at second. The tag applied by Suarez. What a bit of serendipity for the Cincinnati Reds. It hit the first base coach in the leg, went right to Votto, and now the 0-2 grounded to third, and we've got extra innings as Galvis makes the play. Unbelievable inning of defense for Cincinnati. Garrett's play trailing into foul ground. Votto on the errant pickoff throw, and then Galvis to end the inning. My goodness.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Brewers, number 35, Brett
Is
Suter.
I don't know what that was. Say the least. As see the call to the bullpen for the Brewers. Here in the 10th inning, they will call upon the left-hander Brent Suter to take over. Castellanos takes a strike. It is 0-1. We're actually outside 1-0. Excuse me. Castellanos 0 for 4. Get you the final line for Eric Lauer in just a moment. It's the count now 1-1. Lauer, 2 innings, no runs, 2 hits, no walks. He struck out 4 tonight in relief. 1-1. Up and away, 2-1.
Count is 2-1.
Lauer, 25 pitches, 17 strikes. Keep this a tie game. One offering down low, 3-1. Brewers had a 1-0 lead after 2 innings. Omar Narvaez led off the second with a homer. Stayed that way until the 7th when the Reds tied it on a sac fly from Zenzel. 3-1, ground ball. Past the second baseman Hira to the first base side of second and into right center for a hit. Castellanos has his first knock of the night. The Reds have 1 on, nobody out. Their shortstop, Eugenio Suarez. Yes, according to Firescam, the Jeremy Goldstein curse remains alive and well in terms of delayed starts here in Botball. Although, depending on how quickly this 10th inning goes, we could still get out there in time, as there's a strike. It is 0-1. This game through 9+ now. Low scoring, not a lot of offense, so it has moved along at a fairly acceptable pace. That one inside, 1-1. However, weirder things have happened, and who knows how long this game ends up going. I don't know what the record is for an actual Botball broadcast in terms of innings played. I know there was at least one that went really late. I want to say like 17, 18 innings. But I don't know definitively, as count now 1-2 on Suarez. 19 innings. Hopefully we can avoid that today. 1-2. High and tight, 2-2. Two offering. Out off in the box. We've got some parallels here, according to EB. D-backs Padres for Duggo, so it was an NL West battle. We've got 2 NL Central teams here. Another divisional contest, the 2-2. Outside 3-2, and Duggo was a solo act. As am I here on a Friday afternoon. I've never called an actual baseball game that long. I think my longest is, 13, maybe 14 innings. That was in the days before minor league baseball and the international tiebreaker rule. Which hopefully means I'll never have to sit through a 19-inning game and question my existence at 2 o'clock in the morning as Suarez strikes out for the opening out here in the 10th inning. Brent Suter,
The third base
big punch out.
Ready.
Suter coming into the day. The best Milwaukee reliever is 3.41 ERA. This is 74th appearance of the year. Here is Freddie Galvis. First at bat of the night came in as a defensive replacement. This a ground ball. Keston Hira again can't make the play, and everybody's safe. The second error of the game, Keston Hira. And Milwaukee has allowed Cincinnati a chance with 2 on and 1 out. Reds with a chance here. 2 on, 1 away, and Jesse Winker looks at strike 1. Castellanos singled. He is at second. Galvis reaching on the air. I don't know what issues have been going on there today, but it has been a rough go for Castanheira at second base. 0-1. In the air to left. Back and to his right, Yelich to make the catch. No advance from Castellanos at second base.
Up next for Cincinnati, the first base.
That fly out.
Joey Votto.
Reds now 1 for 10 tonight with runners in scoring position. Milwaukee hasn't been much better, although the opportunities much less. They're 0 for 3. The Yankees-Cardinals game, EB and I did, was the longest game I have done.
At the ball.
Ball. That one was a game that started, I think, like 12 midnight. Something absolutely absurd. Luckily, a little bit different case here today. We got an early start, so that was run a little bit late. Won't be up until the crack of dawn. Of course, I say that now. Well, we could be sitting in the 34th inning at 12 in the morning. On high, 3-0. I have it somewhere written down what the totals were ultimately on that Yankees-Cardinals game was. I can find it, the 3-0 in for a strike 3 and 1. With 2 on, 2 out here in the 10th. Votto hits one into left. Easy fly ball. Yelich makes the play. And the Reds now 1 for 11. Men in scoring position here tonight. We go to the bottom of the 10th. Can the Brewers walk it off? We'll see. Just a moment.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for Cincinnati, number 55.
Another call to the bullpen for the Reds as they bring in the right-hander Robert Stevenson. Take over for Amir Garrett. It's 8-9-1 in the Brewers order. The Sogard, Pena, and Kane. As Sogard swings and fouls that one off, 0-1. Stevenson making his 70th appearance of the year, 5-2, a 3.46 ERA. 98 strikeouts and 80 2/3 innings of relief. That is absolutely a ridiculous number for any point of the season, let alone August 20th for a reliever, as now 1-1. Stevenson last pitching on Tuesday in Boston, earning the win in relief through 3 1/3 shutout innings. 1-1. Fouled off 1-2. That Reds game went 12 innings in that victory over Boston, and hopefully it can be done in a little less time here tonight. And Stevenson trying to help that cause. He strikes him out with a slider. 1 down now in the 10th inning.
The catcher, number 9, Manning.
Final line for Amir Garrett tonight. He goes 1 inning, no runs, no hits, a walk, no strikeouts for the Southpaw. 16 pitches, 10 strikes. His Manny Pena 0 for 1.
Nope, that's the
Takes
ball.
low and away, 1 ball and no strikes.
Ball 1, no strike.
Oh,
2-0.
that one misses outside. 2 balls and no strikes. That Yankees-Cardinals game was a 13-inning affair. Won by the Cardinals that night. Now 2-1 on Pena. Righties 2-1 delivery, and Pena takes down now 3 balls. 1 strike. Pena did not start tonight. Came in as a part of a double switch in the 6th when Omar Narvaez was removed. Been really the only Brewers player to do any damage offensively tonight. 3-1. Swing and a miss. Slide piece. It's now full 3-2. We get to the 11th. The Reds will have 7, 8, and 9 due up. Pena now strikes out at a slider. Second strikeout for Stevenson. 2 away now here in the 10th, and that will bring up the top of the lineup again, and Lorenzo Cain. Cain 1 for 4, single leading off in the bottom of the 1st inning, and he takes low and away 1-0. That's 1 run on 10 hits, no errors. They have left 11 men on base tonight. Brewers 1 run on 5 hits. They have made 2 errors. Stranded 6, the 1-0. Cain, the drive out into right center field. Wicker chasing this one. It's over his head and will roll all the way to the fence. He'll fire it back in quickly. But Cain is there with a 2-out double, and the winning run is in scoring position with 2 down. One right into the gap. Beautifully placed there. Now, there is Avisail Garcia. He swings to the first pitch and fouls it off. 0-1. By the way, the Yankees-Cardinals game started at 11:58 p.m. Eastern Time on July the 17th. Ended at 2:32 in the morning on July the 18th. So it was a 2.5-hour ball game. That night is that one. 1-1. So 11:58 p.m. to 2:32 a.m. in the East. First pitch to final out. Swing and a miss, 1-2. And although in that case, not a final out, it was a walk-off. I agree with Evie. Thank God no commercial breaks here in ball. Garcia trying to be the hero. The 1-2 pitch. Fouled off. We'll do it again. Garcia 1 for 4 tonight. Doubled in the 3rd inning. Flew out to right his last time in the 8th. In at second with 2 down. 1-2 pitch. Wide and low, 2-2. Eston Hero, who was the walk-off hero for Milwaukee last night, is on deck. The break even. Garcia fouls another one out of play. Bottom of the 3 o'clock hour here in the East. Full tie, the 1-1. Tied and low now, 3-2 on Garcia. Off coming. Got him! Throws him on a slider. Stevenson strikes out the side in the 10th inning, and we will play on. The 11th inning we go. Still tied 1 apiece. Brent Suter will stay on here for the top of the 11th inning. Reds and Brewers are tied at 1. Here in Milwaukee, Suter threw a scoreless 10th, a 7, 8, and 9 in the Reds' order. He takes outside ball 1. Is Mr. Shogo Akiyama. 1-0 pitch popped up. Hello left coming on, making the catch there. Yelich for the first out of the inning.
Now batting, the catcher.
1 away in the 11th. That'll bring up Tucker Barnhart. Those of you tuning in to catch first pitch between the Mets and the A's, we will get you out to Oakland as soon as we are finished here in Milwaukee. That one, letter high strike to Barnhart, 0-1. Jeremy Goldstein, Jaden Becker will have the play-by-play there. Steven Matz for the Mets, Frankie Montas for Oakland.
Oh, that's off the plate.
That one inside, 1-1. This has been a pitcher's duel tonight. We're scoring on a home run in the 2nd. The Reds a sac fly in the 7th, and not much has gone down offensively as Barnhart tries to decapitate a fan beyond the camera well. 2-2. Apparently Jeremy's not even going to be on the broadcast, so the Jaden Becker solo job, and Jeremy stuck him with the Jeremy Goldstein curse. As this a ground ball back to the mound, and Suter makes the play for the second out.
Now batting, the pitcher, Robert Stevenson.
I'll bring up the pitcher spot for the Reds here in the 11th, and they will use the last man on their bench. They are out of usable offensive players because of the pinch running excursion with Irvin in the 8th. It'll be the left-handed swinging Derek Dietrich to pinch hit. And he takes high for ball 1. Dietrich hitting at .256 in 16 games this year with the Reds. 2 homers, 7 RBIs. Not played much since getting called from AAA Louisville, as there's a swing and a miss 1-1. Real life Dietrich now on the Texas Rangers. Dietrich hasn't appeared in a game since last Friday, the earliest. This one fouled back 1-2. Brewers in the bottom of the 11th will have Hira, Yelich, and Smoke, 3, 4, and 5 in their order. The 1-2. This little bouncer back towards the mound. Suter halfway between home and the mound makes the play to end the inning. 1-2-3 goes the Reds yet again. Can Keston Hira walk them off for the second straight day? Don't go anywhere. We're about to find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
Another call to the bullpen for the Redlegs as they are beginning to run out of players
Lucas
at their disposal here tonight, as Lucas Sims will come on in relief to take over for Robert Stevenson. Reds looking at their bullpen. Only guys I think left are Pedro Strop, Michael Lorenzen, and Jose Lopez. 3 guys left in that bullpen. Sims, who has seen very little action this year, takes high and tight 1-0. Sims, just his 8th appearance, the 2.08 ERA in 4 1/3 innings. More strikeouts, and he has been up for a while with Cincinnati. No decisions on the year as Hira fouls it away 1-1. Hira 1 for 3 with a walk and a single. A pinch hit walk-off home run against Michael Lorenzen leading off in the bottom of the 9th yesterday. One high, 2-1. Into the final line for Robert Stevenson tonight. 2-1 in there for a called strike 2. Stevenson goes 1 inning, no runs, 1 hit, no walks. He struck out 3. 2 outside, count runs full, 3-2. Terminable game here tonight in Milwaukee, the land of cheese, the 3-2. High ball 4. Hira lays off the high cheese there, and the Brewers have the winning run on to lead off here in the 11th. Brewers struggling offensively since the beginning of the 6th inning. They have just 1 hit. Or the 2 hits, I should say. Single, a double. That is it. First pitch to Christian Yelich in there for a strike 0-1. Yelich, an infield single, his first time up. Since then has hit into a double play, struck out and flew out to left his last time. I was up in the 7th. Heads in the road grays. Brewers in the pinstriped home whites. Yelich takes inside 1-1. Sims from the third base side of the slab, 1-1. Outside, 2 balls and a strike. Low scoring affair here today after we saw on Wednesday where the offensive scores were through the roof. What is it? 16 runs, 14 runs, 11 runs among others. 2-1. Side 3-1. Sims now in danger of putting the first 2 men on here in the 11th. A long time since the former Braves first-round pick has thrown an actual game. This is where their reluctance to use him can come back to hurt him. A little rusty is Sims as the count runs full on Yelich. Payoff pitch coming. And Yelich, right on it. Had a bit early. Instead of a walk-off two-run homer, we'll stay at 3-2. Another 3-2 coming. Low ball 4. And Sims has walked the first two men he has faced here in the 11th, and the winning run now in scoring position with nobody out for Justin Smoak. Oak 0 for 4 tonight, 1 for 8 in this series. Oak start last night over at first base, went 1 for 4 with a strikeout. Hit the ball on the ground a lot today. Ground ball to first twice, also has grounded out to the pitcher. Does that again, the Brewers could be looking at another double play. His lack of speed.
Inside, ball 1.
Smoak takes inside 1-0. Like Cincinnati, Brewers have not been great in these spots today. 0 for 4. Men in scoring position as Smoak takes a strike 1-1. Well, their opportunities have been limited in these spots. Only run coming courtesy of a home run. It was 9 full innings ago. 1-1. Side 2-1.
1 strike.
In 16 pitches so far in relief, he has thrown just 6 strikes. 2-1 coming.
Ball 3.
Low 3-1 now with the pitcher spot on deck. Sims in danger of walking them loaded here in the bottom of the 11th inning. 3-1.
That's ball 4.
Low ball 4. He has walked them loaded. A 5-pitch walk to Justin Smoak. And the Reds now in critical danger, as it'll be Jed Jerko try and be the pinch hit hero tonight. Last night it was Keston Hiura who came through with a walk-off home run in the 9th inning.
Ball 1, no strike.
And now with the way Sims has been pitching, I don't know if Jerko's going to have to take the bat off of his shoulder as he takes low for ball 1. Walk them loaded. Here in the 11th as Jerko looks at strike 1. He set the situation. Hiura at third, Yelich at second, Smoak is at first. 20 pitches, just 7 strikes for Sims. Nobody out in the 11th. 1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Jerko, 277 on the year, 6 homers, 15 in ribbies. 1-2 from Sims. This one grounded to short, knocked down by Galvis. The throw to the plate. They got him. The throw back to first, a double play. Oh, you got to be kidding me. It was Suarez at shortstop, who made that play to knock it down. They threw home for the force. And back to first for a double play. That is 6-2 to 3. Win killing. And now it'll be up to Brock Holt. He takes a knee-high strike. It is 0-1. Unbelievable. Holt 0 for 4 here tonight. I mean, that is totally remarkable. I thought for sure that once that ball was bobbled that short, there was no chance for any out, and instead, the Reds will be able to escape to a 12th inning. A fly ball to center off the bat of Holt ends the 11th. What a wacky game here tonight in Milwaukee. We go to the 12th, tied at 1, as Sims pulls off a high wire act.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for
They're called to the bullpen tonight.
number 38.
Really every bullpen piece being used in this ball game. Devin Williams will be the latest arm to come in for Milwaukee. Only arms left available to them, Adrian Hauser. Three, and at the back of the bullpen, Alex Claudio and Josh Hader, along with Corey Knebel, as Nick Senzel can't connect 0-1. Williams making his 13th appearance of the year, the 0-1 down and away. It is 1-1.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Williams 1-2, a 3.6 ERA, 5 walks, 7 strikeouts, 15 innings as Senzel. Guys 1 to left, and the play made there by Yelich for the first down.
The left fielder, number 2, Nick Castellanos.
To go to the point in the Twitch chat here between EB and Jaden, my thought is, as someone who's seen the international tiebreaker rule a lot in minor league baseball over the last couple of years, I know it's a polarizing opinion. The thing that always took me away about it was a lot of the older broadcasters in minor league baseball, the guys that you would imagine that would be curmudgeons, that would be totally against the extra inning rule, actually after a couple of months became very much in favor of its implementation into professional baseball, as that one fouled 0-2. And here's how I think it's going to happen going forward. I think it's going to end up being a lot like hockey. You will see the international tiebreaker rule in the regular season in Major League Baseball, and it will not be a part of the game for the postseason, much like the 3-on-3 shootout and the regular overtime periods in hockey, as Castellanos strikes out on 3 pitches for the second out here in the 12th.
Eugenio Suarez.
I'll bring up Eugenio Suarez with nobody on and 2 out. However, my guess is what I would like to see happen with the rule is sort of a buffer of both. I would like to see them have the extra inning tiebreaker rule applied in the 11th or 12th inning. That one up and away, 1-0. So maybe have 1 or 2 real extra innings, and then have the tiebreaker rule implemented in the 11th or 12th. Prevent it from going all the way into the night, as it's now 1-1. I'm also in favor of the universal DH. I just see it as an inevitable thing for years. Just thinking based on the fact that you think about all the high-priced pitching free agents these days, the count now 2-1, like Garrett Cole and Jacob deGrom and Madison Bumgarner and Verlander and all these guys. And if they injured themselves running the bases or at the plate, doing essentially not what they are getting paid to do, which is pitch, it would be a nightmare for a front office and for a fan base. And for that reason alone, forget the other sentimental issues, I think that is why the universal DH is now going to forever be a part of Major League Baseball. As you see Suarez ground out to end the inning, we go to the bottom of the 12th. Still tied at 1 in Milwaukee, as we are now nearing the 2-hour threshold of this ball game, as Eric Sogard takes high 1-0. 1-0.
2-0.
Oh, 2-0. Barry Basher's point that there still have been games that go 12, 13 innings with no extra scoring in the early innings. And it was implemented in the 11th or 12th. Still could go 15 innings or more. That one outside, 3-0. I just threw that idea out there as more of a sort of a halfway point to try and maybe quell some of the issues some fans might have about that being a full-time thing in baseball during a full 162-game season. But it's a valid point. I mean, I'm honestly totally fine with them throwing it straight in the 10th inning. I was just throwing that more out there as an idea to try and help others, as Sogard walks to begin the 12th inning. That is the 4th walk issued by Lucas Sims in an inning plus of relief. He walked the bases loaded in the 11th, but got a 6-2-3 double play to erase the go-ahead run and winning run at the plate. A fly out to center to end the rally, as now walks the leadoff man again. Manny Pena will square and bunt. Lays it up the first base line. The flip by Votto to Sims is made. Sogard moves into scoring position.
Now
On the sacrifice, 3-1.
Lorenzo. Ladies and gentlemen, your
That is
attention,
something
please. Now,
that we have not seen a whole lot of
number 21.
in terms of sacrifices. That's a big reason why some of those games have extended further, is because players unable to successfully bunt. As Michael Lorenzen will come on in relief. Lorenzen looking for a silver lining, maybe an ending of this game. He was the man that gave up the walk-off home run in the 9th inning to Keston Hiura yesterday. He will try and get the Reds to the 13th tonight as Lorenzo Cain takes strike one. Lorenzen, a 6.12 ERA, faced just one batter yesterday. It was Hiura. He ended the ball game. 0-1. Swing and a miss, a high fastball, quickly 0-2. However, in this situation, Lorenzen would not be the pitcher of record, as the winning run, responsibility of Lucas Sims. 0-2 pitch. Ground ball through the right side, of base hit. Are they going to send Sogard around? They will not. They hold him at third base. And the Brewers have runners at the corners and one down now in the 12th inning. But this again leaves open the possibility of an inning-ending double play. I find it very interesting that the Brewers would have held them there at third base. Especially after all this, it's going to be a squeeze. Garcia lays it down. The flip is to first. It's irrelevant. Ball game over. The Brewers walk it off in the 12th. A safety squeeze from Avisail Garcia, and the Brewers win it here in the bottom of the 12th inning by a final of 12-1. You'd be asking why they flipped to first. I guess because they knew they had no chance at the out at home plate. Either way, the Brewers win it in 12 innings. Your final score, 12-1 on a walk-off safety squeeze bunt, courtesy of Avisail Garcia. Yeah, the Major League players in real life don't have those bunts down quite just yet with these extra inning rules. Ironically enough, with no international tiebreaker rule in effect, the Brewers end up winning on a safety squeeze anyway. I guess it was more of a suicide squeeze than anything, because it seemed like the runner was going. I always call it a safety squeeze when the right-hander bunts it towards sort of the first base side as opposed to the third base side. As see Devin Williams, the winning pitcher tonight, he improves to 2-2. Lucas Sims, the loser, he drops to 0-1 on the season. The lone save, I believe, will be credited to David Phelps in that 7th inning.
The final line
Yeah, Barry saying the runner almost home before the bunt made contact. As we take you through the game that was today, Omar Narvaez in the bottom of the 2nd inning got the scoring going. Missed the last half of the ball game after he was substituted. This home run, a 408-foot shot, gave Milwaukee a 1-0 lead. It stayed that way into the 7th when David Phelps able to surrender the tying run on a sac fly to left by Nick Senzel. It made it a 1-all affair at 7th inning. It stayed that way into really the late innings. Reds had a chance in the top of the 9th. Eric Lauer struck out Nick Senzel with men in scoring position. Then an error in the 10th inning. See, even the highlights of that play jacked up. But the Reds unable to capitalize. Votto flew out to left into the top of the 10th inning. But the game still even at 1 apiece. In the bottom of the 10th inning, the Brewers had a chance, man in scoring position. Then Avisail Garcia, who ended up being the hero, struck out looking to end the inning. The same thing in the 11th. Brewers had bases loaded, nobody out. A 6-3-2 double play. really helped kill that rally. Holt would then fly out to center to end the inning. Then in the bottom of the 12th inning with runners at the corners and one out, a suicide squeeze by Avisail Garcia. And the Brewers beat the Reds this afternoon in 12 by a final score of 2-1. Again, the winning pitcher, Devin Williams, he improves to 2-2. Losing pitcher tonight is the right-hander Lucas Sims. He drops to 0-1 on the season. Final line scored tonight. The Reds 1 run on 10 hits. No errors. They left 11 men on base. Brewers 2 runs on 8 hits, 2 errors. They left 11 as well. Final time of game today, 2 hours and 3 minutes, as we will end up taking the handoff for our next game about 25 minutes later than we had initially anticipated, as we officially welcome Jaden Becker into the booth for the Mets and the Oakland A's. Jaden, thanks for being so patient, and glad to finally make the baton handoff to you. Better late than never, I guess.
100%. I've never been more excited to see a bunt laid down in a game, and the way that I screamed at the top of my lungs, "Oh, it's over!" Finally. It took a minute,
I thought for sure after the way the 11th inning ended, they were going to find a way to get out of that inning, particularly with the double play. But I guess Frank Council had enough, was ready for a beer and a trip to his home in Milwaukee. And with that, it is about time to send it out to Oakland, California. Again, our final score in Milwaukee, the Brewers beat the Reds 2-1 in 12 innings. They have taken the first 2 games of that 4-game set. Not sure if the Brewers and Reds will be back on tomorrow. They are not. My next game to be determined, but for that, we will let the scheduling mavens handle that. So again, our final score, the Reds falling to the Brewers 2-1 in 12 innings. My name is Justin Rock. We hope you had some fun with us. It is now time to send it out to Oakland, California, and the Bay. The New York Mets, the Oakland A's, a rematch of the 1973 World Series. Jaden Becker, take it away.
Thank you, Justin, and beautiful day it is here in Oakland as the New York Mets get ready to take on the Oakland A's. I am Jaden Becker, and here for a solo call. Jeremy Goldstein was supposed to be here with me, but some things just happen where just can't make it to the booth that day. Either way, good friends as always. Towing the rubber for the Oakland A's, and this one, Frankie Montas. See that 3.75 ERA. Also has a nice 135 whip, 111 strikeouts on the season. And maybe not the biggest strikeout guy in this rotation, but sure loves to get these outs. Coming into the batter's box for the New York Mets, Med Rosario, 295 hitter on the season, and a nice leadoff guy for the New York Mets here. See both teams wearing their alternative uniforms. Got the Athletics wearing their green tops and the Mets wearing their blue tops here. Oakland A's first in the AL West, 75-52. Containing a nice lead here. See on the right-hand corner, left-hand side of your screen, the standings throughout all the National League. 56 degrees here in Oakland. Beautiful skies. Nice crowd here as well. 1-1 pitch to Rosario. That one's low, but called the strike. 1-2, 95 mile per hour, 2-seamer on that one. Rosario currently 5th in the National League for at-bats and 6th in triples. That one is ripped right over towards Chapman. Didn't have to move much. They call it the hot corner for a reason, and he stabbed that one there. And take a look at the lineups for the New York Mets in this one. Med Rosario at short. Jeff McNeil playing second base and batting second. Pete Alonso batting third, playing first. Michael Conforto in the 4th spot, playing right field. Yoenis Cespedes at the 5, playing left. J.D. Davis over at third base. Brandon Nimmo going to be the center fielder in this one. Robinson Cano being the DH here, as we are in the American League. And William Contreras, catcher that was acquired closer towards the trade deadline. McNeil up to bat, 305 hitter, and he hits this one hard, high up in the air, and Laureano going after it, and he makes the catch. Had a run for a while there. Good effort by him in center field, known for his range. for the second out here in the top of the first. Now up, Pete Alonso. 30 home runs on the season. On pace for that 53 that Mets fans all know and love. Might be coming towards the end of it here, as we are in August, late August at that. August 21st. Who would have thought that this Papa would have gone such a long way, but here we are. How amazing it has been. Pete Alonso continuing with his power this season. That one's outside 2-0. And a face of this Mets team as it's become. Young star ready to make an impact on the game. And he's been able to do it with the power in his bat. That one's called a strike on the outside part of the plate. 2-1. That two-seamer's working very well for Montas here. Only 9 pitches thrown for him so far here in the top of the first. 2-1 pitch. And checked. That one high and tight. Able to keep the bat back there. Now 3-1. Hitter's count pitch for Alonso. And he swings that one away. Now full count. That one looked in the other batter's box there. Full count pitch for Montas. And hit high and far. That one's going deep, way back. Oh, you could kiss that one goodbye. Pete Alonso with a home run, starting this one off strong. His 31st of the season. A huge shot there by Alonso to start this one off. 415 feet, 107 miles per hour off the bat. And he's been doing that all season. Take a look at this swing here. Boom! And we all knew. He even knew it. That one was long gone. Thank you to StatCast there. 414 feet, 107.1 miles per hour off the bat. Over there by that tall wall in left center field. Michael Conforto now up to bat. 85 RBIs on the season. That one's grounded over towards first base, coaching foul. Conforto has improved his batting average since the All-Star break. At one point, closer towards the 200s. Now towards 243 coming into this game. Also leads the team in home runs with 31. With the great power that he has from the left-handed batter's box. And his swing is just so pure. You can only really get that from a lefty. 1-1. Outside now 2-1. Conforto hasn't gotten much All-Star recognition, only back in 2017, but could have a strong future in front of him. 2-1, that one's outside. 3-1 hitters count. Yoenis Cespedes is on deck. Also another person to improve their batting average at 1 point underneath Mendoza. Now around 230. 3-1 pitch from Montas. Inside, and he walked him. So after he gives up the home run to Pete Alonso, Michael Conforto is now on first.
The left fielder, number 52.
After that walk.
Yoenis Cespedes.
Out to bat, Yoenis Cespedes. Only 13 home runs on the season. So you note the power has left his bat a little bit, but did have a big home run last game as they tried to claw their way back into a tough game. That one was fielded by VR and flipped over to Simeon for the easy out at second base. Pete Alonso putting the Mets on the board early here in Oakland. Mets up 1-0. We head to the bottom of the first right here on ML Ball. Welcome you back. Steven Matz towing the rubber for the New York Mets. ERA a little high this season. Looking at a 4.23. And strikeout numbers only at 106, but he has done a great job this season not allowing the home run ball. He ranks 6th right now in the National League with 15 home runs allowed all season. And 3rd in the National League as well for walks. He's only allowed 34 walks, so he has not allowed a lot of base runners on. VR tries to get on with a bunt here. Contreras throw over to first, and he's out. Great throw by Contreras, hopping out of his squat for the first out here in the bottom of the first. Nice 2-3 put out there. Strong throw at that. Marcus Semien now up. 302 hitter. Semien started his career back with the White Sox, but obviously best known for his time in Oakland, has improved with his fielding throughout the years. 0-1 pitch inside, 1-1. Had a career year at the plate last season, leading the major leagues in plate appearances. Currently 7th in the American League for hits with 151 and 5th in RBIs. He's also leading the team in RBIs with 92. A very strong game last game. 3 for 4 with a home run, 4 RBIs. But a lot of players had a strong game last game for the Oakland A's. Big victory over the Indians. That one's hit right back up the middle. Semien's on with the single. Speaking of last game, it was a huge victory for them over the Indians. In their past 2 games, they won with a score of 13-1 over the Indians. And Bieber getting shelled early on, had to be taken out. Three-hitter, DH, Chris Davis. 33 home runs on the season, first on the Athletics, and has been the epitome of the DH. Does everything he needs to do when it comes to power. Doesn't really see him hit the field that often. Even have in my notes DH. I don't even have a position for him because they use him as a DH in almost every situation. Runner on first here after the single. 1-0 pitch outside, 2-0. Taking a look at the Oakland A's lineup. Jonathan Villar playing second base. Marcus Semien in short. Chris Davis batting DH and batting third. Pickoff over at first, and Semien was going to steal. Play at second base, and he is out at second base. Great throw and great recognition by Steven Matz. Tough to do it against a lefty there, and he decided to go when the throw was made over at first. Rosario with a nice tag, dropping the glove in front of the bag. No way Semien was getting around that. And now 2 outs here in the bottom of the first. 2-0 pitch, and that one's dribbled over the head of Matz. Rosario stumbles with the ball. Hits off his glove there behind the pitcher, and Davis is on. That one's going to be marked an E6 towards Ned Rosario. Looks like he just couldn't feel that one there. Made a great play, dropping that glove in front of the bag. And now another runner on first base with Matt Olson up to bat. He's batting fourth and the first baseman here. Then Matt Chapman batting fifth over at third base. Kana over in left field. Laureano playing center. Pinder in right. Austin Allen rounding it off as the 9-hitter and the catcher. 0-1 pitch to Olson. That one's low, 1-1.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Olson a .264 hitter. Power numbers obviously there for almost all this Oakland A's team. 25 home runs on the season. Did struggle last game, however, in the big victory. One of the only players that didn't get a hit.
The count is 1 and 2.
0 for 4. With a walk and 2 strikeouts. 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. And Matz with a nice breaking ball there. The Mets still lead here, 1-0. We'll head to the top of the second. Stay with us on ML Baseball.
Leading off for the Mets.
Welcome you back. J.D. Davis stepping into the batter's box here in the top of the second inning. Thank you for joining us on ML Baseball. Davis last season was a superstar in Citi Field. If he was playing a home game, he almost guaranteed to hit a home run or definitely have a productive day, as Davis was almost unstoppable in his home stadium last season. He had a great OPS and also great batting average, over 350. 0-1. That one swung and a miss. Now 0-2. Good slider there by Montas, breaking at 89 miles per hour. 0-2 pitch to Davis. That one swung on, hit foul into the expansive foul territory here in Oakland. Obviously, the Oakland Raiders no longer in Oakland, now in Las Vegas. Swung on and missed. 95 two-seamer coming in by the letters. Davis's eyes lit up there.
The center field.
Big swing and a miss. Ball right in his blind spot for the first out. Now up Brandon Nimmo. Another focal point of this Mets outfield.
0-1.
Great fielder over in center. Has a career high right now. 51 RBIs. And it's tough to do that often, especially in the 7th spot. Usually we'll find him in the 1 and 9. That one's hit over towards Olsen at first. Easy play for him, and a 3 unassisted. Second out here in the top of the second.
Batting eighth, the designated hitter, Robinson Cano.
Montas had one bad pitch to Pete Alonso, but so far has stayed pretty steady here in the second inning. Robinson Cano now up to bat. Some may say his best years are behind him with the Yankees and the Mariners. Now with the Mets holding his large contract. Many have to wonder what's his future with this team, especially in real-life baseball, with Jimenez making moves in the infield. So this surprisingly Luis Guillorme. Cano still with the starting role here. And Botball is the DH in this one. Two-0 pitch to Cano. Swings at that one, rips it foul. First base coach Tony DeFrancesco definitely having to do some dances out there in the first base coach's box. Check swings at one close. That's called a ball. 3-1. William Contreras on deck. Hitters count here for Robinson Cano. 2 outs here in the top of the second. Montas kicks and deals, and a ball right down the heart of the plate. Cano looked like he was taking all the way there. Full count pitch. And inside for ball 4. Runner will now be on first base as the youngster William Contreras comes up to bat. Contreras, this is his rookie season. Venezuelan native and brother of Chicago Cubs star Wilson Contreras. You all know him. That one's called the strike across the belt, 0-1. Cano on first base, don't expect him to move much. Speed has gone down in the years. Contreras has not hit a home run yet for this Mets team. Montas trying to find the strike zone here after giving up that walk. 1-1 pitch. That one is taken also across the belt, 1-2. I don't know what Contreras is looking at here. 288 hitter. 1-2 pitch. That one's in the dirt. 2-2. Try to catch him with the two-seamer low. Note the balls and strikes here, 15-19. Two-two. And that one is low now. 3-2. Ahmed Rosario's on deck here. Full count pitch. And that one's lifted up in the air, headed towards the gap. Someone might not be able to get it. They won't. Bounces off the wall. And now a runner's coming around to score. Contreras makes it on a double. And the Mets now lead here 2-0.
The batter, number 1. Shortstop.
Third double from Contreras, and that ball stayed in the air for a while. It almost stuck in no man's land between Laureano and Pinder. No one can get to that one. Bounces off the wall. Cano comes around to score. The Mets double their lead here. Ahmed Rosario hits one through the infield. Contreras stays at third base, and now runners on the corners here. for Jeff McNeil.
The batter, number 6.
And looks like Montas is going to get a talking to, and he might be hurt. They waved over towards the bullpen area, and it looks like he's okay. He did wave over to somebody. That's why I speculated there. Jeff McNeil now to bat. That one's popped up. Chapman running after it, but he makes the catch before it drops in the infield. William Contreras hits a nice one to right center field, right into no man's land, and draws in the run. Mets lead here 2-0. We're head to the bottom of the second. Welcome you back, Matt Chapman.
The third
Back here
baseman,
for
Matt
Oakland A's.
Chapman.
They're going to have to do some work here early. Down 2 in the bottom of the second inning. We mentioned earlier, coming off a big victory, 13-1 versus Cleveland. One of their aces, Shane Bieber, as well on the mound. Steven Matz dealing here early. Oh, 1 pitch from Matt. That one's low, 1-1. Matt Chapman, 2-time Gold Glover, All-Star last season. Excelled offensively last season, hitting 36 home runs. This season he stands at 27 home runs. An elite defender. And we saw it earlier back in the first inning. First ball put in play of the game was by Rosario, where he stabbed it. Ball went right to him in that hot corner. 1-2 pitch. He chops at that one. That will go foul. We'll do it again, 1-2. Contreras sets up low. That one's hit over towards counterpart Davis at third for the first out here in the bottom half of the second inning.
Batting 6, the left fielder, Mark Canha.
Mark Canha getting a career-high 29 home runs at this point of the season. And he's known for his big bat flips that he has. If he does hit a home run, that one's going far. Might have had the distance if it stayed fair, but hooks foul of the left field foul pole. 0-1 to Canha. That one's called a strike across the knees, 0-2. Canha spent his whole career with the A's. 0-2 pitch. That one's lofted over towards Nimmo. He'll settle himself underneath it for the second out.
Batting 7, the center fielder, number 22.
Ramon Laureano for the Oakland A's. Had a great game last game. And 4 for 5, 4 RBIs, and 3 home runs. Couldn't keep any ball he hit in the park. He was really launching them last game. 1-0 pitch. That one is ripped over and foul. Some people know him for his ability in the outfield with his arm. His glove has struggled, has had a tough time fielding, but definitely has a strong arm, able to throw people out from third to home. 2-1 pitch, outside 3-1. Chad Pinder on deck. Three-one pitch from Matz. Kicks and deals. Swing and a miss. That one came in tight. Notice that sinker going at 92. Uses it almost as his fastball. That one's hit over and past Rosario. For a nice strong piece of hitting from Laureano. Getting on with 2 outs. This swing here got his arms extended. Wasn't able to lift the ball that far. Got it out of the infield for a nice single. Now Chad Pinder up to bat. Hasn't played much this season. Has been on and off the field with injuries and Mostly relying on a bench roll. Thing to note the 181 batting average. Debuted with the A's back in 2016. Struggled to stay in the majors as well.
0-1.
Runner on first now. 0-1 pitch, 2 outs. That one's called outside 1-1. Pinder playing more of a utility role for the Oakland A's. Put him in many places.
Outside, that's
Play
a ball.
second, third, anywhere in the outfield. Say they have him in right. Two-one pitch. Chopped close to the catcher Contreras. He'll be able to make a play on it, and he's out at first. Closer than I thought, but either way, the out is made. We'll head to the top of the third. Mets still lead here 2-0 on ML Ball. Welcome you back. Pete Alonso coming up for the New York Mets. 1-for-1 in this one with a moonshot of a home run to left center field. What a blast it was. One mistake by Frankie Montas, and that ball was out of here. That one's called a strike, high and tight, 0-1. Now he's tied at 31 home runs with Mike Conforto for first on the team.
1-1.
That one's low. Now 1-1. Pete Alonso. So many great things you could say about him. Been a movement for this Mets team, especially back in his rookie season, where a lot of people down the dumps back in May and June and came out with the LFGM phrase. And it changed everything for the Mets organization. They turned it around towards July and August after the All-Star break. It became a completely different team than before the All-Star break, but that's sort of the story with the New York Mets. Pete Alonso's going to strike out here. That ball breaking right below his knees for Montas' second strikeout of the game. Here's Mike Conforto. He walked in his previous at-bat. And this one is lifted pretty far. Laureano is going to settle underneath it, however, for the second out. First pitch swinging from Conforto. Don't see that often, but he does it there to no avail.
The left fielder, number 52, Yoenis Cespedes.
Montas sitting at 43 pitches as Yoenis Cespedes steps up to bat. Cespedes obviously no longer playing with the New York Mets team in 2020. Currently no New York Mets baseball is being played in real life. So the only place you're catching Mets baseball is right here on ML Ball. So definitely fun to see, especially now that they're winning here 2-0. Mets this season on Ball haven't had the best season. 58-69, 19 games back on the Washington Nationals. Definitely looking to improve, but pitching has been an issue outside of Jacob deGrom. That one is hit right back up the middle, and Cespedes is on with a single. Strong piece of hitting there by Yoenis Cespedes, able to muscle that one past the pitcher. Note where this pitch was on the outside part of the plate. Whip that bat around. Here's J.D. Davis, also a big part of that 2019 team, as you mentioned earlier. This season, now trying to find a role with the team going forward, trying to play multiple positions, put him at third, put him in left field, wherever you can play him, because you need to have his bat in the lineup. That's why I think the DH helps so much, especially for the New York Mets. You get to have him in the lineup. Also don't get to sacrifice fielding. You get to see that with the New York Mets in real life, with Jimenez and with Guillorme playing in the infield, and then having Cano at DH, where you don't have to sacrifice the glove there. 0-2. That one's hit over towards Chapman. VR with the force out at second base. That's 3 outs. And we'll head to the bottom of the third. New York still with the lead here, 2-0 on ML Ball. Allen, VR, Simeon coming up. We welcome you back. Heidi Watney joining us. First time this game. Good to see her. Always great to see Heidi Watney but she'd like to tell you to donate to Meals on Wheels, supports more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. This network serves virtually every community in America and enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. Now's a better time than ever to donate to Meals on Wheels. Hit that PayPal button in the Twitch description or type in ! Donate. Austin Allen up to bat. 258 hitter. And for a catcher, that's semi-impressive. 2 for 4 last game. Debuted for the Padres last season and was traded over in that Profar trade. And known for hitting pretty well in the minor leagues, 296, but has struggled here in the majors, batting a career total of 215. This season's obviously going to help now that he is at 258. 11 home runs on the season along with 33 RBIs. 1-1 pitch from Matz. That one is low and inside. Not called a strike. 2-1. Allen rips that one down the first base line. It's fair. Running after it is Conforto. Going to try to make a play at second base. Only one speed, and he is safe as the throw is offline. Allen, choo-choo training around the bases. I hope we get a replay of it here. Yes, we will. So he makes a good turn around that first base bag, and only one speed. You don't really see a lot of doubles coming out of that, especially down the foul lines. But he found it there. Allen makes his way over to second base for a double. Now back to the top of the lineup. Jonathan Villar is up to bat. Matz tries to get him swinging there early with the curveball. No avail. 1-0. Matz checks on Allen. 1-0 pitch outside. 2-0. Good job, Contreras, getting to that pitch. A little haywire there. Villar, 3 runs in his last 3 games. 2-0 pitch in the dirt. Now 3-0. Contreras trying to settle down Matz. There's a new catcher to this team. Relatively new. Communication between pitcher and catcher has been extraordinary. Contreras doing a great job. That one's called a strike. I believe on the pitch, Villar did try to check swing there, but I don't think he went around from my angle. But now 3-2. Umpire calling that inside part of the plate corner there for the right-handed hitters throughout most of this game. And that one going to be ball 4 on the outside part of the plate. Putting catch and swinging there after going inside twice. Now the runners on first and second with Marcus Simeon coming up. Simeon hit a single in his previous at-bat back in the first inning. He's then picked off over at second base as he ran away from first when Matt stepped off the mound, trying to pick him off at first. Ended up being caught at second. That one's called a strike. Once again, that inside corner, and Contreras likes it. Note on the right-hand corner of your screen, last 5 games. Had double and 7 RBIs. 0-1 pitch. That one is slapped foul now. 0-2. That's might be trying to go for a ground ball here. As we mentioned earlier, his strikeout numbers aren't the best. That one is a ground ball. 4, 6, 3 double play. The runner will move over to third, but there's 2 outs here in the bottom of the third.
The batter, number 2, designated hitter, Chris.
Take a look at this pitch. Bottom of the zone. Swings down at the baseball. That one slaps all the way over towards McNeil. Flips it over for an easy out at second. And a close play at first, but Lonzo able to make a good reach there. Chris Davis now up. Runner on third base. That one's hit right back up the middle. Matz had a duck, but a run will come and score. Deficit is cut in half here, and the Mets Still up, but now 2-1.
First baseman, Matz.
Good piece of hitting there by Chris Davis. Oakland fans are happy about it. They're now on the board. Davis on with a single. Still 2 outs here. Matt Olson up to bat. Struck out back in the first inning. Struck out on a good pitch by Matz too. Note his batting stance. That bat waggles out away from his body. And he loads up nice and tight. Compacting himself. One of the main reasons why he's able to hit 27 home runs this season. That one's fouled away. Now 2-1. Runner on first here. 2 outs. Outside. 3-1. Matt Chapman is on deck. Talked about this in the previous game, but a lot of Matz, a lot of M names on this team. Could get them confused every once in a while, but they all play at an elite level. Rather have that than just continuous confusion. Full count to Olson. And that one's lifted up in the air. That one's going far. Conforto dives for it, can't make the play. Davis rounds third. He's headed home. There's going to be a play at the plate. Safe, and this ball game is tied. Great effort by Conforto in right field. Olson is marked with the double, his 27th of the season. But he could just not wrangle it in there in right field. Conforto with the great effort, but just couldn't wrangle it in. Runner on second here for Chapman. That one's low, 1-0. Davis did a great job as well, going from first to home. No hesitation with 2 outs. That one's into the lap of Contreras. They'll have a little time there. 1-1. Olson putting some good wood on it and putting it in the spot that Conforto just couldn't reach. Hit off his glove and might have been his wrist there as he sold out for that ball. 1-2 pitch. That one's fouled back. Do it again, 1-2. Matz kicks and deals, and that one jammed him. Rosario going back on it, and he'll catch it. This game has just changed its colors. But now tied here at 2 apiece at the bottom of the third. We'll head to the top of the fourth for some more awesome ML baseball. Welcome you back. Taking a good look at Oakland Coliseum. Wonder how much longer the Oakland A's will be here now that Raiders have left. A new stadium supposedly in the works. Taking a look at the Mets here. In Luis Rojas, his rookie season hasn't gone exactly how he wanted it to go. There are some highlights, many lowlights of this season. Injuries have been an issue for this Mets team. Noah Syndergaard, Marcus Stroman, a couple players that are not currently pitching in this rotation. Brandon Nimmo up to bat. Montas had 50 pitches here in the top of the fourth. That one's outside, 1-1. Montas has pitched a consistent game here. Hasn't allowed too much trouble. Nimmo rips this one hard. And strong swing from Nimmo. Don't see these power swings from him that often. But he puts good one on that one. 1-2. And he swings and misses at a splitter. Dropping out a few feet before he could swing at it. Just could not touch that one. Going to take a look here at the Road to the Show report, looking at the minor leagues for the Oakland A's. The Aviators defeated the Aces, and the Rockhounds lost to the Drillers. Great names in the minor leagues. Great names. Don't see many great names like that in majors. That one's a strike going 1 to Robinson Cano. He walked back in the second inning. Had some injury issues last season. And right when he was starting to get hot for the New York Mets, unfortunate situation, but I feel like if he was with any other team, he would have spent his time on the IL and waited it out, but he wanted to come back as fast as possible to be with this young Mets group that was exciting and ready to play ball. And even though the Mets did not make the postseason last year, they did have a very exciting summer, to say the least. 1-2 pitch, and it hits Cano. Turned away from it, so it didn't get him that bad. A lot of muscle back there. But he'll head to first base on the hit by pitch. Now William Contreras steps up to bat 1 for 1 with a double in his previous at-bat. And this one is also hit hard, but no. Going to be caught by Pinder. And Cano will stay at first base.
The batter, number 1.
Strong piece of hitting by Contreras, and it always impresses me. For a guy so young, power hasn't come yet for him, and he's still able to launch the ball. Just knows how to hit it at the right angles. Stepping up to bat, it's Med Rosario, 1 for 2 with a single back in the second inning. Runner on first base here, that's Robinson Cano. Robinson Cano came around to score back in the second inning. That was the Mets' second run. But that came off of a long double from Contreras. Rosario going to have to do the same thing here if he wants to score Cano from first. Rosario does have the whole lineup behind him. 1-0 pitch. Inside, look close. Not called there. 2-0. Both pitchers here cruising through this game have had a couple hiccups here and there, but the score is still relatively low here in the top of the fourth. This will head to 3-0 here. And I think every time you see a 3-0 count nowadays, you look at it and you wonder, do you swing? Do you not swing? I think here is a good situation to swing if that one was in the strike zone, but it's not. Rosario will be on first base after that walk. Cano moves over to second, and Jeff McNeil comes up with a runner in scoring position. Talking about that 3-0 count, and Fernando Tatis, and I guess now dubbed Slam Diego. Great name, by the way, great name. A lot of San Diego fans should be happy with that ball club. Very young, and I think that's exactly what Machado wanted, to go with a young club. And even though he's getting paid that $300 million, he's with a young team that is ready to make a push, and smarter than a lot of us. Jeff McNeil, 1-0 pitch, 2 out, swings at that one. Tough swing at that. Looked like he was looking for a pitch inside. The two-seamer broke out and away from him. Now 1-1 to McNeil. McNeil in the sophomore season. Up there in age a little bit for a sophomore, 28 years old. That one's inside 2-1. And nowadays that we see all these players coming up, like the Juan Sotos of the world, you think these rookies are supposed to come out at the age of 19 and win a World Series at 21. Not always. Soto is a special case and definitely deserves all that he's earned. Big bat over there in Washington. Swings at that one high. 97 two-seamer. That's working really well for him. Has been working for him well since the first inning. Keeps that up. Could get a strikeout here against a man that doesn't strike out that often, Jeff McNeil. 2-2. Runners on first and second. And he dribbles that one close towards the catcher in foul territory. He'll do it again, 2-2. And he lifts that one into foul territory towards the Oakland A's bullpen. No one's going to get it at that one. Connors did make an attempt, but so much foul territory here. It's almost guaranteed to drop. 2-2. And he lifts that one once again. But Kana able to range himself towards it for the final out here in the top half of the fourth. We'll head to the bottom half. Kana, Laureano, Pinder, all coming up for the Oakland A's right here in ML Buffalo. welcome you back. Beautiful night here in Oakland. Heidi Watney once again, third hit of the ball game. Doing work, deserving a paycheck, definitely. Putting her work in here. Speaking of that Coliseum, came into Oakland in 1966. And at the time, a lot of people were excited because it was the Oakland Coliseum. Got to see your teams play in California. Oakland A's were a great team at the time, and obviously in the 70s they made their big push. Now this stadium is reaching 60 years of age. Hasn't held to the test of time. Med Rosario be able to field that one from Kana. Throw it at first for the first out here. And not holding up to the test of time is something that the Oakland A's have been accustomed to past few years, making the playoffs and trying to make a big push in the wild card and doing great all season, being stuck behind the Houston Astros. I only wonder what could have been. This one is hit over to J.D. Davis. He'll make the play for the second out. Quick outs in succession here for Steven Matz, good for his pitch count. Sitting at 58 here in the bottom of the fourth. Chad Pinder now to bat. Also have to wonder, now with things changing in Major League Baseball and all sports, now might be a time for expansion for Major League Ball. Not usually used to hearing that, the word expansion for Major League Baseball. Already got 30 teams, that a good number of them. Maybe putting a team in the East and a team in the West could do it. It would be something to think about somewhere in the Carolinas. Maybe put some team in Las Vegas. The words Portland and Sacramento have been tossed around. Cities that are booming now with sports. Now all the infield gets ground balls except Pete Alonso. He gets to catch all of them. So all three outs here are ground balls. We'll head to the top of the fifth. Game tied here, 2 apiece. Alonso, Conforto, Cespedes coming up in New York Mets. Welcome you back.
The first baseman,
Pete Alonso up to bat here. We all remember that home run back in the first inning. Fans are barely in their seats, grabbing their hot dogs and sodas. Game is already 1-0 because of the bat of Pete Alonso. Montas still in this game, 71 pitches, but the bullpen is warming up. Paul Blackburn and Chris Bassett, 2 righties for the Oakland A's. Pete Alonso obviously never got to play in Shea. Closed down back, final season being in 2008. But once again, that was needed at the time. See, stadium was built back in 64, I believe. That one's grounded over towards Chapman. And he makes the play over at first. A lot of ground balls here in Oakland.
the right fielder, number 30, Michael
Chapman, very sure with his glove. Talked about it earlier. 2-time Gold Glover. Went to high school with Nolan Arenado. And I've said this a couple times, but you have to wonder who taught who what. Did Chapman teach Arenado how to field well? Did Arenado help Chapman out? Was it just both of them being very good and talented enough to make it to the major league level? I can only imagine being a high school student facing both of those that day if you were the pitcher. Tough day of social studies and math class and geometry, and have to go out and face two future MLB stars. Fordo swings at that one, 1-2. One-two pitch from Montas. And this one's lifted up in the air. Laureano going back on it. Can it go? Yes, it will. A home run from Mike Conforto, his 32nd of the season, retaking the lead from Pete Alonso for now leading the team in home runs. A 411-foot shot to dead center. And Laureano went back on it. And I thought he almost made the catch there. Definitely jumped for it. If you've seen him make those catches before, we get a nice replay of it here. Jumps up at the wall, almost perfect timing, but right over his glove. A couple inches taller, he might have made that catch. Laureano with the good effort. But either way, the Mets lead here, 3-2 in the top of the fifth. Yoenis Cespedes now to bat. Conforto with a nice home run there to dead center. And one of the swings you can only get from a left-handed hitter, so pure from him. You can only imagine his future aligning very closely with Christian Yelich's career back in Miami. And then ended up having his breakout with the Brewers, a game that we saw just previously. We saw Christian Yelich be able to perform, and Conforto possibly could have something of a Christian Yelich type of career. The question is, will it be with the New York Mets? Contract coming up soon in a couple of years, and you have to wonder if Conforto's time in his prime will be in Citi Field or somewhere else. Yoenis Cespedes' future also in question with the New York Mets. They were able to restructure his contract, so the burden of a $30 million contract with someone not playing isn't hanging over their head, able to get it down to around $10 million, but still not playing in real-life baseball. We are able to see him here on Bot Ball, so if you're a Cespedes fan, here's your chance. 2-2, one out here. That one is ripped over to Chapman, and he's able to field that one there, throw it over to Olsen. Hot corner for a reason. Said it a couple times this game. And Chapman usually plays more back, plays closer towards the grass because it is the hot corner. Got to be able to field those. Montas, a couple mistakes in this game here and there, but throughout has pitched pretty decent. J.D. Davis now to bat. He found his way out of Houston. Found his way into a New York Mets uniform, and one of the fan favorites. This one's popped over to Pinder. Easy play for him. But Michael Conforto, dead center field. Kissed that one goodbye, right by that Holy Toledo sign. We're going to head to the bottom of the fifth. A's trailing here, 2-3.
Leading off for the A's, the catcher.
Welcome you back to a beautiful night in Oakland. Austin Allen up to bat for the Oakland A's. The Matz, as you mentioned, 61 pitches here thus far. And last season was one of his better years in the majors. Finished 11-10, his first winning record since 2016. But the home run ball in the first inning was always an issue for Steven Matz. He could not get out the first inning. His ERA numbers were completely different from the first inning to the rest of the game. But he would have his moments of brilliance. Pitched to Maddox last season versus the San Francisco Giants. Matz has a ton of potential. Just needs to rein it in. And his left-handed arm, sometimes it's difficult, especially out in the NL East, who have a bunch of hitters so tuned into hitting these left-handed pitchers. That one's on a full count. Jonathan Villar on deck. At one point last season, he was the fifth starter for the Mets on a stacked rotation. Now is the two behind DeGrom. That one is ripped foul. And you could argue in real-life baseball that he is the three behind Peterson, who has pitched phenomenally in his rookie year, having some injury issues. That one is low. Matz going to walk Allen here. You can argue that Peterson is that two. But Matz sure does have a fire at this point in the season of trying to step up, or else he might no longer find himself in the Mets uniform. Jonathan Villar up to bat. And he found his way over to Oakland recently in trade this season, this Bot Ball season. Was with the Miami Marlins. Well, pitch, that one is grounded over towards Davis. 5-4-3 double play, and they got the speedy Villar out at first base. Don't see that too often, getting the leadoff hitter out there. But the double plays have been working today for the New York Mets. You're going to get a good replay of it here. Davis fielded that one nicely. And McNeil was able to fire this one over. Let's check this out. almost off balance. Alonso, great reach as well. That's doing a great job today with the double plays. Marcus Simeon up to bat. 1 for 2 in this one. Simeon had a single back in the first inning, then grounded into a double play in the third. No pitch. That one is hit. Alonso fields it in fair territory. He'll step on the back 3, unassisted. No runs come across here, but head to the top of the 6th. New York still leads here, 3-2. Nimmo, Cano, Contreras coming up.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
Welcome you back. And to the line,
Number 58,
Montas. Now Paul Blackburn going to toe the rubber here for Oakland A's. 2.23 ERA. Second best in this bullpen.
Center fielder, number 9.
And he has 2 holds on the season. 121 whip. Brandon Nimmo up to bat. Blackburn was drafted by the Cubs back in 2012. Spent most of his career in the major leagues with arm injuries. Struggled to stay healthy, but now you can see what he does when he is healthy. Plays at a tremendous rate. One of the focal points here in Oakland. One of the main reasons as well why this team is so successful in the AL West. That one is grounded over towards Olsen for the first out.
Now batting, designated hitter, Robinson Cano.
Robinson Cano up to bat. Hasn't had an official at-bat in this game. He was walked back in the second and was hit by pitch back in the fourth. Didn't get it too hard. Right in the backside. Athletics bullpen warming up continuously. Wendelken and Pettit both throwing. 0-1 to Cano. That one's inside 1-1. Mets up here 3-2. Mike Conforto making things exciting back in the 5th inning.
Ball, that's inside.
A lot of people forget about Cano's accolades. 2-time Gold Glover, 5-time Silver Slugger. And this one is hit high and far, going by the show sign. Will it go? Yes, it will, over the wall. Robinson Cano with his 18th home run of the season, going over the tall walls here in Oakland. Wow, what a shot by him. And I mentioned his Silver Slugger accolades, and he still has some of it. And this is the main reason why he fits so well at the DH position. Take a look at this replay here. Boom. Didn't go far, but it went over the wall there. 381. And the Mets lead here 4-2 after a big fly from Robinson Cano. Heard me talk bad about him earlier. But he still got it. He still has the power. Question is, how consistent will he be with the power? William Contreras now at about 1 for 2. Rookie has been very impressive playing in the Mets uniform. This one's popped over to VR for the second out.
Now batting, shortstop, Ahmed Rosario.
Ahmed Rosario now up to bat. Had a single back in the second inning and was walked in the fourth. Now here in the 6th, looking to do some more damage off of Blackburn.
No, that's down.
That one's low 2-0. Blackburn got that pop out to Contreras. Now let's see if he could settle down here once again to Ahmed Rosario. That one's high 3-0. A little erratic with his pitches with Jeff McNeil on deck. .30 pitch. Outside, and that's going to be a walk. Runner on first here with Jeff McNeil coming up to bat.
Number 6.
And the rest of the lineup to follow. 2 outs here in the top of the 6th. McNeil currently leading the team in average and OPS. He was an all-star last season. And now is another big moment for him. First pitch swinger, so we could see some action early.
Ball, that's inside.
Not good enough to swing at, however. That one's inside 1-0. Curveball coming in at 79 miles per hour on the inside part of the plate.
Nope.
Slide step there, by Blackburn. Have to watch out for Ahmed Rosario over there at first base. Did have a tough time stealing last season. Was caught stealing 10 times. Tied for Major League record that season. This one's grounded over to VR. Easy play for the third out here in the top half of the 6th inning. But big DH. Robinson Cano able to put a nice charge into that ball. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th. Mets lead here 4-2. Speaking of power, here's Chris Davis. 1 for 2 in this game. Had a single back in the 3rd inning. We talked about DHs and how important they are to the American League and what they're able to do. And I don't think a lot of people were able to recognize that, how it would help baseball as a whole. Taking a look at the Mets bullpen. Mark 1-0 pitch. Inside, 2-0. And inside once again, 3-0. So now, Matt's struggling here a bit. Only at 75 pitches here in the bottom of the 6th. 3-0. And that is a 4-pitch walk to a 3-hitter, Davis.
Now batting, the first baseman, Matz.
Not what you want to start the inning, especially with the big ends coming up for Oakland A's. Matt Olson now up. That one is ripped foul. Runner on first here with no outs in the bottom of the 6th. 0-1 pitch. That one's outside. 1-1. Needs to find the strike zone here. Does have a 2-run lead, but tying run is Matt Olson. That one swung at. Great pitch there by Matz. A sinker breaking away from Olson there. One and two. Inside. Now 2-2. Olson being patient here. He needs to watch out for the away pitch. There is that away pitch, not swung at. Now full count with a runner on first here. Matt Chapman is on deck. Olson has 73 RBIs on the season. Third on the Oakland A's. That one is hit. Go to McNeil. 4-6-3 double play. A good job turning that one for the New York Mets. The third double play of the game.
The third baseman.
They sure should be proud of themselves getting out of jams quickly because of their great defense. Take a look at this one more time. McNeil able to make the play easily. Not as close to the bag as usual. Had to throw that one over. Rosario sure with his arm. Take a look at the Mets bullpen. Seth Lugo and Jeurys Familia both warming up. 2 setup men. Matt's doing his job here. Now with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. I believe this could be a different story depending on the outcome of the previous at-bat. Could also change in this at-bat. 2-0 now after that pitch outside. Matt's trying to work with that sinker. It's worked a couple times, but mostly to the left-handed hitters. That one's now 3-0. Marcana is on deck. Second time this inning we've seen a 3-0 count. Matz can't find the strike zone. Below the knees of Chapman. And he'll be on with the walk. Marcana coming up. I might see Matz getting a little taxed here. Only had 86 pitches, but pacing around the mound. Weather isn't too hot here in Oakland. Start of the game was only 56 degrees. Could be getting a little cooler. Kind of on a 6-game hitting streak. No. Swung on and fouled over towards the Mets bullpen. Got to be careful over there. The pitcher's backs are towards the batter. Any balls coming in that direction. Could be dangerous. That was hit right back up the middle. Nimmo goes for that ball. And he'll easily be able to field it. Throws it into Rosario. Now runners on first and second here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. Mets bullpen changed here once again. No longer the setup men, now the middle relievers. That was Shreve and Melanson. Laureano up 1 for 2 in this game. But a big fly here. But once again, change how everyone is looking at it. And Davis with a great grab. Right into his glove. Catches it on the fly. No run score from Oakland, and we'll head to the top of the 7th. Mets still leading here, 4-2.
Leading off for the Mets. The first
Big grab there by Davis as Pete Alonso steps up to bat for his 4th at-bat of the ballgame here in the 7th inning. Blackburn still on the mound. Gave up that home run to Cano last inning. Montas didn't last long in this one as the runs started to stack up a bit for the Mets. That one's fouled away 1-1. Lonzo has struggled as of late, swinging at the breaking ball. See it there as that one breaks towards the bottom of the zone. Now 1-2. Might go for it again. He swings at that breaking pitch low, but does make contact. That was a slider there coming in at 83. 1-2 pitch. And no swing at that breaking ball inside. Curveball coming in at 76 miles per hour, so even slowing down the pace even more. Lonzo does rip that one and will land in for a single. Pinder gets to it. Able to muscle that one towards the opposite field with the shift being played.
The right fielder, number 30.
Take a look at this replay here, inside out. He uses his strength that we all know Polar Bear Pete has just to muscle that pitch to the opposite field. Here's Mike Conforto. I'm still warming up for the Oakland A's. That one's fouled away 0-1. Had that solo shot back in the 5th inning. Power is definitely with this Mets team as of late. Saw that last game, and we see it here as Laureano makes a catch. That one was hard hit, but he didn't have to move much towards it. Only imagine the exit velocity off of that bat. See a replay here, and it's moving fast in slow-mo. Laureano ran right towards it. Was able to catch that one on a liner. 1 out here in the top of the 7th inning. Here's Yoenis Cespedes. Cespedes had a single back in the 3rd inning. And as we mentioned earlier, before the All-Star break, he was really struggling with his bat. Couldn't get anything going. You can only imagine it's from that extended time off and continuous injuries. This one is hit over to foul territory. The ball boy will grab it. Now 0-2. Whereas pick it up in the second half and can imagine he's getting himself into mid-season form. That one is hit back towards the netting. We'll do it again, 0-2. But this is expected for that batting average to come up. And now when you've seen plenty of pitchers around the major leagues get back in the rhythm. And he swings and misses at a 91 four-seamer. That expecting something low, possibly a breaking ball. Take a look at this swing here. And he just swung right underneath that one. He'll go sit down. That is his second strikeout of the game. J.D. Davis ropes that one towards the center fielder. He'll be able to get to that one easily. But now runners on first and second here. Davis first pitch swinging.
Now batting.
Catching him off guard. That ball did slide, but it didn't slide enough.
Your attention, please.
And now that will be the end of the line for Blackburn.
Number 35.
Jake Diekman now up, towing the rubber for the Oakland A's. 3.40 ERA on the season. Spent some time with Phillies, Rangers, Diamondbacks, and Royals. Tied for the MLB leading holds last season. Oakland A's down here, not a hold situation, but situation to get out of for sure. Oakland A's fans getting hyped up here. This is a big moment. Brandon Nimmo up to bat. Runners on first and second here in the top of the 7th inning. 2 outs. First pitch from Diekman. And odd windup, if you will. As you can see here, he's almost going sideways towards first base and then hooks his way over. VR able to field that one. No runs come across for the New York Mets. And Nimmo grounds out to second base. Head to the bottom of the 7th inning, folks. Get ready to stretch. Welcome you back. Chassim Shreve now going to be up for the New York Mets. Has a 6.63 ERA on the season. Shreve made his MLB debut back in 2014. Spent some time with Braves, Yankees, and St. Louis Cardinals. Has a career ERA of 3.72. Has struggled to stay in the majors from time to time. Surprising with that ERA. But you can see here this season he has had his struggles, but the Mets are just testing out almost everything here as the season has gone to the wayside. Now 4th in the NL East, and would have to beg for a wild card spot. These are big games for the Oakland A's, however, as they need to keep on winning to keep pace, as Moriano having a good swing there. And we're going right past Rosario. Excuse me. My apologies. That one goes right past Rosario. Good swing there. Austin Allen now up. Good pitch there. Splitter breaking down. Runner on first base after that single. Allen had a double. He's also walked back in the 5th inning. 0-1. And that one's called a strike. Right across the knees there. It might be the lower half of the knees. Allen doesn't like it that much, but now 0-2 with a runner on first. No outs here. Outside, good waist pitch. Trying to get Allen to chase. Now 1-2. And that one's lifted up into the air. Cespedes running after it. And he makes the catch by the 367 sign. Had to track it down a little bit. And Cespedes has never been known for his glove, known for his arm. Able to catch that one there. Trailing backwards. Sometimes the toughest ones are the ones coming right towards you. You can't really judge it on an angle. Here's Jonathan Villar. Grounded out into a double play his previous at bat. Mets would love to do the same thing here. See in the right-hand corner of your screen, grounded into 3 double plays. Oakland A's definitely have had the opportunities in this one. Just have not had the best luck of where that baseball rolls. Defense for the Mets, it's been superb here. Conforto did give up a run when he tried to dive for a baseball, but did make the great effort. 1-1 pitch to VR. That one's outside 2-1. Mets in their blue uniforms always seem to perform well. Something about the victory blues that really get to them. That one is hit into a double play. The 4th double play of the ball game. VR's second that he's grounded into this one. That one went to McNeil, Rosario, Alonso. And wow. Mets defense on fire here tonight. We'll head to the top of the 8th. See what the bats can do.
Leading off to the Mets, the designated hitter,
Robinson Cano up to bat. Eye off the home run that he hit previously back in the 6th inning. Now facing a lefty here. Has not hit against lefties great. I've seen that throughout most of all of his career, and sometimes the lefty on lefty matchup is a tough thing to do. Beekman has the advantage here, but throws that one outside 1-1. 35,000 fans in attendance. So 35,000 fans in attendance, not 35. That would be a little sad for an Oakland A's game, especially how well they're playing. And 9 fans in attendance here for ML Bop Ball. I know real baseball's back, but we appreciate you for staying with us here on ML Bop Ball. Definitely having a great time. Broadcaster League stuff also coming soon. That should be a fun one to get to see us play and get to see me play. Love them to do the show. That one's popped up. Chapman was still underneath it in foul territory for the out. William Contreras up to bat. If you like what you're seeing here on ML Bop Ball, donate to Meals on Wheels. Supports more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. The network serves every community in America and enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. Now is a better time than ever to donate to Meals on Wheels. Click that PayPal button in the Twitch description or type in !donate in the Twitch chat. 1-0 pitch is hit. Simeon will get towards it and throw over the first on an off-balance throw. Get the second out here in the top of the 8th. One thing I'm proud of in this game, I haven't messed up my scorebook yet, and I seem to do it almost every game where I'll miss a batter or I'll mark it down as not looking for a second or just missed it for whatever reason. But I'm doing good so far. We're in the 8th inning. Let's try not to jinx anything, but I'd like to let you all know at home that I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Here on a solo call. Supposed to be here with Jeremy Goldstein, but he got caught up in another issue, but we'll leave that for another day. I'll let him hear about it later. He's let me hear about it a couple times, so it's okay. He lets me off the hook. Matt Rosario, 1-1 pitch. That one's low, 2-1.
Count 2-1.
And that one is hit high, but staying up in the air. Laureano settles himself and will make the catch for the third out here in the top half of the 8th inning. Oakland A's trying to do some work here. Get this lead in front of the Oakland faithful, Simeon Davis Olsen, coming up.
Your attention, please. Now,
Seth Lugo
number 67.
Going to toe the rubber here.
Seth Lugo.
For the New York Mets, 2.19 ERA on the season. Best arm in the bullpen for the New York Mets. No question nowadays to put him in the starting rotation here on Bop Ball. They've done it in real life baseball, so now might be the time to move him there. Doing great this season, 124 whip, and had the same type of road with Gonzalez, where they both were in that starting rotation, both found their way to the bullpen, and Lugo excelled. Gonzalez has obviously fallen and no longer even in this Bop Ball Mets bullpen, but Lugo is a mainstay, sometimes even used as a closer from time to time. Has not registered a save yet this season. Those usually go to Dylan Betances, who is their slotted closer. Betances has performed well this Bop Ball season. Couldn't say the same for his real-life performances. This one is hit and made the catch. Conforto does. He had to track himself down a little bit. He can do it. He's able to get on this course where he needs to. We didn't see him lay it out this game, but an easy catch for him. Simeon sits down for the first out. Here's Chris Davis. 1 for 2 with the single. Lugo has one of the slowest wind-ups I've noticed. It really takes him a good while. Puts the ball over his head, settles by his belt. Takes him a while to deliver the pitch, but when it comes in, it's coming in hot at 96. Good form four-seamer there in the top right-hand corner of the zone. Whatever works for you, Lugo. Been working for him all season. 0-1. That one is swung at. Another gasher there at 95. Davis late on that one. Now Lugo's up 0-2. 0-2 pitch.
Ball, that's out.
Breaker there, trying to get into reach on a curveball. After coming in with the hot stuff, that one stayed high and outside. So now 1-2. Lugo was one of the main pieces also of the 2019 bullpen of last season. After Edwin Diaz had his struggles. And this one is ripped hard. Seemed to time the fastball up well here. Pulls that one into foul territory. So let's see what Lugo does here. Where Contreras sets up. Looks like they're going to go low. And that ball breaks. Lonzo able to field it. And a 3 unassisted. Over at first base for the second out here. Thin on that baseball. That ball broke. He loaded up for it. And just off the end of the bat. Going towards Alonzo there. Matt Olson now up. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Seth Lugo pitching very well here. But now going towards tough stuff. Meat and potatoes here of this Oakland A's lineup. That one's inside but swung at 0-1. Good curveball by Lugo. His speeds vary so well, going from 96, 95 down to that 80 curve.
No ball,
He tunnels them very well too. That's a strike. Nice change up there at 87. Now 0-2. Contreras setting up outside. 0-2 pitch. Not swung at. But 96er on the outside part of the plate. Wilson had a double back in the 3rd inning. Looking to get something going here for Oakland. Does make contact with that one. But fouls it off. We'll do it again. 1-2. Oakland fans are excited. 1-2 pitch from Lugo. Kicks and deals. That one is popped up. Conforto will settle himself underneath it right by the bullpen catchers. And make the catch right on the first base line. End of 8 here. We head to the top of the 9th. The Mets look for some insurance. 2, 3, and 4 coming up right here on ML Ball.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for the
J.D. Wendelken.
Number 57.
Towing the rubber for the Oakland A's. 335 throughout the season. Did pitch 2 innings of work last game, only with 2 strikeouts. So you have to wonder why they're putting him in here. It's only a 2-run ball game. Must be very confident in the bats going forward.
1-0.
That one's outside 1-0. Got to wonder how taxed his arm is as well. Not really known for his stamina either, so he didn't go those. He went those 2 innings. Tough one for him. Given the score as well, they were up by a lot, so having him in there and completing the work that was done by Sean Manaea. This one is hit over to Olson. He'll step on the bag for first out here in the top of the 9th.
Now batting, the first baseman.
Coming up to bat is Pete Alonso. Wendelken was drafted out of Middle Georgia University, the JUCO school. Let's take a look at the replay here. And people were barely in their seats. Get their hot dogs and sodas. home run was already on the board. Pete Alonso back in the first inning. Sending this one way deep. The tall walls in left center field and into the seats. Now back up to bat, 2 for 4 in this one. Came out of JUCO school, Wendell Kim did. Same school as Josh Reddick. So able to produce some talents over there at Middle Georgia University. Drafted by Boston in the 13th round, found his way over to the White Sox, and finally Oakland with some high-value trades, so he's been able to be considered for these trades because he's so good. That one is caught by Chapman on the line. He's done that a couple times this game, right by the breadbasket, but he snagged that one. Michael Conforto up to bat. Also another person in this game with a home run. Hit that one back in the 5th inning. That was a solo shot. Back on Wendelken. He's a person that has been considered for many high trades, and they put him from team to team because he's that good. It's just he can't stay on the team because he's such a valuable trade piece. And out at first base, Simeon makes a nice throw over at first. Ahead to the bottom of the 9th. Oakland have their number. 2 to tie, 3 to win. See what happens in Oakland right here on ML Ball.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Mets.
Coming in for the save opportunity, Dylan Betances. Pitching at 3.72 ERA. Was signed right around Christmas time with the New York Mets. 4-time All-Star, best known for his time with the New York Yankees up in the Bronx. He was diagnosed with a bone spur behind his right shoulder. Tore his Achilles tendon during his season debut last year, and just a bunch of injury issues. Now he's all put back together, if you will, and has put up good save numbers, 26 saves on the season. But the blown save has been an issue. He has 5 blown saves as well. Edwin Diaz, previous closer, has been moved to middle reliever. Surprisingly, also has 4 blown saves from a middle reliever position, so you can only imagine how thankful the Mets are to have Betances. Signed on a 1-year deal. He is able to come back on an option. And that's a big question mark, especially in the 60-game season. That one's high 2-2 to Chapman. 2-2 pitch. Oakland fans are on their feet here in the bottom of the 9th. And swung on and missed. Betances fires a 97-mile-per-hour four-seamer on the inside part of the plate. Take a look at this replay here. Chapman could not touch that one. Dropped the barrel. Could have made a good one on it. It was just late. Here's Marcana. 1 for 3 in this game.
Nope, that's down.
That pitch is low, 1-0. 96. That four-seamer. He still has it, Betances. Question is that movement still there? Throws that slurve. And that slurve has been breaking well, especially back in his prime. You can consider this his prime. Some people say that his breakout year after his rookie season was really his highlight, his high point of his career, but that slurve was moving. 2-0. That one's outside 3-0. Betances having a tough time here finding the strike zone. 1 out here in the bottom of the 9th. Nolan Laureano is on deck. 3-0 pitch. Swung on and missed. Now 3-1, firing the fastball in there. Kind of just looking to get on base and allow the tying run to come up to bat. Oakland fans on their feet once again. 3-1 pitch. And taken outside, 2-seamer. Does not break back over the plate. And now a runner's on first with the tying run coming up to bat. And that tying run is Laureano. One for 3 in this game. Got a hit back in the 2nd inning. That was a single. I'd be excited too if I was the mascot. Big moment here. A lot of ground balls in this game and a lot of double plays. That would be a way to end it for the Mets. They've been playing defense so well in this one. That one's high, however, 1-0. Nope. 10 double plays that Lorian has grinded into this season. Bottom of the ninth here. Runner on first. That one is hit. 3, 6. 3 double play and the ball game is over. Bang bang play at first, but the out is called. The Mets win this one here 4-2. And ending how this game has played throughout, mostly with the the game ending in double plays. So that's a special one to see. Steven Matz definitely happy. Going to get the victory here. And Montas tally for the save. Bob Melvin. This breaks their 2-game winning streak. And after the offensive barrage that they put against Cleveland last game, you have to wonder what happened here. Couldn't get a lot going. Steven Matz with the victory. Frankie Montas with the loss. And Montas with the save. And your player of the game, the DH, Robinson Cano. 1 for 2 with a home run in this one. Take you back to the first inning and some highlights. Here was that Pete Alonso home run. 415-foot shot. Very early in this game. This set the tone for the New York Mets throughout. Ready to play and ready to put on some offense. Contreras, he was able to get an RBI of his own, as this one was a high hit double that bounced off that high wall in the outfield of Oakland Coliseum. And he was able to bring in a run. Davis for the Athletics hit one right back up the middle. This brought in Oakland A's first run of the game in the bottom of the 3rd inning. And here's that Olsen double that Conforto just sold out for. He really tried to go for this ball, but as you can see, bounced right off his wrist, it seems. And the run comes across. It was 2-2 in the bottom of the 3rd. Take it to the top of the 5th. And Conforto makes up for it. Drills one to dead center field. Holy Toledo indeed. As this one was launched. 411-foot shot. Mets regained lead 3-2. And our player of the game, a one-hand big swing. Robinson Cano hitting a huge home run to right field. That'll be the last of the scoring for the New York Mets. That one just got over the wall there, but either way, all home runs count. In the bottom of the 7th, here is a highlight of a double play. And we really need to see these because McNeil, Rosario, Alonso, Davis, all been great in the infield in this game. This was that Chapman strikeout. He swung in late on that fastball. And the final out of this game was a double play, of course. Nice 3-6-3. Wasn't sure if he was going to get back to the bag in time, but he does. We see on that replay there. Ending the ball game. And what a game it was. Mets win this one 4-2. Due to their defense. You don't really say that often about the New York Mets. Currently ranking 26th in the major leagues in defense in this baseball season. But they sure came out on top here. Oakland A's obviously not happy about this one either. They will drop to 75-53. The Mets will go to 59-69. Maybe the Mets will never lose another game. Some people have said that many times, but things do change. Oakland A's, they will have 2 more games against the New York Mets, and then 2 games at Atlanta, and then 4 games against Toronto Blue Jays. I feel like I always have to add that one in there. The Mets, after their series against the Oakland A's, will have a 3-game set at Washington, and then another 3-gamer against one of the people that will be in the booth with me next. It's his team, the Chicago Cubs. That will be at Citi Field. Mets, obviously, this season, as we talked about earlier, not as expected and not what the Mets wanted, not what the Mets fans wanted, but they could play spoiler towards the end, and maybe never know. Big runs for this Mets team has happened before. Oakland A's, obviously not happy about this one. This breaks their 2-game winning streak, and they still sit atop of this AL West, but things sure could get exciting as we head towards September. But we have an exciting one for you next. We have the Cardinals taking on the Chicago Cubs. I am joined in the booth with the one, the only, Heinz A.S., and another one, the only, Eddie McCarthy. How you guys doing?
Jaden, my man. Another great call from you. Is this payback from yesterday? I delayed you by an hour and a half, so now you have to delay us a little bit?
I'm blaming Jeremy Goldstein here, and I always blame him for everything that ever happens, because there's no way the game before should have gone 12 innings. But either way, I'll get at you here. Your game's about to get into the way. Oakland A's lose here. Mets with a victory, 4-2.
All right, thank you very much, Jaden, as we welcome you inside Wrigley Field as the Cubs will continue their homestand here tonight on what appears to be a beautiful evening here at Wrigley Field. The Chicago Cubs at 77-51 in first place in the NL Central. They will square off at home, welcoming in the Cardinals, who are in their bright powder blue uniforms today. Bit of a throwback. 56-71 are the Cards. I'm Eddie McCarthy, joined by Heinz A.S. for this one today. And Heinz, Kyle Hendricks on the mound for Chicago. They dropped a tough one yesterday. Hendricks looks to get them back on the horse.
Yeah, John Lester had a good start for the Cubs yesterday. The bullpen let him down, and Kyle Hendricks is the ace of the staff. He's the big horse, so he's looking to, take it right to the closer if possible, despite the fact that Winkler was the one who gave it up. But anyway.
Tommy Edman will lead it off, and away we go. First pitch is foul. Only Just Bryant was there to field it. Comes in at 5:28 p.m. Eastern Time.
First pitch, 120.
Tommy Edman and Kyle Hendricks. And Edman on the right side. This will be playable for Rizzo, and that's the first out of this one. 2 pitches, 1 out for Kyle Hendricks.
The third baseman, number 13, Matz. Carpenter.
That was Anthony Rizzo making that play over at first base. Around the Cubs infield, it's Chris Bryant, he's at third. Javi Baez at shortstop. Nico Horner, he's at second. And the all-star catcher Wilson Contreras behind the plate. In the outfield, Ian Happ once again out in left field. Kyle Schwarber's going to be out for a little while with a shoulder issue. And then in center, it's Albert Almora Jr. and Jason Hayward handles fly balls in right field. The supporting cast, around 30-year-old Kyle Hendricks. Good curveball that time, and it's 0-2. Cubs 77-51. That's good enough for first in the NL Central, but perhaps not for much longer. Only a game and a half ahead of the second-place Cincinnati Reds.
That got moved up to 1 full game now with the Reds' loss to start off the Butt Ball Day.
Yes, the Reds, what was that? Was that 11 innings? I believe it was 11 innings.
12. It was
12.
Brewers screwed up a bases loaded, nobody out, which really meant it shouldn't have gone 12. It should have been 11.
Was a terrific game that J-Rock was on the call for. Good pitch that time from Kyle Hendricks as he fans Carpenter for the first strikeout of Hendricks' day and the second out of the inning. So far for Kyle Hendricks, not too much trouble getting through the first 2. And here's Paul Goldschmidt. He takes ball 1 in the dirt. 307 on the year is Goldschmidt. That 90 RBIs, good enough for 5th in the National League. As he rounds out the top 3 of this Cardinals order. In the middle, it's Paul DeJong, Yadier Molina, the veteran catcher, and Tyler O'Neill. That's 4, 5, and 6 for St. Louis. And then rounding off the order, 7, 8, 9, Colton Wong, Adam Wainwright, the pitcher, who bats in the 8th spot. And then the center fielder, Harrison Bader, batting 9th. Cardinals are hot coming in. They're on a 4-game win streak. A 3-0 to Goldschmidt and a walk on 4 pitches. First time Hendricks has allowed a free pass.
Doesn't do it very often, so take it when you can. Only 34 walks if you add that one to his tally on the season. But Goldschmidt's the guy that you can really justify walking based on that stat line.
Yeah, and you can pitch around him with 2 outs and nobody on base, although the guy behind him, Paul DeJong, while his numbers over the last couple of games may not reflect it, he is equally dangerous out of the cleanup spot. First pitch swinging, and he rolled it. Bryant takes care of it, a fielder's choice, 5-4, and a scoreless first inning for Kyle Hendricks. Chicago to bat for the first time when we come back. Adam Wainwright, who we'll see for the first time, the starting pitcher today for the Cardinals. 38 years old in Wainwright. Wainwright was drafted all the way back in 2000. The end of a very long big league career is fast approaching, and Hines, what can you tell us about him?
Well, you can see the stat line's not looking too great for him. He's probably nearing the end, as you mentioned, of this good career, but he has owned the Cubs during that span of that whole career, so you could easily see him try to break out for win number 5 today.
Chris Bryant will dig in to lead off the game for the Cubs. Bryant, Rizzo, Baez, the top of the order for Chicago. Not much change there. Wilson Contreras batting cleanup. He's had a little cold streak as of late, along with Ian Happ, who hits 5th, and Jason Hayward hitting 6th. Nico Horner, Kyle Hendricks, and Albert Almora, the 7-8-9 combination for the Cubs, who roll out one of the more powerful lineups in all of baseball. Comes a 2-0 to Bryant. Fastball hit in the air to left, back at the wall. This ball is gone. A leadoff home run for Chris Bryant, and it's a terrific start for the Cubs.
Number 28 on the year, and you can't throw that to any good hitter, let alone Chris Bryant here at Wrigley. Sneaks out 4 rows or so deep. Number 28 on the year. Good to see that to start off the Cubs' day.
So Bryant, who had a very good series against the Dodgers, and it was a wild 4-game set. Talk more about that as we progress along. As now Anthony Rizzo will dig in. Rizzo 1 for 4 in yesterday's loss. Managed a double. And Rizzo rips one. Nice play. That's Goldschmidt. Goldschmidt, an excellent backhand. 3-time Gold Glove Award winner, and he shows it right there.
And 6-time Gold Gloves between the 2 guys involved in that play, him and the guy who hit it, Anthony Rizzo.
And you can't forget about Adam Wainwright, who covered. He's got 2.
Inside, ball 1.
That's a combination right there.
8 Gold Gloves combining in one play. That is impressive. 1-0 here to Javier Baez, and it's inside 2 balls and no strikes. Baez was 2 for 4 yesterday, scored a run. 27-year-old from Puerto Rico, and the second time that Wainwright has run a 3-ball count. Big looping curveball. That's been a staple of Wainwright for a very long time, and it comes in for a strike. Baez probably taking all the way. Wainwright 4-10 this year, making his 26th start. A 6-flat ERA. Great veteran pitcher, unfortunately probably at the end, as Baez will walk on 5 pitches. A 1-out base runner for Chicago, with Contreras coming to the plate.
Don't see many walks from Javier Baez. That's, to say the least, though this year that's been a change. 45 walks, that's a full 15 better than his previous season high, and we still have a month or so to go.
Well, that's something that we usually see start to happen with some of the better players, some of the better young players. Their plate discipline gets a whole lot better as they grow and as they get older, and perhaps, Hines, that's what we're seeing here with Baez.
And to go along with that, we've seen that with another former Cub free swinger in Jorge Soler, who came here with the Dodgers the last 4 games.
A pop-up outside of short is taken care of. That's Paul DeJong who makes the play for the second out of the first inning. Already 1 run home. Chris Bryant led off this half frame with a solo shot of his own. Now Ian Happ will step in. Defensively for the Cardinals, that was Paul DeJong who made that pop-up. He's at short today. Matt Carpenter at third. That's the left side of the infield. On the right side, Colton Wong at second base, last year's Gold Glove recipient, and Paul Goldschmidt plays first. While another age-old veteran, Yadier Molina, behind the plate, he's catching. Boy, these two have been together for a long time, huh? Wainwright and Molina. Gotta be one of the oldest batteries in baseball.
They started out, pretty much together for the most part. I know Yadi filled in from his former manager, Mike Matheny, which is hard to wrap your head around.
To third, and a fielder's choice ends the inning, but Chris Bryant will put the Cubs on the board. A solo shot into left gets the fans up and out of their seats early, and after one, it's 1-0 in favor of Chicago.
Leading off for the Cardinals,
Yadier Molina, who we were just talking about, leads off in the top of the second for the Cardinals. I have to say, Hines, love these uniforms.
I do think that they are pretty good, and I say that even as a Cubs fan, I do appreciate a well-done powder blue. I would say that these are definitely better than some. I would put them maybe below, ones like the Phillies, which is a little more common to see, and maybe the Jays as well. Those ones look nice. We saw them a week ago.
Is that new as Molina pops out first out of the second for Hendricks? Is that new for the Jays, those powder blues that they're wearing this year? Because I know once the MLB switched over from Majestic to Nike, the transition happened this year, a whole bunch of teams decided to revamp their uniform designs, and I hadn't seen the powder blues on the Jays before.
I want to say that they have had them, but not really that style before. I feel like they have had them occasionally, but not necessarily as a staple in their rotation of uniforms.
Right, perhaps they don't wear them as frequently, because they're wearing those quite a bit this year. Hendricks falls behind 3-0 here on Tyler O'Neill, who's playing left field today. O'Neill 2 for 5 with 2 runs driven in yesterday, as he takes a strike here, 3-1.
EB in the Twitch chat telling us, he's a Jays fan of course, that Jays powder blues they had them in the 80s and the 90s, and there's a new version that did come out recently this year, so
they brought
it's
them
more of a
back.
throwback.
Yeah. Because maybe I remember seeing them once or twice over the years, as it's a walk here to O'Neill, so a 1-out base runner for the Cardinals. But I remember seeing them a couple of times over the years, but just sort of sprinkled in once here and there. Nothing as consistent as the Blue Jays have had this year, but I have to say it's a good look.
In the chat, Barry Basher telling us that the only powder blue that he doesn't like, or at least he doesn't like the most, would be the Rangers.
The Rangers have a power blue?
As of this year, that's another one of their things. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't look too bad, but he says it reminds him of the Royals too much, which is his team, and confuses him. Which, you know what? That I can see where that could be an issue. I can see some of the similarities. They did change their whole lineups, or their whole uniforms. The Rangers this year,
they did
very new.
Yes, they're much different than they used to be. They even changed the logo and the font and that. But back to the Royals for a second. Those Royals, I think they have some of there's nothing really flashy about those jerseys, but to me, they're some of the cleanest and the most crisp that we see in the league. Some of my favorites are the Royals.
I do like their powder blues, I must say, and they have just some nice, clean uniforms, as you said.
Nasty pitch that time from Kyle Hendricks for his second strikeout. And of course, you can't discredit or discount the Cubs, these great pinstripe jerseys that they have. Seemingly a time-honored tradition for Chicago, and they're outstanding.
Yeah, I must say. I mean, I'm a Cubs fan, so I'm sincerely biased, but I do love the old-looking uniforms that they had from like the 80s, where it's essentially the same thing, except they didn't have the names on the back, which was interesting.
Right.
A little bit of the trim around the collar was different, and the blue alternate aways, or whatever you want to call them, from that period were just beautiful.
2 outs and a 2-ball, no-strike count here to the pitcher, Adam Wainwright. As Wainwright slices one into right center, back is Hayward. He will get there. Nice play by Jason Hayward to run it down, but Adam Wainwright gives it a pretty good ride. Cubs to bat in the bottom of the second. They lead it 1-0 here at Wrigley.
Leading off for the Cubs, the right
Jason
fielder,
Hayward, who made that nice play to finish out the top of the second, will lead it off in the bottom. 6, 7, 8 for the Cubs. That means Hayward, Nico Horner, and the other pitcher, Kyle Hendricks. Interesting, Hines. Both teams batting their pitchers in the 8th spot.
And these are the two teams that really, revolutionized this idea, and really the only two that have consistently used them in their history, with La Russa towards the end with the Cardinals doing that a fair bit, and then with the Joe Madden Cubs, they followed suit, and now under new management and Mike Schilt and David Ross, both of them are going back to it, and it's paying off for the Cubs. And the Cardinals maybe just need a different lineup with different production, and it still might work for them.
Hayward, foul, as he stroked that one pretty well. But just to the right side of the first base bag, sets up a 2-2. Hayward reaches for it. Wainwright will make the play. 38-year-old can still move. 1 out in the second.
the second baseman.
You already brought up the 2 gold gloves, and here he is showing it. Those numbers can be hard to get for a pitcher, especially on the run.
So here is Nico Horner,
Nope. Ball 1.
who will take up and in for ball 1. Horner 1 for 4 yesterday, did score a run. Playing only in his 15th game of the year this year, but Hines is our resident Cubs expert, at least here on this broadcast. This is a guy who is supposed to be one of the next big things here for Chicago.
Ball 3.
Absolutely. Got called up at the end of last season in the September call-ups, right after the minor league season has ended, and he hadn't even reached AAA level yet and got called straight up. Really the last of the Cubs' top hitting prospects, and broke out with his first homer coming at Wrigley on the first pitch he saw, and broke out on the road for his first hit. Prior to that, he's done well this year too. He's looking absolutely great.
He just worked a walk, so good plate discipline that time. Trots down to first after 4 pitches. But yeah, Horner, only 22 years old, was up in the big leagues for 20 games last year, hit .282 with 3 home runs and 17 RBIs, as Kyle Hendricks most likely up here to bunt. At least he showed sacrifice on the first offering, pulled back for a ball, which, by the way, 5 straight now for Adam Wainwright. Hendricks squares again, pushes it up the right side. Only play is to first, and a successful sacrifice by the Cubs right-hander. Sets up a runner in scoring position for Albert Almora.
I feel like bunting is a lost art nowadays, even, with the continual use of the pitcher hitting in the National League. Whether that'll be the case, that's a complete different story, but I feel like we've seen in ball specifically a lot of bunts down to the first baseman that just don't get the job done. They end up in a double play or at least a force out at second.
Yeah, as Almora takes a strike, good curveball there from Wainwright. You're absolutely right. They're pushed. That's something I've noticed too. They're pushed way too hard. They're almost like softly hit ground balls. As a good stop that time by Yadier Molina. Boy, he's been doing that for a while. Yadier Molina, 9-time Gold Glover, as this should end the inning. Into center, Bader is there. And a scoreless second inning for Adam Wainwright, as we've played 2 here at Wrigley. 1-0 Cubs as the 3rd inning rolls in. Harrison Bader, who made the catch to finish off the bottom of the second, leads it off in the top of the 3rd. 9-1-2 for St. Louis. That means Bader, Tommy Edman, and Matt Carpenter. As Bader will pop one up. And there to make the play. That's Albert Almora for the first down. Bader got under it.
Now batting, right fielder, Tommy Edman.
So Tommy Edman will step in for the second time. Had a miserable day yesterday, was 0 for 5 with 2 strikeouts and also grounded into a double play. And he bounced to first his first time up. 2 for his last 11, as our friends in the graphics department were kind enough to show for us. Third inning of work for Kyle Hendricks. Has not allowed a hit as of yet. He's allowed 2 walks, 1 in each inning. But no base hits. 1 and 2 here to Edman. Good pitch. And he's gone for out number 2.
Now batting.
Well, Kyle Hendricks, not known as a strikeout pitcher, 1 in each inning so far, and that's just a good changeup, and that's what he does best. He loves his changeup, loves his sinker, uses those almost exclusively with the throw-in curveball or fastball occasionally.
Yeah, not a strikeout pitcher. Doesn't have blowaway stuff either. A lot of people compare him to Greg Maddux in the sense that the fastball rarely gets out of the high 80s. Maybe once or twice a game he'll touch 90 miles an hour. So he has to rely on pinpoint and precise location and changing speeds. As he does there, he had Carpenter fooled. But you see 87 miles an hour on the sinker. That's about as high as it's going to get for the 30-year-old right-hander.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
If Matt Carpenter can keep it going, Paul Goldschmidt is next. 2 and 2. Back-to-back strikeouts for Kyle Hendricks. You don't need to be able to throw 98 to strike guys out in the big leagues. Exhibit A is Kyle Hendricks. He's thrown 3 scoreless. 1-0 Chicago. Bottom of the third, rolls in. Heidi Watney reminds us to please donate to Meals on Wheels. This is the 3rd game of 6 in our Bot Ball Day. As we take a look at the Cubs' hitting stats here in 2020. The best record in the National League, and with offensive numbers like that, especially in on-base percentage, slugging percentage, and home run hitting, you can see why they've been so good.
And those are just not as high as they actually were at the beginning of the year. If you check out some of the broadcasts from, June or whatnot, they were even crazier early on. It's good to see them sustaining that for the most part.
Bryant retired for the first time today after the leadoff home run that started the game. Well, here's a look at the NL Central. It's become a 2-team race. Cincinnati lost earlier today in 12 innings against the Brewers. They've actually dropped the first 2 games of that series, which is not good because it's a series against a weaker team they really need to win. So the Cubs up 1 game in that division. Playoff hopes have pretty much sailed away for the Cardinals as Rizzo strokes one into right. Second hit of the day for the Cubs and a 1-out base runner.
That's one way to beat the shift. You don't have to, hit it the other way. You don't have to hit it over them. You could just dribble it in that perfect spot, which is rare.
Baez out in front on the first pitch, and it's 0-1. And he swings through that one from Wainwright, who's done a good job keeping these Cubs hitters off balance. Allowed that first inning home run to Bryant, the leadoff batter, but since then he's settled down. As Baez up the middle, this is through for a base hit. Eluded Paul DeYoung, and they're at first and second now with 1 out.
Now batting, catcher.
Wainwright prides himself on his curveball. He's missed now a couple times, and this is the first time he's really been punished with that one being hit very hard. He wants to keep that out of the zone because if it stays up, the power in this lineup is going to take it a good 400 feet out to Waveland Avenue.
Well, here is one of these power guys in Wilson Contreras, who in the absence of Kyle Schwarber's been moved up to the cleanup spot.
0-2.
He falls behind 0-2 there on Adam Wainwright. Good pitch that time, a sinker from Wainwright. Another guy who doesn't get it up as high as he used to. Topside at around 90 does Wainwright. As did he go around? He did not. Rules first base umpire Clyde Washington. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to Contreras. Eye level and Contreras does not bite, so 2-2 now. Men at first and second after back-to-back singles. And Contreras will spoil it, still 2-2. Contreras, a rookie on the 2016 World Series team, learned at the feet of David Ross in his final year. And what a special relationship, Hines, those two share now, that Ross is the manager and Contreras the all-star catcher.
Yeah, sort of following in the footsteps per se, and you know, Wilson has talked about how much, you know, the mentorship of David Ross has helped him out.
Might be 2, 3-6, and back to 3, or rather that's 1, with Adam Wainwright getting over to cover. So Chicago shoots themselves in the foot, and after 3, they lead it 1-0 here at Wrigley. Part of the order coming up for the Cardinals, 3, 4, and 5. That means Paul Goldschmidt, Paul DeJong, and Yadier Molina, as they've been held hitless through 3 innings against Kyle Hendricks, who starts off inning number 4 with a curveball that misses for ball 1. Slashed up the middle, and it's a base hit for Goldschmidt, first of the night for the Cardinals, and the leadoff man is aboard.
First hit allowed by Kyle Hendricks, and who else but the best hitter on this team, Goldschmidt. It seems like the Cardinals saw his stats against the Cubs in his career coming into the 2019 season, brought in Goldschmidt for that because they know he can he hits the Cubs pretty well, so he's going to be getting more opportunities now.
6-time All-Star is Paul Goldschmidt. You mentioned it, traded to the Cardinals from the Diamondbacks right before the 2019 season, after spending the first 6 or 7 years of his career in Arizona. As Hendricks misses the bottom of the zone on the changeup, and it's 2-1 here to Paul DeJong, 26-year-old from Orlando, Florida. DeJong left side. Bryant will go to second. They get 1, but DeJong too fast.
Now batting, the catcher, Yadier.
But the Cubs do get the lead runner, and they get an out.
Close play at first, that's for sure. Could have used some replay, you never know, but certainly close play.
Well, here's another guy who's a big-time double play candidate. That's Yadier Molina, who takes a strike. Molina, one of the best catchers, it's probably safe to say, in the history of baseball, but 17 years of catching. Yadi in his 17th year. That will do a number on your knees, so Molina does not get down the line very well anymore.
Yeah, you see that a lot with these Hall of Fame catchers. Their careers last around 17 years, it seems. Sort of a benchmark if you look at, well, ironically, Johnny Bench, no pun intended, among others. It's unintentional, I
1-2
swear.
here to Molina, and he rips one into right. That's a base hit. Everybody's going to move up 90 feet as DeJong goes to second.
Up next for the Cardinals, the left fielder.
And now it's 2 men on for Tyler O'Neill.
Well, O'Neill's the opposite type of candidate He's got a lot of speed, one of the fastest guys on this team. So really, you want to get a strikeout or preferably just get the out at third and then worry about the next man up.
First and second for Tyler O'Neill, who had a very mixed bag of a day yesterday. He was 2 for 5. He knocked in 2 runs, but he also struck out 3 times. He'll take a 1-1 from Hendricks. And it's inside. Another changeup. Hendricks really relying on that pitch here in the early goings. O'Neill to the left side. Baez to second. Out. Onto first. Not in time. Second time this inning, the Cubs have missed a double play by less than half a step. And now first and third for Kolten Wong.
Deja vu all over again. It was almost the same exact play.
And Wong, first pitch, swinging, fouls it away, 0-1. So DeYoung at third and Tyler O'Neill at first. And DeYoung fouls it to the opposite side this time. No balls and 2 strikes. First time Kyle Hendricks has really had to deal with anybody in scoring position. 2 strikes though to Kolten Wong, and he'll miss. Another changeup, and it's 1-2. Wong hits one into left center. This will be caught. A nice play by Ian Happ, who tracked it well, middle of the 4th in Chicago. Cubs still lead it 1-0.
Leading off for the Cubs.
Ian Happ, the switch hitter, who will bat from the left side for the second time today, will start it off for the Cubs. Here in the bottom of the 4th against Adam Wainwright. First pitch strike on the inside corner. Happ 6 for 12 in his career with 2 home runs against the 38-year-old Wainwright. And he knocks this one up the middle. This time, though, a nice play. Paul DeYoung, 1 out.
Well, we have a couple of sparkling shortstops. We know DeYoung's got a great bat on him, and, well, he's got some good ability there on the defensive end as well to match Javier Baez for the Cubs.
Baez, DeYoung, 2 of the best. As here is Jason Hayward, who hit a grand slam earlier this week.
2 balls, no strikes.
A wild series against the Dodgers. It was a 4-game set. The Dodgers would end up taking 3 out of 4. They'd win games 1 and 2, 8-0, and then 9-0. Game 3, I had the pleasure of calling that one with EB from Toronto. It was one of the most crazy games I've seen in a very long time. The 2 teams combined for 28 hits and 25 total runs. The Cubs would win 14-11. Both Hayward and Nico Horner would hit grand slams.
Watched that one on Pop Ball, and I missed a couple innings, and I just watched it, and I was like, wait, 8 runs now? What? And yeah,
it was one of the craziest things that I've ever seen. And then to cap it all off, the Dodgers trailed by 7 going into the 9th, and were actually able to get the tying run to the plate. They scored 4 in the 9th, and Dan Winkler actually had to come in to pick up the save and bail out the Cubs as Hayward works the walk. So a 1-out base runner with, speak of the devil, Nico Horner coming up.
Works perfectly that they're back-to-back in this lineup. Part of, you've heard the killer Bs for the Astros. The Cubs have their killer Hs with Happ, Hayward, Horner, and Hendricks.
Horner into the corner. This ball is fair. Down the line, it gets tied up in the ivy. Each runner will go 2 bases, a double for Nico Horner, and they're at second and third now for the Cubs, who are primed to score once again.
There we go, the hammer and H's, oh my, H's, whoa, where does that come from? The hammer and H's come again. I'm gonna keep that in mind from now on because it worked out this time, that's for sure.
And now Hendricks hits one into right. Is it deep enough to score? No, they will respect the arm of Tommy Edman. And Jason Hayward at third base will hold. Our pitch speed comparison brought to you by Topps. Well, we talked about Kyle Hendricks as someone who rarely gets it out of the 80s. Still has not today. He's hit 88. Adam Wainwright, a guy who used to live mid to high 90s. Velocity has gone down late in his career. Tops out at a very respectable still, though. 93 miles an hour here today. First pitch swinging Almora. This is through, a base hit. 1 run scores. Trail runner coming to the plate. He will score as well. A 2-run single for Albert Almora, and it's 3-0.
There we go. Albert Almora in the 9th spot, getting the production that David Ross wants and brings up the top of the order now, too. It's good to see if you're a Cubs fan.
So Almora, who was 1 for 3 yesterday, he's really settled into that 9-hole spot quite nicely. Not a lot of position players in the NL hitting the 9-hole. But Almora's done very well in that spot. He's also got terrific speed. And so does Chris Bryant hitting in the leadoff role. So really nice when you can have such a speed demon combination at the 1 and 9 spots in your order. Ball and a strike here to Bryant, who hits this one in the air to center. Back is Bader. It'll stay in the park, and Bader will make the play. But Chris Bryant, you can tell he is feeling it, and so are the Cubs. 3-0 after 4 here at Wrigley. We start the top of the 5th at Wrigley Field here in Chicago. Eddie McCarthy alongside Heinz A.S. Glad to be here with you for this NL Central matchup. We remind you to please donate to Meals on Wheels if you're watching this game on Twitch. There should be a link in the stream. If you cannot find it but would still like to make a donation, please send a message in the chat, and one of the great members of our Buttball community would be more than delighted to help you out.
Leading off for St. Louis, the pitcher, number
8-9-1 for the Cardinals. Adam Wainwright, the pitcher, will start it off and takes a strike from Kyle Hendricks.
Wainwright flew out last time up, put a charge in it, that's for sure. Made Hayward run, and he can swing the bat. That's something he can do.
He's got 10 home runs in his career, lifetime. He's a 193 hitter. Hitting only .098 this year. As he pops one up to Rizzo, second time Wainwright's been retired in the first out of the 5th. And for Kyle Hendricks, it's been very smooth sailing so far, Heinz.
He does the 2 things he likes. He likes pitching at Wrigley, and he likes pitching against the Cardinals. And put those 2 together, you get a lot of good things if you're a Cubs fan. Had that 81-pitch complete game shutout against them last year. His first Maddox. We already mentioned the connection between the 2, and one more to the list.
Ripped off the glove of Bryant, that's all he'll get. Holding at first is Harrison Bader, and Bryant probably saved a double with the deflection.
Tommy Edman.
I thought it could still possibly be a double. Bader's got some good speed, but it's smart not to test in a 3-run game.
And now the leadoff man is up again. That's Tommy Edman, and he fouls that one back into the equipment of Contreras for strike 1. So 1 strike to Edman. This is punched into left and going to fall for a hit. Great base running by Bader, who goes first to third.
The third baseman.
And threatening are the Cardinals.
Carpenter.
Nice little hit and run there, something the Cubs liked to do for the past couple years under Joe Madden and Mike Schilt, taking advantage of the speed they have. Edman, Bader, O'Neill, and even Colton Wong, all great speed, so that's got to use what you have.
So now here's Matt Carpenter, who's no spring chicken himself, 34 years old. He played his college ball way back when at TCU, was actually teammates with former Cubs star Jake Arrieta, who's now moved on to the Phillies.
He was also the best man at Arrieta's wedding, so certainly a good connection. And when we come around to it,
Right side, Rizzo. Out at second. And out at first. An inning-ending double play. Halfway through in Chicago, and the Cardinals still have not scored. It's 3-0. Anthony Rizzo will lead it off in the bottom of the fifth for the Cubs after starting that double play, which ended the top of the frame, and probably the best chance that the Cardinals have had to score in this game thus far.
Nope, outside.
Rizzo gets into that one, but he yanks it foul way out in front on the curveball. Still put a charge into it.
Ball 2. Count is
2-1 now to Anthony Rizzo against Adam Wainwright, who ventures into the fifth inning.
I got 3-1. 3 balls, 1.
What a career for Adam Wainwright, kid from Brunswick, Georgia. Was the 29th overall pick in the 2000 draft out of Glenn Academy down in Georgia, as Rizzo will bounce to first for out number 1. Drafted originally by the Braves, 3 years later in December of 2003, he would get moved to the St. Louis Cardinals along with Jason Marcus and Ray King. Boy, those are two blasts from the past names. Was the World Series champion in 2006. The team, he still earned a ring, I should say, in 2011, although he was sidelined the entire year with Tommy John. Also a 3-time All-Star, a 2-time Gold Glove winner, as we've touched on a couple of times here in this ballgame. Thought his career was probably going to be over at the end of last year, at least with the Cardinals that would be. But he and management came together. They signed a 1-year deal for 2020. And what the future holds for Adam Wainwright, we don't know. But we do know that we've really enjoyed watching him. He's been terrific here for the game and for the younger guys, as a diving catch is made by Tommy Edman. What a play by the speedy leadoff man.
Wow. Not sure how else to describe that besides just wow. You know, Edmonds, maybe a little bit of Jim Edmonds in that. You know, maybe it's in the name.
You never know, as here's Wilson Contreras, who takes outside for ball 1. Wainwright has said that despite the 2 World Series that he's got and all the accolades, as he will make another nice play here. So I'll finish up my thought on Adam Wainwright when we come back. A 1-2-3 inning with help from an acrobatic catch by the right fielder Tommy Edman. And 3-0 Chicago after 5 at Wrigley Field. Three, 4, and 5 for the Cardinals to start the top of the 6th. Goldschmidt, DeYoung, and Molina. Like I was saying about Adam Wainwright, despite the World Series, the Gold Gloves, he's been the ERA leader a couple of times, few All-Star games sprinkled in between. His one biggest aspiration that he has left, wants to host Saturday Night Live.
You know, he could have a chance at that. I think, you know, at this point, yeah, at this point he has done everything he wants to do in his career, you gotta have something to aspire to do, and it's certainly attainable.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, of course, it was J.J. Watt, I believe, who hosted SNL during the NFL playoffs.
No, that's down.
I think it was the SNL right before the Super Bowl this year. And it had certainly been a while since an active player hosted the show. I think Eli Manning used to do it all the time. But Wainwright's a guy who's got a little pizzazz to him. Be a good candidate.
Yeah, and speaking of charismatic former pitchers, I have a trivia question, one that I don't use very often, and that's who was traded from the Cubs to the Texas Rangers for Kyle Hendricks?
I am going to think on that one as Goldschmidt walks. Leadoff man is on here for the Cardinals, so here's Paul DeJong. Pitcher who was traded for Kyle Hendricks. Think about that one. Paul DeJong, another guy who's a very interesting story. Was not really offered a chance to play college baseball at the Division I level, so decided to go to Illinois State, where he walked on and turned into a terrific player. But still, at the end of his career, not a lot of big league teams were showing interest. And so he was a guy who was wondering that what was he going to do with his life? Was he going to be able, rather, to take his baseball playing days to the big league level? The answer turned out to be yes. But he was actually enrolled at Illinois State Medical School and planning to attend after he graduated if baseball didn't work out. But then the Cardinals snatched him up, and he's turned into a terrific player for them. Two and two to DeJong. Cardinals still searching for their first run, and Hendricks misses outside. It's 3-2. And he walked him. So first and second and nobody out.
The catcher, number 4.
And here comes the pitching coach, Tommy Hodevoid.
Well, he's walked a couple guys, Kyle Hendricks. He just needs to calm down here. Molina's obviously a tough bat, but you gotta feel like you gotta go after him, even though he might not leave the yard on you, which is a little easier to challenge a guy then, even though he can split the gap.
And I have a thought on our trivia question of the day. It's a long shot, but could it be Ryan Dempster?
Well, you and EB now have both gotten it correct. Ryan Dempster.
No, really?
Yeah, he got traded in 2012 for Kyle Hendricks.
That was like the ultimate shot in the dark, and I was afraid I was going to be laughed out of creation if I got it wrong. But Daniel Ponce de Leon getting loose. That's in the Cardinals bullpen. So far, no activity in the Cubs. A good pitch that time from Hendricks. Changeup's been working today. And he pulled the string. A big pitch coming up here to Yadier Molina. 2-2, nobody out. Tried the changeup again. This time he missed. And another full count.
Need to execute here. Make Molina beat you.
Molina into shallow center and caught off the end of the bat. A good play. That was Nico Horner, and a big out for Kyle Hendricks, who's now a rollover away from getting out of the inning. So here is Tyler O'Neill, who is 0 for 1, has reached base twice. He walked back in the second and reached on a fielder's choice in the fourth. And he takes an outside corner strike, 0-1.
Well, he grounded into that fielder's choice earlier and has a lot of speed, so yet again, you got to be careful.
No ball, 2 strikes.
Hendricks ahead 0-2. Right side. Corner to second, out, and that's all they'll get.
Now batting.
But an excellent play by the rookie just to get one.
Nice spin and turn there. Not much, you know, you can do there besides just hope it works. And this Cubs infield has some good defense on them, and now it's up to Kyle Hendricks to work his magic.
Hendricks at 87 pitches. Colton Wong the tying run, and Hendricks starts him off with a strike. Wong has struck out and lined to left. Slowly hit, tough play. Hendricks sets, fires, got him! Excellent play, Kyle Hendricks. Still 3-0 Cubs. Home half of the 6th, coming right up.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Cardinals. Number 92.
Genesis Cabrera is going to come on now for the Cardinals. So Adam Wainwright, his day ends after 5 innings. He allows 3 runs on 4 hits and delivers a not bad effort for the Cardinals.
Well, as the killer, hammering H's come up, EB in the chat reminding us that Dempster, Tyler O'Neill, along with Cubs reliever Rowan Wick, were all teammates on the 2017 Canadian World Baseball Classic roster.
EB never misses a chance to point out who was a Canadian.
That was Dempster 2 years after his retirement pitching, and that tells you how desperate they were.
Yeah, if they're playing with the puck, they're pretty good, but traditionally they have not really excelled in the World Baseball Classic.
A lot of the guys who could play didn't play, like Votto and others.
There was one Canadian team, I can't remember what year, who did very well in the Little League World Series. They made some noise in that tournament. So perhaps the youth is looking up. 3-2 here to Ian Happ, and he fouls it away. Happ, by the way, batting from the right side for the first time. Reminder, only our 3rd game of 6 here on ML Botball. Dodgers and Rockies coming up next. Cookie and P-Mister on that call, as DeYoung will retire Happ for out number 1.
Up next for the Cubs, the right fielder, Jason Hayward.
So here is Jason Hayward, who is 0 for 1, did walk back in the 4th, also scored a run, would come around on the 2-run single by Albert Almora. And he takes inside for a ball. Left-handed reliever Genesis Cabrera, 23 years old from the Dominican Republic, his 46th appearance of the year. Jason Hayward coming in, hitting .237.
That's outside.
Dead red fastball that time. Hayward takes, and it's 2-2. The Cubs really need this 3-game series. They would prefer a sweep if they could get it. We've talked about it a few times. The Reds are hot on their tail in that NL Central. Only half a game behind the first place Cubs as Hayward is gone. Called strike 3. Another fastball from Cabrera.
Second baseman.
And Hayward is frozen. And would you believe it, Hines? That is the first called strike 3 that we've had today.
Shows that, you know, Wainwright, who actually hadn't struck out a batter yet, this is the first Cubs strikeout, and on Hendricks' line, they all based on deception and getting them to swing and miss.
So 2 outs here, and here's Nico Horner, who has been on board both times tonight. He doubled in the 4th and walked in the 2nd. The Reds later tonight, the Reds already played earlier today. They were defeated in 12 innings by the Brewers on a walk-off home run. That is a 4-game series. The Reds have actually dropped the first 2, and they're in Miller Park, which is a place where they've had some success in the past as a little blooper, and Edmund will come in and grab it. 3 up, 3 down for Genesis Cabrera. 2/3 of the way through. 3-0 Cubs. 7th inning rolls in here at Wrigley.
Your attention, please. Pinch hitting for the Cardinals. Number 49.
Justin Turner is going to come in and pinch hit.
Turner.
So Genesis Cabrera works 1 scoreless 1-2-3 inning, does his job. Now Turner will come up. 23-year-old rookie from California who played his college ball at Cal State Northridge.
We got 2 guys with similar spelling of names, Turner and Horner, said a little bit differently.
Craig Kimbrell, Brandon Morrow. Light tossing in the Cubs bullpen. But Kyle Hendricks has been good thus far. And he's earned a crack at the 7th. Should get his first out here. Contreras looking into the sun. Makes the play. 1 out.
Up next for the Cardinals, the center fielder.
ERA leaders in the National League brought to you by Topps. You see 2 Cubs in the top 7. Jose Quintana at 2.52. Kyle Hendricks at 2.91. Clayton Kershaw has taken over the number 2 spot. Walker Buehler was bumped down a couple of places after he was shelled earlier this week by these Cubs. Only lasted an inning and a third, gave up 10 runs on 5 hits and 2 grand slams. This was on Wednesday, game 3 of the series between the Cubs and the Dodgers. One and 1 to Harrison Bader, and it's outside 2-1 for Bader. And Bader drives one into center. But there to make the play is Almora. And the first 2 retired with ease here in the 7th.
Tommy Edmund.
So Tommy Edmund will see him for the 4th time. The leadoff man. 1 for 3 today.
That's inside.
He takes inside for ball 1. 3 for 13 in his career against Kyle Hendricks. Look to get something started for the Cardinals.
Edmund and Nico Horner, both California kids, were teammates and became really good friends out at Stanford before they both got drafted, now on opposite sides of a rivalry. So a very Arrieta, Matt Carpenter style story forming here with the new generation.
What a job by Kyle Hendricks. 7 innings, 101 pitches, and only 3 hits allowed. 4 hits allowed, but no runs. Time to stretch. 3-0 Cubs.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for the Cardinals, number 29, Alex
Reyes becomes the second reliever. that the Cardinals have used,
Pinch hitting for the Cubs.
making his 62nd appearance of the year.
Caratini.
Ball, that's outside.
And Victor Caratini, the pinch hitter, just announced. So Kyle Hendricks is done, and he was terrific.
Said he liked the Cubs earlier. He liked facing the Cardinals earlier on. Well, he proved it again today. The walk's really the only thing that hurt him, his chances at getting any further. Otherwise, I'd say he could go all the way if he didn't have that pitch count get worked. But good outing from him, and we'll see if Caratini off the bench can offer some insurance.
Caratini, technically he is the backup catcher, but David Ross uses him a lot as a pinch hitter. Pinch hit yesterday, was 1 for 1, also scored a run. A bouncer comes in and Caratini chases it from Reyes, and it's 2-2. A strikeout to Caratini. Molina will pounce on it for the first out. Yadier Molina, so good at keeping balls in front of him, was not always very good at it, though. Way back in the beginning of the career of Yadi, you have to go all the way back to the preseason of 2000. A great story that Molina told to a Cardinals publication earlier on this year as Almora just misses out on a double. He rocketed that one down the line. But preseason 2000, Molina was catching in an inter-squad scrimmage at the Cardinals complex in Jupiter, and he allowed a pass ball. So Dave Ricketts, the Cardinals catching coach at that time, he drove his golf cart out onto the field, and so when Molina raced to go pick up the ball behind the plate in the backstop, he ran back to see that Ricketts, the coach, had driven his golf cart and was standing on home plate as Almora chases for the second out of the inning. So Ricketts standing on home plate after having driven his golf cart out there, yanks Molina from the game, immediately drives him over to the batting cages, where he would hit, according to Molina, somewhere between 150 and 200 fungo ground balls to help Molina work on his blocking.
They say practice makes perfect, and takes a lot of practice.
Safe to say he's mastered it. 9-time Gold Glove Award winner, including a stretch where he won 8 in a row. That was from 2008 to 2015. Grabbed another one in 2018. One and two here to Chris Bryant. That one blew it by him. 97 from Reyes. What an inning he has. 1-2-3 go the Cubs. He strikes out the side. And after 7, it's 3-0 in favor of Chicago.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Cubs.
Craig Kimbrell is going to come on and pitch the top of the 8th for these Cubs, making his 42nd appearance of the year, a 1-4 record and 2.92 ERA. And Hines, after being taken away from the closer role after a very rough start to this 2020 campaign, he's pivoted nicely at 2.92 ERA. It's been a very good setup man here.
Certainly found his role there, and Winkler has been outstanding, minus the blemish yesterday. So Kimbrell usually sets him up pretty well.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that Winkler had to blow the save yesterday of all days, because he'd been so good up to that point. Blew his 4th save yesterday. Dodgers were losing by 2 going into the 9th, but Winkler blew the save, and then LA would win it in the 10th. They scored a run. Cubs could not counter in the bottom of the frame. Winkler had been so good, but it really was a game that the Cubs just could not afford to lose, because they're going to need every one in their battle against the Reds down the stretch.
That's the ball.
Matt Carpenter, Paul Goldschmidt, Paul DeYoung here in the 8th for the Cardinals as they look to scratch across their first run of the ballgame. Any way, anyhow. Eddie McCarthy alongside Heinz A.S. Glad you've joined us here on a Friday afternoon, now transitioning into Friday evening, at least if you're on the east coast of the country. And probably, technically, the west coast as well. It's 5:32 in the west coast, 6:32 in the east. 2-2 here to Carpenter, and it's outside for a full count.
Kimbrel needs to find some location here, and you don't want to have Goldschmidt up with the runner on, especially in only a 3-run game.
Payoff to Carpenter. Misses. And the leadoff man is on as Carpenter draws the walk.
The first baseman, Paul Goldschmidt.
So here is Paul Goldschmidt as we reach the dangerous part of this Cardinals lineup, which is what Kimbrel is going to have to get through in the 8th. One strike to Goldschmidt, slider outside, and it's 1-1.
Kimbrel hasn't necessarily been the elite player he's been for most of the year. Of late, he blew a game against the Dodgers, I believe. Could be wrong on that, but I know he did have some struggles in a couple outings recently.
Nothing wrong with his velocity so far. That was 97. Sets up a 1-2.
No.
And it's inside. And the count now even. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the 32-year-old from Delaware, Paul Goldschmidt. Product of Texas State. And he strikes out. 96 from Kimbrel. And 1 gone in the 8th.
That's the Kimbrel the Cubs have been wanting to see. Shows the good curveball early in the count. Puts him away with a perfectly placed fastball. Not much you can do there.
So now Paul DeYoung, who was 0 for 2 but did walk in the 6th. Cardinals need 1 more base runner to put the tying run on. But a ground ball hit to the right spot could also end the inning.
1-1.
Kimbrel, 31 years old. His home state, Alabama. As DeYoung into the corner base hit. First to third goes Carpenter. He is safe. Very close play. But nonetheless, runners at the corners and only 1 out for Yadier Molina.
Well, double play threat at the plate. I thought they had him at third.
I did too.
Well, that was close. Maybe if Kyle Schwarber was out there, he's got a stronger arm than Ian Happ. Might have got him, but hope that Molina can't hit one over the wall. He's only had 2 homers all year, so that is a benefit at least.
Does the veteran have one last clutch moment in him? 97 from Kimbrel, by the way. That backed him off the plate. Molina has grounded into 18 double plays this season. 1-0. Just missed a fastball. 98 that time from Kimbrel. This time, though, Molina was on it. Carpenter at third, DeYoung at first. 1-1 Molina. Another fastball from Kimbrel. And it's 2-1. Kimbrel's thrown 3 fastballs so far in the count.
Ball 3.
That time an off-speed pitch, and Molina lays off, and it just misses the zone. 3 balls and 1 strike to the veteran catcher. Only 2 home runs this year and 223. Doesn't mean he's not dangerous. And he drives this one foul. But he hit it off the sweet spot.
Pitch right down Broadway there.
3-2.
Nope. Ball 4.
Inside ball 4. And now they're loaded up. Molina, the tying run at first. Go-ahead run's going to come to the plate. And that's Tyler O'Neill. And what do you do if you're David Ross? Yep, he's going to bring in Oh, no. Brandon Morrow's going to come in. Wow. Nevertheless, that's going to be all for Craig Kimbrell. And Hines, are you surprised by the move?
A little bit yes, a little bit no. I think that it's probably a, I know why he doesn't want to go with Winkler, trying to get a 5-out save. That would be dangerous, to say the least. But with Morrow, he's been put in a lot of these situations, and he's proven himself before. So the hope is that you get the good one that can get 2 strikeouts or something of that sort.
So here we go. Brandon Morrow, first pitch in there for a strike against Tyler O'Neill. Morrow in a very difficult spot, coming in with the bases loaded. Only his 20th appearance of the year for the 34-year-old right-hander from California in a game the Cubs desperately need. And he misses inside 1-1 to O'Neill. There you see the scorebug. Molina at first, DeYoung at second with Carpenter at third. Bases loaded, 1 out. Top of the 8th, Wrigley Field. Cubs up 3-0. Drive into right. This is Hayward. It'll get a run in, but the important thing for the Cubs, it's an out. And a sacrifice fly for Tyler O'Neill, and it's 3-1.
Now batting, second baseman.
Weird camera pan there, but anyway, that's, the Cubs will take that. That's, a good situational play from O'Neill, but you gotta hope that they could have gotten more if you're a Cardinals fan. And for the Cubs, you know that with Molina, Molina's out there on first, an extra base hit won't score him in most likelihood.
So now 3-1. Cardinals now trail by 2. Here's Colton Wong. Takes a strike on the outside corner from Morrow. Dan Winkler, the closer. Rowan Wick also getting loose in that bullpen. Winkler, rough outing yesterday. Will he be asked to try and come in? If not in the 8th, probably certainly the 9th. So far tonight, Colton Wong is 0 for 3. He is struck out, lined out, and grounded back to the pitcher. And DeYoung, a drive into left. Happ puts it away. Threat is over. 1 run scores for the Cardinals, but Morrow gets out of a bases-loaded jam. The Cubs still have a lead. It's 3-1 as we go to the bottom of the 8th.
Leading off for the Cubs.
Cubs looking for some insurance.
Anthony.
The bottom half of the 8th, Anthony Rizzo will lead it off. Good part of the lineup if you want to get runs. 2, 3, and 4, Rizzo, Baez, and Contreras. Not many better in all of baseball.
Indeed, the Cubs also learned yesterday that no lead is a safe lead, so they're going to want to get something here.
2 hops to Wong. 1 pitch and 1 out for Alex Reyes, who has set down the first 4 he has faced. So now Javier Baez with 1 out in the 8th. Cubs shortstop will dig in. Baez 1 for 2 today with a walk. Single back in the 3rd, lined out to right, and was robbed of maybe a triple on a terrific diving catch by Tommy Edman.
2-0.
The Cardinals loaded the bases in the top of the 8th, only managed to score 1 run. Now a strike to Baez, 2 balls, 1 strike to the guy they call El Mago, the Magician. He's got magical hands and most of the time a magical glove, although he's made an error now in 3 straight games. Slicer, foul, 2-2.
Cubs will hope he's got a magical bat here. Always on another run.
And Baez hunting on the curveball, and he missed it. It was a hanger, too. Tied him up, struck him out. 4th strikeout for Alex Reyes.
The catcher, number 40.
And he's retired all 5 that he's faced.
Gonzalez.
The first 2 have been retired quickly. Now Wilson Contreras takes high for ball 1, but Reyes is pumping. That was 98.
If I remember correctly, Reyes came up as a starter and had some injury issues, and he's come back in the bullpen, and maybe that might be the better role for him. He's got high velocity, could be a 2-inning guy for you, go all out, and, well, 4 strikeouts and 1 2/3 says enough.
Well, that seems to be the role that they have decided for a 25-year-old youngster. This is his 62nd game out of the bullpen. He's logged 63 innings of work out there. 1-2 here to Contreras. Lined over the head of the shortstop DeYoung, and a 2-out base hit for the catcher Contreras.
Up next for the Cubs, the left fielder.
Roped it there over DeYoung's head there at short, and, you know, maybe Ian Happ can break out of something.
Ian Happ was white hot in the series against the Dodgers, but is 0 for 3 today. In the 9th, the Cardinals will have a pinch hitter, Harrison Bader, and then Tommy Edman, as the lineup will turn over. So 8, 9, and 1 for St. Louis. In the dirt, excellent Molina, but the runner will move up. I'll tell you, terrific base running from Wilson Contreras, who read that ball in the dirt all the way, despite Yadier Molina doing everything right.
And that's the advantage a catcher like Contreras has. He knows what it's like from being behind the plate. Most catchers, though, don't have the speed to challenge like he does.
1-2 to Happ.
Oh, that's in.
Just missed on a curveball. And it's 2-2. A runner in scoring position. 2-2. High fly ball center field. Back is Bader. Makes the catch. On the warning track, Harrison Bader sends this game into the 9th. Pinch hitter, Bader, Edman. Last chance for St. Louis.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
Dan Winkler, who will come on looking for some redemption.
Number 43.
His 48th appearance, 36 for 40 on saves. But that 4th blown save is new. He blew a 2-run lead in last night's affair.
Tom.
Lane Thomas will be the pinch hitter to start the 9th, and he takes high for ball 1. Thomas, the designated hitter on Wednesday. Cardinals would have a day off yesterday. Wednesday's win against the Blue Jays, he would go 1 for 4 with a home run. And he fouls that one away there. Cutter from Winkler, and it's 1-1. The crowd at Wrigley Field is up. They know how badly their team needs this game, and a good pitch from Winkler, 1-2.
Got a good cutter, does Winkler. Cutter, a good curve, make for a deadly combo.
Tried to get him to chase, holds off. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Lane Thomas. 1 away. Winkler strikes out the leadoff man.
Harrison Bader.
Dan Winkler, 36 saves on the year. Sean Doolittle tops the NL with 43 over in Washington. What a year he's having. Winkler, though, no slouch himself, especially with that .81 ERA. And he starts off Bader with a strike. This has been a very entertaining ballgame. Good pitching, good defense, and timely hitting where we needed it. 0-2 as Bader fouls that one off.
I got the count. 1-2.
Missing is Winkler. 1 ball and 2 strikes as the cutter was a little bit low. 2 gone. Back-to-back strikeouts for Dan Winkler. And the Cardinals are down to their final out.
Can't execute a cutter better than that. I'll tell you, that's right on the corner. 2 straight Ks, that's what a way to start.
Tommy Edman is 1 for 4. Now he's asked to keep it going. And he takes a strike.
0-1's the count.
A late August afternoon in Wrigley Field. The plate is almost covered in shadows. Winkler, the pitcher, still in the sunlight. And he misses barely on a curveball. 1 ball, 1 strike to Edman. 24-year-old out of Stanford. Down to their final strike are the Cardinals in the opening game of this series. And the crowd at Wrigley will get to their feet.
I got the count.
They'll wait longer. 2-2. That one skipped in. Winkler's 2-2. Just getting a piece was Edman. I thought he swung too late, but he managed to slice it away. Another 2-2. Inside, and it's full. If Edman can keep it going, it would bring Matt Carpenter, who would be the tying run. He'd bring him to the plate. Winkler, the payoff. Edman spoils. Again.
I think you just need to go with a challenge cutter up and in, try to jam him, if not strike him out.
He walked him. A terrific at-bat by Tommy Edman, ice cold under pressure. And Carpenter, the tying run, will come to the plate. Tonight, Matt Carpenter is 0 for 3. He walked to start the 8th and came around to score the Cardinals' only run. And he takes a strike.
See Schild arguing. The thing is, it should be Winkler arguing. If that's a strike, that was not called earlier. That would have been strike 3 on Edman. We'd be going home.
Carpenter, foul. And once again, the Cardinals 1 strike away from being vanquished in this one. And again, 37,000 on their feet. Winkler strikes out Carpenter. And that's all. Dan Winkler strikes out the side, and how's that for redemption? He blew the save last night, but tonight, save number 37. And the Cubs take game 1 in a big series against their division rivals. What a ballgame.
Things got testy towards the end, and I'm sure some Cubs fans were on the edge of their seats, to say the least, but good win for the Cubs here. Hendricks getting the win, and for Winkler, as you said, redemption.
The win goes to Kyle Hendricks. He is our player of the game. 7 innings pitched for him, only allows 4 hits and does not yield a run. The only blemish, the 4 walks. They also struck out 4, and boy, they needed him to come up big today, Hines.
They did. John Lester put in a good start. Yesterday, Winkler was the one who blew it in the end. Today, Kyle Hendricks follows suit with a 7-inning start. The professor was teaching today, and they just could not touch him.
Let's take a look at the highlights. Bottom of the first, Chris Bryant, a leadoff home run. One of only 4 runs that would be scored today combined, and Bryant himself was responsible for one of them. Move to the bottom of the 4th. This would be it as far as runs the Cubs would score, but it would be enough. Albert Almora, 2-run single, seeing eye up the middle. And top of the 5th, this was a heck of a play. Tommy Edman. Oh! Diving catch on Baez. You have to give credit to the Cardinal defense. They were outstanding. Top of the 8th, the Cardinals would make it interesting. Bases loaded for Tommy Edman, a sacrifice fly. That drove in Matt Carpenter. That would be all that St. Louis would be able to get. Because Wong would fly out to left. That was big. A great job by Brandon Morrow, who was brought in with the bases loaded. Had to face 2 hitters with the bases loaded, and got them both. And then the top of the 9th, Kyle Hendricks would strike out the side. First to Lane Thomas. Then it was Harrison Bader who would go down swinging. And finally, Matt Carpenter with the tying run at the plate. Looks like we're going to get to see Bader first. There he goes. Tommy Edman would then walk. Terrific at bat, by the way. But then Carpenter, the tying run at the plate. No, sir, says Dan Winkler. And that was all from Chicago. Hines, what did you think, especially of the Cubs' defensive effort today?
Well, I know that they've had some struggles of late. They've only won 1 series in the past couple weeks, and that was in Toronto, which was a well-done series for them. They got blown out, for what it's worth, by the Dodgers. So I think it's a good thing that they were able to come back. They've got a big series here, as you said. The defense was good. The offense was also very good. I'd like to see some more, to be honest, but you know, you got to take what you can get and say this is a good win.
These 2 teams right back at it tomorrow at 7 o'clock. Hines will be back along with EB from Toronto. Austin Warner for the Cardinals. Jose Quintana for the Cubs. That is your pitching matchup, at least the probable pitchers. Always subject to change. But as for us, we're about done here. The Cubs win and the Reds lose. Best case scenario for Chicago. They take this one 3-1. Kyle Hendricks, his 11th win of the year. Adam Wainwright, who pitched well, takes the loss, falls to 4-11. Dan Winkler, he redeems himself, picks up save number 37 as the Cubs win it 3-1 with your player of the game, Kyle Hendricks. For Hines AS, I'm Eddie McCarthy. Thanks so much for riding with us for this one. Now we'll turn it over Cookie, along with P-Mister, Guys, all yours.
All right, thank you, Eddie. Thank you, Hines. Good call. Nice W for those Cubs, fighting to keep that sort of first place region under lockdown. And hey, mister, how are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing just fine. It's Friday after a long week, and we're heading up to the Rocky Mountains tonight, so it should be a fun day.
Coors Field, known for being the most hitter-friendly park in all of baseball. With a team like the Dodgers out there, you can expect we're going to see the ball flying.
You expect to see the ball flying on any day, but especially with the Dodgers in town with some of the bats they have. And honestly, I wish I brought my glove and was able to sit in the outfield today because I'm expecting at least 2 or 3 jacks.
Rocky's no slouch on offense either. Of course, a lot of people debate whether or not that's just because they play here, but whatever. So I sit here and eat my Wendy's.
Exactly. Just finished up my dinner of chicken wings, so obviously a great day for everybody.
Oh yes, I was thinking spaghetti and meatballs originally, but I was like, man, I don't feel like cooking.
Exactly. Still no pizza yet, though.
Never pizza.
What about a calzone?
Everyone always tries to get me on the calzones too. It's just not my thing. There we go. Rookie of the Year lead voting getters. I got Gavin Lux up there. Cy Young, Kershaw, and Heaney, your 1-2 punch. Soler leads an MVP. So these Dodgers are looking good in the categories for those awards, but still fighting to get first place in their division. Go to the postseason, which is really all that matters.
Yeah, honestly, and Dodgers and D-backs, you saw in the Rookie of the Year, Dodgers have the number 1 vote getter. Diamondbacks have the number 2 with Seth Beer, so it's going to be really interesting watching this NL West, and especially how those 2 teams duke it out here.
So Peter Lambert, the pitch for Colorado.
Oh my lord, we're actually going to start somewhat on time today. The last 2 days I've been almost an hour late each time.
Leading off tonight for the Dodgers.
Same here, mister. Nice to be going right when we're supposed to. Is Mookie Betts way better on the road will stand in.
Way better on the road. He's almost exclusively a road hitter, only hitting 227 in Chavez Ravine out there, so you might want to actually consider sitting him on the bench for a couple home games coming up to try to give some young guys some work.
Yeah, out here in Colorado, we got our first pitch right at 6:59 on the East Coast. I believe that would translate to 4:59 here in Colorado as Mookie Betts gives our first souvenir of the day, a no-doubt bomb opposite field.
Yeah, no doubt, 436 down that line. Holy cow, that might hit the second deck over there. We were talking about the thin air earlier. Mookie Betts getting it off with fireworks.
Just an absolute missile.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see the stat track here, follow the angle on that one. 'Cause that looked like it was a little bit of a bullet off the bat, but it could have got some nice pop on it. No, the camera angle is just really that bad as it showed down the right field line instead of out to right center.
Batting second, the second baseman, Max.
430 feet, 104 miles per hour off the bat. We'll see how many more Dodger bombs we see today. Max Muncy steps in and takes ball 1 with still nobody out here in the first inning.
Yeah, and follow up Mookie Betts home with Mac Muncy, one of the top home run hitters on the team with 31 so far this year. And he turns on 1 now.
This one goes foul, though. One pitch on the way. It's high. Woody Keller, our home plate umpire, hopefully has better eyes than Helen Keller did.
Jeez, I'm going to pretend that, but you imagine how Coors Field is a hitter's ballpark. They're trying to reduce that a little bit by actually having the ball sit in like a humidor before the game to try to reduce the flight, but still doesn't seem to work as this park seems to be letting up a few more home runs than the average ballpark, especially down in Arizona.
Yeah, we're seeing, I mean, out in Arizona, they got a whole giant dehumidifier in their indoor stadium now trying to combat the effects. Or was it a humidifier? I don't know which it is.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah, the whoa, whoa,
Whoa.
whoa. Good way to explain that call. That was a pretty nasty throw to Murphy. A great recovery to tag out Muncie, who was kind of, you can see, dogging it down the line, but that could have been big trouble for Colorado.
Oh, yeah, the catcher could have been sitting on the bench for the rest of the game. We could have had a defensive substitution in the first inning. That's something you practice almost every day before the game, so the fact that it was that far offline is a little bit shocking and maybe cause for concern later on. And that's a shift right there, if I've ever seen one.
And they shift on the righty Soler pretty hard. The whole right side of the infield's pretty open to him, but he's a pull hitter, a power hitter. And he will strike out looking for out number 2. He thought that was a ball, but Helen Keller says, I think that was a strike.
Yeah, that was a fairly good strike call, too, on the inside. There's definitely an argument there, but at the same time, if you look at the StatCast, it was definitely hit the zone.
I thought it was a strike, too, to be fair. Gotta get my Helen Keller jokes in.
Yes.
What inspiration she was, though.
Oh, absolutely. Honestly, one of the first people with blindness to really make a major impact in society.
Blind and deaf. Kind of the two-fer.
Kind of the daily double.
Cody Bellinger has the 2-1 count.
Yeah, I believe the school that she went to, the special school for blind and deaf, is still working around in the Boston area. That's going to get down for a hit.
Yeah, ripped. Daniel Murphy tried to jump for it, and they're going to stretch the offline throw. Will let Cody Bellinger stretch. I don't know what he was thinking to go to there, but apparently he knows better than us, P-Mister.
Either that, or for some reason the ball gods have decided to send a lot of runners recently, as there are a couple guys just in my game yesterday that went for second that gunned out by a mile. And honestly, he should have been dead to rights, but the throw was just that far offline.
So it ultimately pays off. Single off the bat of Justin Turner, all it will take now, driving that run.
Yeah, Justin Turner probably winning the beard game today, unless anyone else decides to step into the ring, but I don't think anyone can match that.
Got a 1-1 count with 1 runner on, 1 run in the first half number 1 of inning number 1, and that's going to be a base hit ripped into right. Cody not aggressive on the base running this time. He'll hold up. It'll be runners on the corners now with 2 out.
Oh, if he had tried to go on that, I would be screaming right now. He would have been dead to rights by a mile. Yes, it was a single, but it was a little grounder, and the left fielder had a great read on it. So he would have been able to fire it into home fairly quickly.
So now Jack Peterson was off last night, dribbles this one foul. Jack, the first baseman for the Rockies, or the Dodgers.
Or the Mets or the Cardinals. I inadvertently called the... who they played last night? It was Astros and... Giants. I inadvertently called them, I think, Houston by accident. So, no worries on the team name there. Honestly, it might be a long night here if the scoring is going to hold anything.
Peterson is in an 0-2 hole, though. Pitch on the way. That was ball 1, but it's fouled off. 3-0-2. Down low.
Playing 12, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ball.
Peterson has pretty big splits. He's really good at hitting these righties. Struggles hard against the lefties. He will struggle hard in this at-bat nonetheless, though. Strikes out, a good changeup. But Mookie Betts gets the Dodgers on the board with a leadoff home run. Rockies are going to look to respond. We had bottom 1 on the ML Ball Network. So Dustin May recalled from AAA Toledo after Alex Wood hit the fan. In terms of his performance, going to get a shot. Hey, mister, this is a big arm for this team. They're hoping he's a guy they can count on from the postseason to give him a fourth arm to go with Kershaw, Buehler, and Heaney.
Yeah, definitely. And honestly, sometimes you need that, as that's just going to be a little fly out there. But Dustin May, especially once you get to the playoffs, you can survive on 3 arms, as most of the games are every other day. So occasionally you'll need that fourth guy in case one of your stars isn't having the best of games.
Another first pitch swing. This one will show how a fielder is supposed to field. Out number 2.
Very solid, very straightforward there. And the Dodgers showing why they're on top right now. 2 pitches, 2 outs from May. Just great defense.
This is an infield maybe not known for its defense with its current configuration. You got Turner at third. We're used to that. If you got Gavin Lux getting some time at short, because Max Muncy's been getting some time at second, because Jock Peterson getting some time at first. So kind of that whole infield shifted a little bit as they try and keep Peterson's bat in the lineup, with obviously Jorge Soler joining Mookie Betts and Cody Bellinger at the outfield.
Yeah, honestly, if you're the Dodgers at this point against these teams where, you know, there's not really that much at stake, you can kind of mess around with the lineup, try to get some guys in some new spots, because come playoff time, they might need to fill in at 3 or 4 different spots, and you want to have at least some familiarity with that before you throw them into the fire.
Line drive, caught. 5-pitch first inning for Dustin May. Since my dinner will continue into the second inning. 1-0 Dodgers on the Ball Network.
Yeah, very nice first inning there from the Dodgers. Very efficient, especially on the defensive end.
Leading off for the Dodgers, the shortstop.
Defense is key to winning championships.
Yes, offense puts butts in the seats, but defense wins titles.
Evan Lux will take strike 1. 2 for 3 in last night's ball game, where they squeaked out a win against the Chicago Cubs to take 3 of 4. To the gap, I'm going to get ready to deliver. It's Peter Lambert missing inside.
Playing 12, 1-2.
It's kind of being a little bit of an issue right now. I know he's had the 1 run so far, but 30 pitches through 1+. You want to try to get that down a little bit. So that's going to be a long fly ball.
Long, but playable for Dahl, I think.
The catcher, Will Smith.
Okay, mister, we can party a little bit. Our head janitor, Garrett, is
off duty, finally?
On a journey.
Woohoo! Alright, time to line them up, boys. Oh, get the Jaegers out, get an Angry Orchard on the side, just ready to go. Yeah.
We can do whatever we want. The boss isn't here.
Great. So where is the boss anyway? Is he off on a grand adventure somewhere, I'm guessing?
I believe he's actually heading off to Colorado.
Who knows? Maybe can we get the camera guys to pan around, see if we can find Garrett and Stan's just like eating a hot dog or something? That's going to be a 1-2 here to Will Smith. Angry Orchard. It's the Bud Light of hard ciders.
Well, that slider is
That slider probably had a few Jaegers in him already with the bend on that one, as that's a beautiful breaker in there.
So Dustin May is batting 400.
No ball, 2 strikes.
Won't be keeping that up with swings like that, though.
Yeah, no, and Dustin May looking in trouble right now. Not going to bite in that low outside one, but Lambert coming in with a very strong second inning here.
Yeah, for me, 99% of the time with my pitchers, you're taking until 2 strikes, unless you really think you got a special pitch.
Exactly.
Because more often than not, I don't want to see you bounce out. I want to see you at least make that pitcher prove they can throw strikes. Because you never know, you can get to a 2-1, 2-2, 3-2 count before they get to that 2 strikes. And well, that can help drive their pitch count up too, help out your fellow hitters. Face a bit more of a tired arm, as May will just pop this one up to the catcher, Tony Wolters, to end the inning. So Dodgers go 1-2-3 in the second. They still lead by 1, though. Story, Dahl, and Kirilloff will look to get things going for the Rockies here in the bottom half of the second inning on ML Bat Ball.
I think Coors Field is the only one to have like a forest out in center field for the batter's eye. I know that the Angels have that little grass and rock formation out there, but Colorado has a legit forest out there in center for the batter's eye.
Yeah, forests are it's where we go to escape reality, to be one with nature.
Yep, and sometimes all you need is that little bit of a break in order to reset yourself after a long week. But Trevor Story right now trying to get something going. Just got his brand new card a couple weeks ago in MLB The Show, so hopefully he can try to do something with that.
You can hear me rubbing my hat. As I finished up dinner, finally here with 1 out now, and the bottom of the second, Dustin May makes Trevor Story look silly with that swing.
Yeah, maybe they want to rethink that card that I was mentioning earlier. That was not a 97 overall Silver Slugger Award swing there.
No ball, 1 strike.
Well, there is that new 98 overall Bo Bichette everyone seems to be raving about.
Dang it, I need to get that now. When are they going to come out with the 99 overall Vlad Jr. just because his poppy was the arguably the face of the Montreal franchise for so many years?
The world may never know when we see that card. Well, I don't know if we'll even see it at all this year. They went crazy with Vlad Guerrero Jr. last year, but he kind of no longer fits that prospect mold this year, and boy, he hasn't done much with his major league career to this point.
Yeah, well, I feel like it's like 80 games in at this point, because if I remember correctly, it was like a July or an August call-up for the Blue Jays, all 3 of them. It wasn't an immediate call-up, it was like halfway through the year, so they still have a lot of growing to do. And we're seeing Fernando Tatis Jr. and basically explode on San Diego, and people are like, why can't they follow up? It's like, Fernando is a very, very, very specific case where someone can come out and just explode like that.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, and that's really, I mean, it's something we've been seeing more and more in recent years. You think COL Cody Bellinger when he debuted. You think of, and there was that guy, Rice Hoskins in Philly, everyone was raving about. A lot of guys come up hot, but in terms of sustainability, I guess in Bellinger's case that worked out, but for Hoskins, I mean, eventually the hitters will adjust to, or the pitchers will adjust to you, and you gotta adjust. I mean, if you're a guy like Vlad Guerrero Jr., who's supposedly, you know, the best hitting prospect of all time, the teams are going to have their eyes on you. They're going to have their scouting report figured out well ahead of time, and that makes it kind of hard to be successful in the big league level without immediately having to start to adapt.
Yeah, nowadays with the relative availability of film on these guys, it's very, very easy to forescout a guy and try to figure out where his weakness is. You think back in the 70s and 80s, you really didn't have much film on any guy except maybe the guy in the stand saying, this guy seemed to struggle with the outside pitch, or the guy's having issues with the high and tight fastball. Nowadays, you can just pull up film from any game and watch it over and over again to try to find those weaknesses.
That's up, ball 4.
Ball 4, Dustin May will give a walk to Mr. Kirilloff. Sounds like somebody who belongs in the Frozen universe. Ryan McMahon will stand in.
Yes, one of the highlights of my life so far. I've still not seen any of the Frozen movies, and I am hard set on not doing that anytime soon.
Yes, I watched Frozen 1. Heck, I'm still not sure I've seen it all the way through, but obviously everyone was raving about it back in high school, so I've seen bits and pieces of it. I haven't even thought about watching Frozen 2, though, which, I mean, I really haven't heard that many people talk about it. I don't know if it's because I'm no longer in high school with a bunch of teenage girls who are like, oh my god, Disney movie, or if it just wasn't any good.
I think the general consensus from what I've heard is that it wasn't as good as 1, but it's still a decent movie, as with most sequels.
I don't know, I think High School Musical 2 was way better than High School Musical 1.
So that's so far back for me, I can't even remember. I mean, it's very rare when a sequel does better than the original. I think the only case that I can think of off the top of my head is maybe the Star Wars franchise.
He's out.
Oh yeah, I guess Harry Potter would probably fit that mold too. Of course, Harry Potter's more of a book adaptation. It doesn't really count.
Right. Harry Potter, they just had to take the words and put them on the screen. Star Wars, they kind of had to build everything from scratch, more or less. And I believe there's actually a very good documentary on Disney Plus about how they made the original Star Wars and just how much of a crunch they had to go through to get that done.
It's kind of amazing what they managed to do back in that era with all the everything that goes into making a Star Wars movie. I haven't actually watched it, but you know, everyone in the fam has. So Mookie Betts doesn't homer this time. He grounds out. We saw Dustin May work a nice bottom of the second outside of that walk. Otherwise, retired everybody. And now Peter Lambert trying to have a snappy third inning, go a bit deeper into this game. Next month, he's going to go Oppo Field for a double, though, to kind of hinder that progress.
Yeah, nice little double there at the opposite hit. And just for clarification, you have not seen you have seen a Star Wars movie, correct?
No.
None of them.
That would be correct.
So you don't like pizza and you have not seen a Star Wars movie. Are you even human at this point?
Sometimes I wonder.
So I'm guessing you're a Star Trek person then?
My dad is. I don't think I've watched Star Trek either. I saw Spaceballs.
Okay, that redeems it a little bit. Spaceballs is basically Star Wars if you tried to make it a comedy.
Except I think I actually, about 15 minutes into it, convinced the teacher to let me and my friends go to the library and make a spreadsheet that would automatically do our homework.
I'm assuming your math homework then, because that's pretty easy to do in an Excel sheet.
No, our research projects, we did a lot of statistics for those. So our goal was to make a adaptable spreadsheet so that we could perhaps sell it to our classmates someday, and they would just punch in their numbers. We'd give them all their fancy stats calculations they needed and explanations on what they meant in the context of their experiment. And it was going to be glorious, but we just never got around to finishing it. Plus, I'm pretty sure it would have been illegal to sell it. So,
not exactly sure it's illegal. It is an Excel spreadsheet. It's not like it's a black bug program that'll fry all the computers in the school or anything.
Yeah, and we thought about making a Java program version of it too. Well, recently, now that I've learned Python and we can make the graphs and stuff in Python, I've thought about revisiting the project and just linking it back into the old school. But, well, that's a conversation for a different day. Cody Bellinger is our focus for today. He's got Max Muncy on second, now 2 out here in the top of the third inning, looking to get an RBI to expand this Dodgers lead, although the way he's been swinging this at bat, it looks like he's looking for 2 runs instead of 1.
Yeah, at this point, you just try to stack on as many as you can. Oh boy, that was a beautiful changeup.
Lambert's really had that changeup going today. That's the second one I can think of that's gotten him a big strikeout to escape a jam. Let's see, we'll be stranded 8-9-1 for Colorado, starting with the catcher, Tony Wolters.
Yet again, Wolters not exactly known for much offensively. A 2.42 average with only 3 homers. Really used more as a backstop to try to limit the amount of runs. With Coors Field having the short backstop there, being able to flip it back home quickly is very important.
Wow. Yeah, always important to have those catchers focus on their defense. That's really why a lot of these catchers, especially backup catchers, get their jobs, is they can provide that value to your pitching staff with their blocking, their framing, their arm, and just their ability to call a ball game. You don't care so much about the offense with these guys.
Yeah, and most teams typically write off the catcher as more defensive guy rather than putting an offensive bat. Although there are quite a few catchers who do rake according to Duggo, so. Speaking of raking.
Tony Wolters hits one back up the middle. And you know, P-Mister, obviously in the AL, we have a DH for the pitcher spot because they kind of, well, traditionally they focus a lot more on that craft of pitching. It takes a lot of time and effort to master those and work on their arm and stuff like that. We don't see them hit so much. And that's why, you know, most pitchers in the NL struggle and the AL doesn't have their pitchers hit at all. Peter's going to try and bunt. This one will get down the first base line, and it'll be first.
Okay, I'm not sure why you just don't go for the tag there, but I guess he thought it otherwise.
I probably would have went for the tag too, but I mean, I guess why be cute, try and lunge and miss? Go for the sure thing if you can make that throw.
Yeah. And Charlie Blackmon, I completely forgot he was on the team for a second there. With the grade A beard there. Looks like a mountain man coming out of the Yukon almost.
You can compete with Beardy Buddha and Brotherbeard with that one. You know, P-Mister, I was thinking out loud. It feels like the way things are going, we talk about how much pitchers focus on their craft of pitching. I feel like someday in our lifetimes, it's not out of the realm of possibilities. We start seeing a second DH spot for your catcher.
That's a little bit of a stretch, in my opinion.
For sure.
Yeah, in my personal opinion, I'm not speaking for anybody in the ball community, that's a bit of a stretch, because there are cases where catchers do hit very well and focus more on their offense, and there's a lot more cases versus the pitchers who happen to hit well. So, and also, we're kind of seeing a test case this year of the universal DH, and honestly, I think that's something within the next 5 to 10 years that could easily happen. That's going to be gunned over the first for the out.
Justin Turner, an absolute missile to get Blackman throwing to Jock Peterson. Pretty good year of his own, Justin has. Then Daniel Murphy, but yeah, P-Mister, I think the universal DH, it's not a matter of if anymore, it's a matter of when. It could be, you know, as soon as a couple of years from now in the next CBA, or it could be, you know, 10, 20 years out, but it's going to happen. I don't think there's much of a question about that.
No ball. 2 strikes.
Yeah, and honestly, at this point, we might be back doing this all again next year because the CBA does expire after this year. So,
after next year.
I thought it was after this off season. I thought it expired in like February or something stupid like that. Give me 30 seconds to look that up.
Yeah, you might be right because I'm not 100% sure, but I was like 80-ish% sure. It's we got a normal year next year, and then we're gonna be on strike. Heidi Watney checks in, reminds you all to donate to Meals on Wheels. Get food to those who need it most. All of our seniors obviously don't want to be going out much because of COVID. We don't want them to get sick and die. So Meals on Wheels doing great work to get food to those seniors, keep them safe in their homes, help out those people who need it most. Feel free to donate in chat however you feel appropriate. All proceeds of this stream go to Meals on Wheels.
Yeah, so you are correct. December 1st, 2021 is when the current one's supposed to expire, but I wouldn't be surprised if the players try to pull a fast stick and try to get something done before next year.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Manfred and Tony Clark work this offseason. Of course, the rate the coronavirus kind of recovery is gone. Got to start actually raising questions about, are we going to be ready to play by spring training next year in our traditional capacity with having guests and all that fun stuff? Because, you know, a vaccine, it seems like it's likely in early 2021, but will be distributed and make us good to go for baseball by, you know, late February.
Yeah, definitely. And if you want to believe anything the media is saying right now, supposedly Russia already has one and is starting to distribute that, but that has not been put through the rigors now. Yeah, as we look at the Rockies farm system here, the Albuquerque Isotopes lost to the El Paso Chihuahuas 4-5, and the Hartford Yard Goats defeat the Bowie Bay Sox 6-1. Again, Hartford Yard Goats, one of the best names in minor league baseball in my opinion.
It's a pretty good one. I personally, I think Trash Pandas takes the cake for me.
That is also in the top 5 in my opinion there, but just being up in New England, I've actually visited the Yard Goat Stadium there, and it is absolutely beautiful. They have like a mini green monster out in right field that you can actually sit on top of, and actually if it's a really hot day, you can actually sit inside the monster to get into the shade.
How about that? I'm assuming that's probably a Red Sox affiliate then?
No, the Yard Goats are the Colorado Rockies affiliate, actually.
Oh yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, it would make sense why they'd show up 2 seconds ago, but yes, I believe the AA affiliate for the Red Sox, the Portland Sea Dogs, has the monster out in left field, except they call it the Maine monster for some reason. Maybe because they're located in Portland, Maine.
The batter, number 9, shortstop.
The world may never know. Peter Lambert, though, has, outside of that double to Max Muncy, he looked sharp pretty much after that leadoff dinger to Mookie Betts. He's about to get through 4 innings on somewhere in the range of 60 to 65 pitches, depending on how Gavin Lux's at-bat goes.
Yeah, he's really settled in after that opening rock that he had, and both teams really kind of fighting tooth and nail here, and both pitchers not really giving much to the hitters.
Oh, ground ball. Murphy will flip it on to Lambert, who will come and cover, and we are heading to the bottom of the 4th inning. Colorado has a very, very talented part of their order coming up. Arenado Story and David Dahl here on the NYM OAK Network, Twitch TV.
Leading off for the Rockies, the third baseman, Nolan Arenado.
Yeah, definitely. I think, Cookie, this is a good question, I think, for you and I. What do you think the players want in their new CPA coming up next year from Manfred?
Probably a number of changes I see coming. I think we see the players push for the universal DH because they want those National League teams to be more willing to shell out money on extent of those hitters' careers. We'll go ahead and see a base hit to lead off the inning from Nolan Arenado. I think we see them push back against the pitch clock, and we see them push back against this runner on second and extras.
Yeah, I would say definitely the runners on second is a bit of an issue as far as taking away a lot of the skill needed in extra innings, but I think the pitch clock, it's somewhat already in the game. It's just most umpires don't really care about it that much. So it's more you have to have buy-in from the umpires on the pitch clock factor also in order for it to work properly.
Dribbler, 4-6-3, a nice double play, 2 outs for Dustin May. And then the last change, I think we're going to see a really big change to kind of how team control and arbitration and such works, especially with all the manipulation we're seeing by teams to try and get that extra year of control by leaving a guy down for the first 20 days of the season or whatever. I think that's a really big issue, and Chris Bryant, the staple child for it. That will try and address. Same thing with compensation and the free agency. I know they adjusted that in the last CBA, but still, I mean, think of Craig Kimbrell and Dallas Keuchel last offseason. Neither was signed because of that until after the draft. So
next to Colorado, the left fielder.
Yeah, definitely. And I think with the arbitration thing, I was talking with someone, and they had an idea of maybe cutting down the number of years and a half, because I think it's currently 3 team control, 2 arbitration, and then 3, or is it like 4, 2, and 2? I can't remember exactly what the ratio is.
It's the generic case is 3 years of just straight team control, and then the 3 additional years of arbitration. Although the top 22% of players with less than 3 years of playing time are Super 2 eligible, so they have 2 years of bottom rate, league minimum, and then 4 years of arbitration. And then if you get past a certain benchmark for a number of days, like it's somewhere in the 100s, you can get a 7th year of control of a guy. So they hit free agency after 6 years and 139 days or something like that. It's really complicated, but that's it in a nutshell.
Yeah, I think I was talking with someone, and they were proposing you have 2 years of team control and then 2 years of arbitration, so kind of cut it down by a third, so that way players, instead of hitting free agency at 30, 31, can kind of hit it at 28, 27, and still have a couple years of their prime left to sign the big deals. And also something I think that might be coming down the pipeline that no one's really 100% talking about is some type of hard salary cap at some point, and that would be more an owner's push, because I think we've seen some of the contract recently to Machado, Trout, Mookie Betts to a certain extent. They're starting to get, in my opinion, a little bit ridiculous, so being able to reel that in a little bit might help a lot of the smaller market teams keep their stars.
Fly out to left.
Now
Yeah,
the
it's
pitcher, Justin
I could
May.
see a salary cap. I could also, to be honest, I could see a push in the complete opposite direction, which is get rid of the luxury tax. Because I feel like, obviously, it helps keep teams like the Yankees, the Red Sox, the Dodgers from, spending all this money to become super duper competitive. Or not competitive, but, stacked with star power. But at the same time, you've got to think if you start lifting those restrictions, they'd be more open to the idea of spending and preventing us from seeing these guys sit in free agency forever in the off season, all these veterans and stuff, because they're penny pinching.
Yeah, definitely. But then again, at the same time, you have to think if you start to head down that road, it might become like the Premier League, where there's only really 5 or 6 teams in contention every year, and everyone else is just kind of playing around, hoping for the best.
That's true too. It's a tough balance to hit, and you can bet, especially on just the way things have gone the last few years, the tensions we've seen. It's going to be an interesting process to follow.
Definitely. That's going to be a nice fly out, and Lambert really settling in here. Through 4 2/3, only at 70 pitches, so after that first inning where he really got rocked around a little bit, it settled in very nicely.
So now, okay.
You don't get to start. You do not get to start. No one in Los Angeles gets to start that chant. That's a Boston thing and a Boston-only thing.
I'm a Red Sox fan, too.
I thought you were Tigers.
I am. But when JD Martinez signed with the Red Sox, I became a Red Sox fan.
Okay, that's fair. I'll let you pass then. You're good then. My apologies.
I also have a Red Sox hat from when I visited the great city of Boston a while back as a Mookie.
Oh, God.
The line. And a wild throw in, too, but he'll hold up.
The batter
Yeah, definitely. Now you've seen why Mookie was so beloved in Boston. Can just pull out these hits out of nowhere. And can hit really to all parts of the field there, roping that one down the third base line.
Following JD Martinez, it's funny, for a while I was an Arizona Diamondbacks fan.
Yeah, so that's why you and Doug were called those games earlier, but I digress. One note for anyone visiting Boston, though. Do not go to the Fenway subway stop. That is a lie, and you're just going to end up in the middle of a field. Do not go to the Fenway stop.
Excuse me, you'll end up in the middle of the field?
Of a field, yes. There's actually a Fenway, city park that's about, I'd say, a quarter to a half mile from the stadium itself.
I thought when you said on the field, or in a field...
Yeah, you just pop up in center field.
Yeah, that's... I was like, what are you saying, man? Yeah,
that might be the stuff into me. I don't know. Anyway. You get a nice picture of the skyline here in Colorado. No, you take the subway to Kenmore Square, and then it's about a 2 or 3 minute walk to the park from there. Or if you go and... Oh, sorry.
So I want to mess around the one subway system, and that was in Washington, D.C.
The Washington one could be fairly easy. The Boston one is easy if you're paying attention, because everything is color-coded, and it's not like New York City where you have the red 1 and the orange 4. It's just the one color, and that's it.
Yeah, my trip to Boston back in, that would have been 2016. We didn't take the subway at all. We were all on buses. We visited Harvard. We went to Fenway. We took a detour to Massachusetts. Well, Boston's in Massachusetts, but we went to Salem to see all the witch trial stuff.
Yes, Salem, Massachusetts, where they decided to burn people for committing relatively normal acts. Yes, and
I can't remember what else we did Oh, we did a whale watching cruise.
Can be the great. Yeah, can be the greatest spent the money in the world, or the most boring 4-hour boat ride you'll ever be on.
Well, our thing was, I don't know what was up with the seas or the boat we were on or what, but about 95% of the people on that boat got super seasick. And we didn't see any whales either. Not that anyone was really looking at that point.
Yeah, no. And waters outside of Boston Harbor can get really nasty, especially if the wind's kicking around that day.
To make matters worse, we had seafood lined up for dinner that night.
Yes, Boston. Great seafood. You don't really think of Boston as a seafood place, but some really good food comes out of there, because there's a place off the shoreline called George's Bank where there's a lot of good stuff coming out of there. And it's usually Boston and Portland, Maine are the two cities in New England where you should go for seafood.
Yeah, it's really nice to get that fresh. I didn't eat. I had chicken strips that day, but I'm sure my classmates enjoyed having fresh seafood right in Boston.
Yeah, definitely. And again, people think Boston's one of these, grimy, ugly, people don't want to talk with you. No, if you just go about your business, no one's really going to care what you do.
Yeah, I had no complaints. It wasn't like New York where I felt like, people are like, curse you.
Get out of the way, I'm late for my meeting already. Boston just kind of go about your business and leave me alone type city. You can ask for directions, though, and people will help you out for the most part.
Johnny Walters' 2-1 is fouled off. May's looking for his second double play in as many innings. Yeah, it's always nice when you can ask for directions. I was trying to think we were at, I'm sure you'd know what it is, some sort of outdoor, indoor mall thing.
Faneuil Hall for 500?
I couldn't tell you. It was 4 years ago.
Was there a lot of bricks on the ground?
I think so.
Okay, that's probably Faneuil Hall, which is in the north side of town, up by the shoreline, actually down by where the whale watches happen.
Fly out to center, route number 1. Yeah, I remember we wandered around there, and well, a lot of stuff was expensive, and I was a 10th grader without a job, so I didn't buy much of anything. Though I do remember I went somewhere, I got a giant cookie in there.
Oh, yeah. I think it's called a Cookie Monster or something. Really good stuff in there. And honestly, cookies about the size of your face, but yeah, Faneuil Hall, if you want to blow $2,000, you don't have to go far to blow it there.
We got a double play opportunity, and not quite in time. The return throw to Dustin Lake covering, but Jack Peterson, a nice job to nab the lead runner on that.
Yeah, definitely a little bit heads up seeing the runner got a little bit of a late start in the jump and firing it over to get the lead runner there.
I'm actually going to go find that picture. I sent this picture to my mom when I got that cookie, and when I bought a Red Sox hat. I'm going to send it in our new concession stand channel on Discord for you all.
If you want to join us on that Discord to see how big these things are, there'll be a link in the Twitch chat right about now.
Look for that. Dustin May's got Charlie Blackman down. The 0-1 hole. May works from the stretch. He kind of does like a chicken dance thing on the mound before he delivers.
Hey, any way you can get it in there. You see a lot of sidearm, a lot of underarm, especially in the minors, so any motion you can get to throw the ball efficiently, go right ahead and do it.
Oh man, I don't got my face in that picture. Actually, this looks like I may have bought that cookie from like a Panera Bread or something.
Oh, well.
I think I do know the place you were talking about. I might have just saw that and went, man, I can't afford that cookie, so I found a place with discount cookies.
Yeah, no, it's... Trust me, some of the food in there can get really expensive if you're looking for a big buck purchase. Although there is a couple pizza shops around there that are stupid cheap, including the best pizza in America up in the north end of Boston. I know I got flamed for it last time, but the people cannot be wrong.
Best pizza is here in Michigan, Detroit style. Hate to break it to you.
That's a bit of a stretch there. I mean, if anything, the Midwest pizza I think goes to Chicago by far.
Chicago's not really a city. What a job from Max Muncy to rob that. Get us out of this fifth inning. You know, I met a girl once who called me a snack, so I'm going to post a picture of me in the Red Sox hat.
The left fielder,
Too.
Jorge Soler.
Again, the boss is out of town, so go ahead and go nuts with whatever you want, basically. Jorge Soler is going to step in here to try to extend this lead. Again, been a very tight game so far between these two teams. It's a little bit shocking. Because outside the Mookie Betts homer, there's been virtually no offense.
Now
Yeah, a couple doubles, a couple singles, maybe a walk or two. Yeah, not much going, but Jorge Soler does a nice job to beat the shift right where nobody is to get on base to lead off the sixth. And now Bellinger, Turner, and Peterson coming up. It is danger time.
I mean, isn't it always dangerous time with the Dodgers lineup, especially 1 through 6?
Yeah, and then when you count Gavin Lux and Will Smith at the bottom, it doesn't get much easier. I mean, hey, things like that, if you play your cards right, 4 to 6 to 3, a double play, 2 out, just as quickly as there was a 1 out.
Hey, what do you know? Nice little double play there to get out of the jam, and now there's 2 out here. Nice little underhand flip, too, and the bare hand grab. That was just a beautiful thing to watch.
Get your mouth riser, red hot.
Yes, yes, get out of here, concession stand, man. Get lost.
Ball, no.
Yes,
One
concession
ball,
stand
no
guy,
strike.
thankfully delivering my nice alcoholic beverage right on time, as always.
Hey, mister, I didn't know you were 21.
Oh, boys, I've been 21 for a few years, and oh my lord, are you kidding me? That's so bad. The throwing errors have been absolutely terrible from Colorado tonight. It's finally come back to bite him in the backside.
And there's the Gold Glover, Nolan Arenado, looking a bit more like a common Glover. So, I gotta imagine that's rolled an error, and that puts a guy on for Jock Peterson, who will take strike 1.
Ball.
1.
We're playing 11. No.
2. And invigorating commentary. Yeah, we're talking more about food. I encourage everybody, if you have a Wendy's and Burger King near you, try out both of their spicy nuggets and figure out which one's better. Just leave it off Twitter if it's not Wendy's or they'll roast you.
Exactly. I've had the Wendy's spicy one a couple times. I'm a guy who can't really use spice, and I can stomach those down pretty good, actually, so I give Wendy's the hand there.
Yeah, that's what I had tonight, was 20 of those and some fries.
Okay, I cannot handle 20. I can handle 6.
6, that's like an appetizer. I wish I could do 26. Just can't afford it. As nice catch by, I assume that's Dahl out center. Maybe it's not. Doesn't really matter. We're going to the bottom of the 6th inning. Rockies still somehow only down by 1. Anybody's game, especially in this ballpark late.
Yeah, and again, with the way the Rockies lineup is built a little bit, they are built for that homer power, so you have to expect it at any time. And it looks like Shark Shavery's asking what type of stretch you want, if any.
Shark, any stretch works for me. You could do Monty Python. You could do the Cookie Monster stretch again. That was fun yesterday, but I'll leave it up to you. And don't do it at 2 if your head's still hurting you, because I know that was the case earlier.
Yeah, I'm honestly open for any type of stretch from Shark Shavery. Again, best Boppo organist in the business. That one's going to get through for a hit.
Mister, looks like you get the choice. Cookie Monster or Python or Jackson 5.
I don't think I've heard the Jackson 5 one before. That might be a good one to queue up. Either Jackson 5 or Monty Python. Shark, take your pick. I'll leave it to ours choice there.
Ball.
Want to know? Nolan Arenado has a runner on. Jackson 5 debuted on the Beardcast.
That's why Nolan Arenado with the shot to left. If that stays there, it's out of here. Yes, sirree, you can put it on the board.
That's on him off the bat of Arenado. Yeah, Beardy Bash was saying, making up for his error. That is a piece of beauty.
Yep, 424 on the distance, 106 as an exit velocity, so that one was a little bit of a missile, and that would probably hit the concourse out there in left with the short porch. Here's the shot tracker, an absolute laser. And yes, I'd say that would hit the concourse.
Now batting, shortstop,
Well, right now the Dodgers are down to Colorado 1-2 in a divisor of 3 and 6, or is it a multiple? I'm too far into stuff already.
It's something. There's EB. Alex Wood and David Price are up in the bullpen.
Yeah, David Price relieved the bullpen duty. Dang,
Ball. 2 balls, 1 strike.
The words out of my mouth.
Yes, the Boston fans do not have fond feelings of David Price when he was here.
You're telling me, as a Boston fan, I hated him. If nobody gets to that one, they're going to rule it an error on Gavin Lux. May's getting into trouble. Single homer error. David Dow coming up now. At least he's through that Arenado story danger area. He has to buckle down here. His guys, well, haven't been able to put much up on offense today, and now they trail by 1. And it's a big game. Obviously, you don't want those damned Diamondbacks to get control of the division again.
Yeah, but then at that point, Douglas might come back and start doing some broadcasts again now that the D-backs would be on top.
That's another reason not to let them get on top. Douglas, their good luck charm.
Oh, but I miss Duggo. Duggo was a great guy.
Duggo is a great guy, except for the fact he's not a Dodgers fan.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to be a line out to second. And coming up next on the Boppo Network, we got a big Texas showdown coming up with the Rangers and Astros. Carl Zim. Okay, you can leave the booth now. Carl Zim and Evie from Toronto on that game. And then Brother Beard and Cook Guy get White Sox and Mariners in the After Dark slot, so that should be a fun one.
Yeah, Mariners facing off against those White Sox who are trying to get back in the wild card race. Pretty sure Tampa's past them. Yeah, the Astros have been making a push for the AL West. The Rangers suck. But yeah, Texas reminds me of that episode of SpongeBob where they mock Sandy. Look at me, I'm Texas. Doing.
I thought I'd never hear a SpongeBob reference in this booth, but Evie making a point here. Someone should tell Dave Roberts that Price and Wood were designated for assignment without them being D for A.
That would really be ideal. For the record, anyone from Texas listening, I am quite fond of the state of Texas. It's one of my favorites of the bigger states, right up there with Florida.
Ooh, runner for breaking for home.
Runner goes home, and it pays off. Trevor Story makes it a 3-1 ball game with his aggressive base running.
Yeah, definitely there. And here come here's the pile on for Colorado to try to add a couple more here, just to give the Dodgers a little fun. And let's see which of the two relievers are coming in now, as Roberts is going to make the change.
With any luck, he got somebody else up without telling us. But Dustin May, solid first 5 innings in his return to the big league rotation. Just kind of lost it in the 6th. Tough, but he does only allow 2 earned runs so far, as Alex Wood, who previously held this spot in the rotation, would have been starting today otherwise. Coming into pitch, he was awful against Arizona on Sunday. That's why he was booted. He was pretty awful out of the bullpen yesterday facing the Cubs, although his team was able to nibble out a win in that. So here's hoping he can take care of the lefty McMahon pretty fast.
A little bit of a funky motion there at the left arm. I can see why his numbers might not be so good, because he's not generating a lot of power out of that arm. It's more of a whip and a breaking ball type pitcher.
I was always big on Alex Wood in his first stint with LA. Thought he was really good, and I really was big on him this year, but there's just been too many times we've seen him struggle in big situations. And I mean, it's a blessing we have Andrew Heaney now to join Kershaw and Buehler, because otherwise it would have been Wood, Arias, and May in those last 3 spots, with David Price being the worst of the bunch in the bullpen. But at least now those 3 are competing for 2 spots. But unfortunately, with it was Ross Stripling went down injured for the rest of the season, we now have the one of the 3 not in the rotation in the bullpen, which tends to hurt more than help.
Yep, definitely. And in semi-unrelated news, the XFL is officially in control of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, so we are getting that league back at some point.
Man will strike out. Yeah, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, known mostly for his role playing Maui, Moana.
At least of recent, he had been an action star in several more adult-oriented films back in the day.
I've seen some of Dwayne's other work. Didn't he wrestle or fight or something too?
Before he was into the movies, he was a WWE professional wrestler for about, I call it a decade before he started making his big movie jump. And if you want to see some great pieces of work from him, just look up some of his promos. He was an absolute genius at that.
Alex Wood nabs it and kills the rally, so nice job by him to come in. And Nolan Arenado, though, provides some spark and sends me home sad. And we got this kid in the booth now who's about to rub it in my face. It's the Astros / Cardinals fan, Sharks Avery.
But before we do that, get out your scorecards, because it's time for the player shuffle with the double switch.
Your attention, please.
I'm sorry, continue.
These changes for Colorado.
I mean, these are just baseless allegations. I, for one, am highly offended. This is libelous, slanderous.
Number 3.
I may have to take legal action if you keep spreading such lies. I'll have you know I am draped in a tiger's blanket right now.
Take a Jaeger problem. You'll be fine.
Well,
I have no alcohol here.
Hey, mister, I just heard he was draped in a Minnesota Twins blanket. No, my bad, a Cleveland Indians blanket. Did you catch that?
I was going to say,
I heard
Twins.
Cincinnati Reds, but I digress.
What have I done?
No, how you doing, Shark? In all honesty, our favorite Diamondback Cub Tiger fan.
Oh, not terrible. Fibromyalgia can cause weird headaches, so I had to take a muscle relaxer not too long ago. I was trying to hold off, so we'll see if I can make it to the Texas game, Texas Showdown.
You are an
Hoping to.
Astros fan. I wouldn't be surprised if you make it happen.
Yeah, I've got probably a good half hour till I start to get way out of it. Luckily, the muscle relaxer making my neck feel a bit better, getting rid of that headache. Headaches suck.
1000% agree on that one.
It's always good that you're feeling better. I know yesterday I was feeling pretty rough. Well, I'm doing pretty good today. I don't know if you caught the beginning of the broadcast, Shark. I got some Wendy's, so
Ooh.
It's always a good day when you get spicy nuggets from Wendy's.
The spicy nugget, I haven't been to Wendy's in ages, which is sad because it's right down the street from me, but I don't leave my place. Are the spicy nuggets still cheaper than original ones, or has that been done for years?
I think there's like a 10-cent difference now, so it's not really much at all.
Fiscal responsibility is important.
Yeah, I just do the 2 for $5.
I worked at a credit card call center, so I have fiscal responsibility hammered into my head. Any amount of money you can save is money you can invest back into more spicy chicken nuggets. Yeah, spicy chicken nuggets. Muscle relaxer kicking in. I'm going to narrate my descent into garbled nonsense here.
Oh, trust me, you can join me at the Gargle Bar anytime now.
For that matter.
Playing 2 balls, 2 strikes.
There we go. Quote of the day. Fiscal responsibility is important or rock. Thank you for making that the quote of the day, because it is a good quote. Will Smith strikes out. It's Brian Shaw's first K. He's gotten the first 2 Dodgers. They're down in their last 7 outs now. They were down to their last few outs last night too, but managed to squeak out a win against the Cubs.
Yeah, that's how games work. Usually you come down to final outs of a game unless it gets canceled, postponed.
Or just torrential downpour in the case of New York, DC earlier on.
I say play through the rain, make it a slip and slide. My terrible ideas are going to be more frequent as this muscle relaxer also happens to loosen you on up in other ways too.
Oh please! I was already suggesting a salary cap back in the 2nd inning. You have some catching up to do.
I took Valium, man. That stuff's powerful.
No. That is fair. Yes. Luckily, I haven't had the need to take really a major muscle relaxer yet.
The other ones give me Charlie horses. I actually have to take this one. Paradoxical reactions are bad, but yeah, so I think we settled on Jackson 5 stretch, if I'm right.
Jackson 5 and Monty Python. Take your pick either way.
We'll go with the Jackson 5 stretch. It's a nice fun one. Some nice energy. I'm sure Cookie could use it, as his Brooklyn Robins and weird uniforms today are not doing terribly well now.
Yes, thank you for that, Shark. It's 3-1 to Corey Seager, who's pinch hitting, so thankfully Alex Wood is out of the game. Unfortunately, though, that means David Price is probably about to come in. Seager does work, though, and Mookie Betts, who's accounted for the only run and only RBI on the day for the Dodgers, is going to try and hit off Carlos Estevez.
Charlie Sheen.
What?
Charlie Sheen's birth name is Carlos Estevez. Every time I see him come in, I have to point out that we have Charlie Sheen coming up to the mound. I feel like that's the 4th or 5th time I've done it. I don't know how I've been in that many games with him.
This is maybe only my 5th or 6th Rockies game, and I think it's the first one I ever had you for stretch, so the more you know.
I just pictured that the more you know graphic above my head.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. For those who don't know, which is everybody because I haven't said it yet, this is almost my unofficial retirement from bobsled today.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
You're kidding. You can't just drop this on me in the middle of the 7th here.
Well, then this is going to be an extra fitting stretch here. It's going to be what I'm saying.
He's going to rickroll me for all my false accusations.
Yeah.
I promise you, it's not a rickroll.
Shark,
I give
you full permission to switch it up right now if you want to.
Nah.
Murphy almost makes a fine catch there by the stands. 1-2 count to Mookie Betts. Yeah, we'll talk more about my retirement plan in the bottom half. I don't want us to talk over the stretch for that.
I can help with some fiscal responsibility. Got trained in I am not a financial advisor, but I can give my completely personal advice. I'm connected to any sort of employer.
Yeah, Mookie Betts. That is a ugly chase if I've ever seen one. So the Dodgers are trying to run it wrong, but it's stretch time here in Colorado.
Very nicely done there. I must say, that's definitely a new favorite for me.
Oh yeah, like I had inspiration yesterday. Tardis was like, do Stevie Wonder. So I tried to do something in the style, then I was like, well, I'm in a funky mood. Hey, wait a second, I Want You Back is like one of my favorite songs of all time, and I'm pretty sure it will fit. And it did.
I Want You Back.
So yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's what we're going to be saying with you going into retirement.
Yeah, that's a ball deep into that left center gap.
Joe Kelly wants that pitch back.
Yeah, Joe Kelly Fight Club in now for everybody, so get your boxing gloves and your shorts ready to go here.
It's a retirement as you go into your waning years here. Got to be approaching your early mid-20s now.
Boy, back-to-back doubles for the Rockies are going to extend this lead to my heart.
And what can I say? You'll love to see it.
The first baseman, number 9, Daniel Murphy.
Yeah, cookie school starting up for you. I'm guessing so. A lot less time available, I'm presuming.
Yeah, next week I got a lot of meetings I got going to. I'll be TAing a couple courses this year on top of my 16 credit schedule. So that's gonna eat up a lot of time, a lot of programming, and I'm not going for good. I'm still gonna slip into the booth from time to time, especially for I'm gonna remain commissioner of our broadcaster league and probably broadcast some of those games and play in those. But in terms of straight ball, until maybe late September or the playoffs, depending on if these Dodgers can hold on, I don't see myself
sure they won't.
Or, if any, regular.
Shark, be quiet. Let him have his moment. Cookie, you're always welcome in my booth at any time. You can just barge right in and kick down the door.
I was going to say, do what I did last night. There was a vacant spot, so I had my very first solo call up 2 teams that I had 0 stats pulled up for. Just kind of went by the seat of my pants.
So
I'd like to think fine enough.
So 95% of my solo calls. Good job, Shark.
Ooh! It was an exciting one.
Oh, yeah, that's what you always hope for.
Royals beat the Indians, coming back from 5 down, starting in the 7th. Broke a 13-game skid. It was a thing of beauty.
Yeesh. Going to be ripped foul by Daniel Murphy. So yeah, I guess it's not my official retirement, but at least for the next month or so, I don't plan on filling out the scheduling request.
Let's get you on a fast game. Zero preparation, teams you know nothing about. Just get you in there so it's just rapid fire. Keep the broadcasting muscles all loose.
I'll just have to wait and see. Kelly gets his first out of the game after allowing back-to-back doubles.
And, you know, Cookie, I think we can have common ground. I have no hate for Joe Kelly. A shining star in the deep abyss and void that is these Brooklyn Robins wearing, again, their strange jerseys. But yeah, I'm a fan of Joe Kelly.
I gotta say I'm not. I'm kind of upset he was a part of those Boston Red Sox.
I'm a moderate Bo Sox fan.
Well, yeah,
I
actually
enjoy Boston sports.
I'm on record in this game saying I am a Red Sox fan, and I am a Patriots fan too because
hey, Tom Brady. Are you a Tom Brady man?
Arenado, second homer down the line. Let's see how far it's gonna go. Even
he's gonna put up a board.
You guys make it very difficult to call play-by-play.
I am sorry. Everything keeps happening. Nolan puts one 450 feet out onto the street, probably.
On that touch 'em all time.
Yeah, that's.
I wish we had Duggo for this. I know he has that memorized. Anytime Arenado homers and he knows I'm listening, he does it for me, or did it for me. Holy crap! That is a moonshot if I've ever seen one.
Who's field for you? And Joe Kelly's knocked out Keela. Coming to relieve him. Dominant against righties. Not too shabby against lefties either. The bullpen pickup for these Dodgers.
How does he have a record of 1-4 with those stats?
Because he pitched with the Pirates.
Up next to Colorado.
That be the problem there, matey.
I am moderately obliged to half root for the Pirates just because I worked for a company that had some investment in them, but pretty hard to. Not the most exciting team. Park pretty nice.
For Penguins, I hate the Pirates.
Wait, did you say you love the Penguins?
No, I hate the Penguins.
Okay, good. Or else I would have to key haul you straight out of this booth.
Am I allowed to say I have no animosity? I take the neutral position. I have no strong feeling one way or another towards the Penguins.
That's not acceptable, especially as someone who lives in the state of Michigan.
I have my, I'm stuck in the 90s, so I just still have an unreasonable hatred for the Apple.
Hey, I don't blame you there. So I'm guessing you're a Red Wings fan then, Shark.
Oh yeah, my first memories of sports in general are laying on the back of the couch watching Red Wings games with my dad when they had Fox Track.
Oh god, the stupid puck highlight.
Pucks bounce.
I pop up off the bat of Trevor's story. Turner's gonna call off Lux and make the catch. Throw out number 2. Yeah, Shark. That's obviously before my time, but yeah, the Red Wings and Tigers. Growing up, watching my dad watch those. That is my intro to sports 101, if you will.
I should also say, season tickets to University of Michigan football. I spent most of the time in the Chrysler Center, which, if you are not familiar with the Big House, it's not the game. It's pretty much just a little place you can walk around in. So little me, not into football, just looked at a Wolverine statue and stayed in air conditioning. Then I grew up and was wanting to go punch young self in the mouth and be like, this is literally 90s Michigan football. What are you doing? Same thing with early Tigers games. Had no appreciation for what I was watching. Luckily have that sock of Tiger Stadium dirt from their second to last home game before they went to Comerica, which is all right, but no Tiger Stadium for sure.
I'd go so far as to say Comerica's better than Old Tiger Stadium.
But what is better?
Classic.
That's what I'll say. What is better, really? Is it objectively better, or is it nostalgic? I'm going with nostalgic value.
I'm going for aesthetically, accessibility to walk around the entire park, walk around that outfield's really nice.
I mean, that's all true. I love Comerica. It is fantastic.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why it's a good thing to be the Red Sox fan. You don't have to worry about an old stadium or a new stadium. You only have one to deal with.
You only have to deal with the belligerently drunk fans.
That is
my memory of Fenway. It was great. I got to see like 8 hits off the monster, but like 4 seats over were like 3 insanely drunk 20-somethings just yelling the entire time, leaning up against the rail, and I was like, oh god, this is memorable.
Yep, that is also a side effect.
Saw a hockey game in DC, I believe, where there was 3 rows back a guy screaming profanities. I'm 10 years old, and I'm like, what is happening? I don't know these words, but this guy's friends seem to hate him right now. And now they're pulling him away from the game. This is weird.
Yeah, first hockey game I ever went to, I got beer thrown over the top of me because some drunk hoo-ha decided to try to throw his beer on the ice from 15 rows back in the second deck of the TD Garden. And for people who have been in the TD Garden, the second deck is at least 30 to 40 feet above the ice, let alone the distance back.
How old were you?
Like 6.
Oh, jeez.
Yes. My uncle got the tickets occasionally from his work, so it was my aunt, my cousin, my mother, and myself.
There you go. You should have took advantage. 15 years, early access to alcohol.
So please, I'll have a story in a bit here that's going to be a little drowned out. So back when I was about 4, or 3 or 4 we'll call it, maybe even younger, I don't remember this, my parents told me the story. My father decided to put his Budweiser right next to my sippy cup. So when I went over to try to get my sippy cup, I inadvertently grabbed his Budweiser and took a nice swig of it.
How big a swig we talking here? Like a sippy cup swig? Or like a chug swig? Like a good mouthful?
So much of a mouthful that it started foaming out of the mouth.
Well, it depends on how warm it is, how old it is, it could be carbonation that's just all right there, so. But still, I can picture it.
Could have been a week or 2 old and it came out of the fridge. So yes, I've had alcohol in my system for quite a while, lads.
Sounds like an interesting time. Bob does not condone underage drinking.
No.
Unless, of course, like me and many, I can't say many, but a chunk of others, Catholic, we legally get to do it in 2nd grade. That's a bit weird. Gotta say. Using real wine.
I think, at least at my church, they used like grape soda or something in exchange for the red wine.
Were you Catholic?
Yes.
And really, the whole point of the transubstantiation, just to get deep into Catholicism, is that it's actually wine and actually the Eucharist, not like crackers and grape juice like some of the non-Catholic, more Protestant churches I saw around. But yeah, by the time I was a senior, me and my high school girlfriend, also Catholic, were every week critiquing the communion wine. Oh, it was awfully dry this week. Interesting.
Oh boy, sure.
Fun times.
Again, folks,
and this was in a Catholic middle school gymnasium that we were doing this, because they didn't actually have the land for their church yet.
Again, folks, we do not condone underage drinking unless it's a Catholic church.
It's 100% legal. It was 100% legal wine connoisseur at the age of 17.
I feel Oh, sorry.
With the 6, 7, 8 coming up for the Rockies.
Yeah, I feel like Cookie's about ready to kill both of us, Shark.
Your attention, please.
Sorry, I hope you're having a good call, Cookie. Figure he can send you out with some laughs, some good times, since, you know, I don't think I need to tell you about the score, which is not good for the Brooklyn Robins as they are down 6-1 to the Colorado Rockies with only 6 outs to work with. Or wait, 3 outs?
3 outs to work.
Oh, yeah, even worse.
Yeah, well, thank you for at least trying, and for saying Brooklyn Robins as if I wasn't already irritated enough. That was the uniform they gave me last night.
After you and Special just dogpiled me that one game, I feel like I have to get a little bit of a payback in while I still can here.
Listen, Duggo dogpiled us every game for years. And he's gone now, so you have to take the blunt of his blow as his friend.
Yeah, I'm Duggo by proxy. I may have known Duggo longer than some of these broadcasters have been alive.
We're looking at you, Carlos. You're tuning in before your game. Who's calling with Carlos?
EB?
Yes, EB.
EB would have been alive that long, I think.
1-0.
That would have been August of 2000, I believe. Yeah.
I see. I was born in December of 1999, so I beat you guys out.
You were a wee child. I assume. Maybe you were a large baby. I can't say for certain, obviously.
Well, I mean, if you ever wanted to see a selfie of me, check out the new snack channel, because the girls used to call me a snack.
Hey.
Hey, there we go. Just kidding. Nobody would ever say that. I'm hideous, but I wore a Red Sox hat.
No. That's not what I want to hear. Positivity. I'm going to say beauty's on the inside.
There's no beauty on the inside. I call you an Astros fan.
I mean there are actual Astro fans here.
I used to be here's what I'll say. I used to be an Astro fan simply because my parents moved to Houston. My brother was born there, so I was one, and now I'm disappointed with them. So I'll say that. I no longer root for them. If they do good things, I sometimes get like, oh, that's nice. And then I'm like, yeah, but I don't want that.
See, I was an Astros fan when they got Justin Verlander. And Zach Greinke for that matter, too. I was a big Zach Greinke guy. But,
I'm a Players fan. Like, I'll be a fan of Verlander wherever he goes. I'm a fan of Tom Brady wherever he goes. I got no actual connection to the Patriots.
Well, Ian Desmond's going to pinch hit. He's going to do that because the double switch earlier bumped Tony Wolters out of the game, apparently. Adam Koleric is trying to escape this 8th inning, keep the game down by 5, give the Dodgers a chance to tie it in the top half. It'll be difficult, though.
Let's go on the bright side. Not impossible. It's not going to happen, but it's not impossible.
Dodgers will need some of that Padres magic to make it close here. Hitting back-to-back grand slams over the course of 4 nights.
Wait, that happened?
Yeah, 4 days, 4 grand slams for the Padres. And
good Lord. I am out of the loop.
And Don Orsillo has nicknamed them Slam Diego now.
Well, base hit right under the glove of Jack Peterson. Puts 2 on, 1 away.
The catcher, number 3.
Let's look at it this way. This sets up a double play at 3rd and 2nd.
Your attention, please.
Yeah, well, they're going to make a pitching change.
Yep, Pedro Baez will make his 41st appearance. He comes in trying to what Kohler couldn't do, and that's escape the 8th inning. Of course, Pedro usually pitches the 8th inning while his team is winning. That is not the case tonight.
How many lefties is he going to be facing? I don't know what the lineup for the Rockies is, but it has a really good lefty average.
1 ball, no strike.
Dom Nunez is a lefty. I'm pretty sure Charlie Blackman
is the lefty.
Off.
Yes, and then I think it's one righty, then back to another lefty. So 3 out of the next 4 here.
Yeah, I think he had the 1.25 average.
Those opposite splits. But yeah, I encourage everybody, become a fan of our broadcaster league on our Discord. Go to favorite teams, get yourself the role. You can follow all the action by our broadcasters. We'll be airing broadcaster league games on Tuesday and or Thursday next week. So your favorite broadcasters like myself and P. Mr. Play, called by your other favorite broadcasters like myself and P. Mr.
Yeah.
6-4 to 3. We're out of this 8th inning. Pedro Baez cleans up the mess, but the Dodgers have some work to do. And not the best part of their order coming up. Turner, Peterson, Lux. They got to get the table set for Smith and a pinch hitter, probably Chris Taylor. And then that top of the order, they'll be facing the former Kansas City Royal, Wade Davis.
It's unfortunate that their third batter is going to be the slowest man in baseball.
Off for the Dodgers. The third
Yeah, but that happens.
Nah. No, I'm pretty sure it gets Gavin Lux.
I'm pretty sure you need to go check StatCast, and you'll learn. It's okay, Sharp.
What is it,
But-
Devin Lax?
Anyway, going back to the Broadcasters League for a second, if you want to see me give Cookie a heart attack, watch our last game here, as I do take the lead off the number 2 guy in the league for about 30 seconds before my pitcher decides to soil himself and give up 6.
Yeah, I don't like it when people take the lead on me. I typically respond by taking a bigger lead off them.
It's a good response.
Yes, and Beardy Buddha, I believe, was making that call, and he was just about as shocked as I was when I took that lead.
Yeah, I was
As
pretty
we're
shocked.
waiting, Cookie, what are you TAing anyway? You said you were doing multiple TAs? Ooh, strike out.
I am, as we see Justin Turner go down.
Up next to the Dodgers.
2 outs left for the Dodgers. Yes, I will be doing a computer science class, algorithms and data structures. And then I will be doing a data science class, an introduction to computational modeling analysis or something like that. It's the
You
second.
don't know what you're TAing?
Well, I took it last fall or spring. And it was a course that, I mean, I know what we did, I just don't know what the course is actually called. It's a lot of stuff working with Python and pandas and working with spreadsheets and data frames and databases and, doing RAP, running models.
Should teach people how to program in some of those esoteric languages like Malbolge. I don't know if you know that one. The self-modifying, impossible-to-use programming language.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why I'm an accountant. Fairly straightforward and only one way to do it.
Oh yeah, I took an accounting course. That was a lot of fun.
I took it and was like, I may be good at this because my parents are both accountants.
Nope.
But I am not a fan.
Nope. If you want to figure out how to plow your head into a wall for 6 hours and come out with some numbers, take an accounting course.
Held off.
Mine was a 3-hour course, like once a week.
I didn't even realize I said Jim LaCastro. I thought I said Tim LaCastro.
You said it during the whole tirade against me with Special.
Oh,
That's gonna
Or maybe
hot
Special
out here.
said it. I don't know.
Murphy handles a pop-up. Dodgers are down to their last out.
The batter.
Yeah, maybe I said it. That's nothing personal to Tim LaCastro, though. That's just my speech impediment. That actually doesn't exist, I don't think. But boy, my brain, I swear I can make a political comment, but I'm not. But yeah, sometimes I don't know what I'm saying anymore half the time.
Welcome to old age.
Ooh, Gavin Lux swinging it. Great garbage there. And yes, that was very similar to a cricket swing. And honestly, being one of the few people that's actually been to a cricket game, it is a haul to sit there for the entire game and watch it. At least the version I went to, because mine was the one-day one. Well, the game started.
I got you back on that.
Yeah, because the game started at 9 a.m. and it didn't wrap up till about 7 in the evening. So it was a long day.
Any sticky wickets?
Oh, plenty of them. It was South Africa versus Sri Lanka in an international cup match. So it was
like a pretty good one.
Oh yeah, luckily I was a student over in England doing a study abroad, so I got the student price of $20 tickets. So I cannot complain about that.
It's like all day entertainment. That's like what, like double header with extras for $20 basically.
I'd say more a triple header more than anything else.
That's what I said with extras. Like go to 13, 14 in each one.
Something like that. Yeah.
Well, Devin Lax has a full count now with 2 away in the top of the 9th.
I'm not going to kick you if you say Devin Lax one more time. Devin Lax bounces this one though.
Oh, nice stab!
By McMahon.
Wait, did he get pulled off?
Oh my God!
Pull Daniel Murphy off the bag, and it's going to be.
That's an error. That's a grade A error. Right
myself.
The Rockies after this game are staying on the field till they drop practicing throws to first, because I think the only one that hasn't messed it up is the shortstop today.
It wasn't even a long throw.
Exactly.
Well, that's new life to the Dodgers. Will Smith is 0 for 3. The Fresh Prince of LA will take ball 1 inside off Wade Davis, who's up to about 20 minutes. And you got to think they'll probably leave him in for some amount of time, so a chance to capitalize maybe. It's always fun calling these games. I leave my light off in my room because I'm getting the natural light at the start, and as we get to the end of the game, it goes dark as the sun sets here on the East Coast. 1-2, Will Smith. And he will lift the swing.
Now let's see if I can activate my wall hacks again, like myself against D. Wilkes. Because on one of the plays, my player literally went over to the wall, then just strolled right through the wall, no problem, made the catch about 5 feet into the stands.
And nope, that's not going to happen here. Because what we're going to see is we're going to see a strikeout looking. And the Rockies will take game 1, the 3-game set. A little bit of a celebration out there on the outfield, and rightfully so, as now the Diamondbacks have a chance to reclaim first place in the NL West with a Diamondbacks win later tonight. Your final here in Colorado, the Rocky Mountain. 6 runs on 11 hits and 2 errors for Colorado, while the Dodgers get 1 run on 6 hits and an error. The win goes to Mr. Lambert. Peter having a pretty good day. The 5 strikeouts, 1 run on 6 hits. Dustin May allowing some amount of runs on some amount of hits. We'll get you that later. First look at the highlights. Mookie Betts center got us off and going, and it was pretty quiet after that for a long while.
Time of the ball game, 3 hours and 3 minutes.
And we'll skip right to after the long while, so top 1 to bottom 6. Arenado hit a 2-run bomb, and that would really be all Colorado would need today.
Oh, I think that actually hit the post instead of hitting the concourse there, if I saw that correctly.
It was a moonshot. Wasn't as big as his next moonshot we'll see eventually. Kirilloff from Frozen will hit a RBI single, and then Charlie Blackman will hit an RBI double.
Yes, and apparently someone's got into the crawl chat a little too early, but I digress, as that game's going to be coming up next.
Probably EB trying to get himself preemptively set. Nolan Arenado, though, this was an absolute bomb as well to left. Probably
that
goes back.
Put up 2 boards.
And Will Smith was struck out looking on a curveball, and that would finish us off here today. Your final, well, we already said it, 6-1. Dustin May's final line, though, was 4 runs, 3 earned on 6 hits and 5 1/3, allows 2 walks. And we're going to go ahead and get ready now for the Silver Boot, whatever, Texas and Houston will play. And, we got EB from Toronto, the very avid Red Sox fan, joining us in the booth.
Oh, yes. You're really in trouble, Cookie, here. Well, he's really causing a lot of trouble recently.
I mean, he's retiring after tonight, so honestly, he can go out and do whatever he wants. Besides, the boss is out anyway, so we can go ahead and do whatever the heck we want.
Hey, wait, what is that?
With some pizza.
What is this retiring thing?
Oh, you weren't paying attention to the broadcast? I announced my retirement.
Do we just want to say Cookie's going on furlough?
More or less, yeah.
Well, makes sense if we have to cut costs. He's like the highest paid employee here.
By a mile.
No, I must have missed that because I was making dinner and I was watching the real Blue Jays game, and I left that game right at the best time possible because they're playing in Tampa Bay and the collapse has already begun.
So the early call did come back to bite you, or not you, but
no, it was Mo who thought the game was over in the second inning. But the Rays,
my message.
Yeah, the Rays have tied the game and they have first and second, nobody out. So I mean, this is the Blue Jays and Rays. Anybody who knows the history realizes that the Blue Jays just get killed by the Rays every single time.
Mo, it's the second inning and a team's up by 1. The game is over.
Yeah.
Although,
so
isn't
about your retirement,
a Rays fan?
There was too much talking.
Okay, I'm asking, what's this about your retirement, since we have a few minutes before this next game's going to start?
Well, school's starting, the Dodgers are losing, and, you know, my longtime partner in the booth special is out now, too, and I don't know, it just doesn't feel the same as it did around here as when we had Duggo and when I had special. And it's just with school coming back and me working a couple TA jobs and then, you know, taking 16 credits, it's just not going to be sustainable to do this every night. It's going to wear me down, so we're going to we're going to see the Royals and Indians.
Look at this. Whoa. 16 to 15 in 12 innings.
Thank God I didn't call that game.
What in the heck happened there?
Dude, that's 2 in a row for the Royals against the Indians. They won 6-5 last night.
So
and now they went in absolute brawl.
9 runs in the 7th inning for the Royals. Look at this.
And 7 at the top of the 8th.
Oh my goodness.
The 7th is when the Royals kicked it off last night too.
Oh
what
my
the actual heck?
Oh my God, that would have been a blast to call.
Did they play at Kaufman or did they play?
They're at Kaufman.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like it with that offensive total.
Well, hold on.
45 combined hits.
6 earned runs, 4 earned runs, 3 earned runs, 2 earned runs. Okay.
Holy moly! Look at
I'm trying to figure out if they left their starters in too long. Doesn't look like it's the case with Carrasco.
10 strikeouts in 6 innings.
No, it looks like just the bullpens blew up.
It's like Gratterall.
Yeah, Gratterall had a little
like
rough
a medicine.
day.
Is Barry back for watching?
posted Paul Barlow, not doing great.
Like, you hear of these mystical slugfests, but they never happen. This is borderline ridiculous.
I got to call homers on back-to-back pitches last night with the Royals, so I got to see apparently just them warming up for a slobber knocker.
I had that too in the Cubs Blue Jays games. The Blue Jays hit 3 home runs on 3 consecutive pitches last week. So, but yeah, I mean, you don't even. I don't even want to see how this one went. Oh, Garrett Cole. Oh, just a few days.
Fine.
He's getting paid millions. He'll be fine.
Rats.
So what happened here? Of course.
I figured as much.
The Blue Jays have at least a nice number of losses now.
Nice. He's got to go on an 8-game win streak now.
I would like that because they were around 500 for a while and they've totally collapsed. They have games against these Royals coming up, but looks like the Royals have found their bats the last couple of days.
No, I think the Indians are just playing down.
Oh my god, I don't even want to see what the heck happened here.
I do.
3 for 4 show, of course. He did nothing in Toronto, then he goes to New York and takes off. Home run. Oh god.
Shoemaker, maybe.
Well, we have AJ Cole, he did okay, but Garrett Cole, he did okay also.
J.A. Happ, nice job to pick up Cole after he got knocked out of the start.
And in case you didn't get enough Boston sports news, right now they're in an absolute dogfight with the 76ers. The Boston Celtics are up 81-78 right now with about 8 minutes left in the game. So if you need something in the background, that might be a good idea.
Oh, Tar just doesn't like this one. Braves,
yeah, I figured as much.
Of course, the real Phillies are playing the Braves, but it's in Atlanta.
It does edge them closer to the 69-69.
Yeah.
Lost to Philly, or lost for Philly. Atlanta picks up another win. I know Special's smiling down on that. As their trade rep, he's fallen in love with the Braves. Well, we should be expecting Carlos here.
I'm not sure where he is. He's the Houston expert. I'm just,
Well, if he's a little bit late, I can always be something until he shows up. Considering I live in Texas, have to get that in there.
Texas, Michigan, of course, but that's okay.
Oh, of course.
That counts. There's no Texas in Canada, as far as I know. Exactly. They actually didn't do too terribly here. 2 runs, 6 innings. So.
Well, let's see. Yeah, I think it's time we get this game at least set. Don't like we have time to send another, so.
Yeah, get this one on the road.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to sign off on behalf of myself and P. Mister and maybe Shark Shavery as well. We thank you for tuning in to Dodgers and
there's the man of the hour.
Yeah.
Dodgers and Rockies. The Rockies obviously won. I encourage you to stick around for some Texas action with not just the one and only Evie from Toronto, but also joining us in the booth, Carlos Zimmerman, the Astros expert. Always going to be a pleasure to hear him on the call. One of the best up-and-comers in the game. And Evie, of course, just a living legend as well. So you two, take it away.
Thanks very much, Ian. Folks, you're going to have to excuse me. I'm sitting down to a very, very late dinner. So if you hear munching in the background, I apologize in advance. But yeah, Rangers Astros, EB. This should be fun.
Yeah, always fun with the Silver Boot. We're going to Minute Maid Park. Obviously, 2 teams going in different directions, but this rivalry is always alive.
Yeah, this season hasn't been all too great for the Rangers, but the Astros, they've been riding hot for a little while. Had a little snag with the Mariners, losing 2 of 3 to them. This is going to be a tough one, so it just goes to show you that it is not good to sleep on the bottom feeders of your division.
Yeah, any team can beat any other team on any given day. Before you came in, we simulated the Indians-Royals game. The Royals are like the worst team in the American League, and they won 16-15 in 12 innings. So you never know what will happen in baseball.
Yeah, you absolutely never know what you'll expect to see. And, I think we're going to be getting the same thing tonight out of Texas and the Astros. Abreu, on the mound for the Rangers. Jose Urquidy, a couple of young guys for both of these squads. So it's going to be interesting to see which young star is going to be able to handle these bats of either team, because both teams, they have got some incredible hitting on their side.
Absolutely. Of course, we always highlight Yordan Alvarez with the Astros, and a guy you'd like to see hitting for better average if you're the Rangers is Joey Gallo. He has a lot of power, but not really hitting for average and striking out a lot. But he's always a threat to go yard.
And then you got that just stacked Astros lineup of all those guys that are able to hit as well. As you look at some recent transactions, Miles Straw currently back up for the Astros as of a week ago, as Quintana got sent back down. But we're ready for some really fun action in this Silver Boot Series tonight at Minute Maid Park in Houston. Hello, friends. Carlos Zimmerman here alongside of me. For the first time, we've gotten to work together. EB from Toronto. Again, EB, you're having a good night. I'm having a good night, and we're in for some fun.
Absolutely. Should be a great AOS matchup. Silver Boot, as we call it.
So again, Jose Urquidy, he is going to be on the horn here for the Astros. 9-7 so far this year, a 4.1 ERA, 109 strikeouts with 31 walks. Where really he's got to work on today locating his fastball. He's had a little trouble in the last couple starts locating the fastball. Good off speed, but his fastball needs to be paramount tonight, as Elvis Andrus, the shortstop of the Rangers, is going to get things going here, batting just under 300 after riding above 300 for quite some time this season, EB.
Yeah, you see the month of August 305, so you want to keep this guy off base, that's for sure, if you can.
First pitch swinging is Andrus. Underneath of it will be Kyle Tucker, and he will make a quick out here. One pitch, one out. A good start for Jose Urquidy.
Best start with the three of. One pitch, one out.
That'll bring up Danny Santana, batting .240 this season. Has got a little bit of sluggish as of late. Batting from the left side, and the first pitch from Urquidy will miss inside for a ball, 1-0.
See the Astros there, still alive in really both the division and the wild card. Oakland lost earlier today to the Mets, so they have a chance to make up some ground.
It's definitely a big thing for the Astros, is making up that ground on the A's. As Gary Simmons is behind the plate tonight, Patrick Johnson in first base, and then the rest of the crew calling how this game will go tonight. Swing and a miss from Danny Santana makes it 1-2. Astros defense will line up as follows. We'll get that as soon as Urquidy delivers the 1-2. Swung on and missed by Danny Santana, and there is another quick out for Jose Urquidy, his first punch out of the night.
Definitely what you want to see if you're Dusty Baker, the manager. Quick outs, get your team in the batting box, and got a good start here. Now he's going to face Joey Gallo, who I spoke about earlier. You see, just 228, but he does have 22 home runs.
Swings through the first pitch from Urquidy, a nice slider. Left to right in the outfield for the Astros. Michael Brantley in left, George Springer in center. Kyle Tucker over in right. Around the horn on the infield, Alex Bregman at third. Corey Lee at shortstop. Jose Altuve at second. Yuli Gurriel at first. Martin Maldonado behind the plate, and he is the backstop for Urquidy tonight as Gallo swings through another pitch.
Very awkward swing on that slider.
0-2. Misses. A good waist pitch from Jose. I'll make the count 1-2. Just missing that lower half corner. Makes the count 2-2 now on Joey. Urquidy gets him to swing through that pitch, and that will end the top of the first. A very efficient first inning for Jose Urquidy. No score in the Bayou City in Houston. Albert Abreu gets the call to start tonight for Texas. What you got on him, EB?
Well, he was acquired from the Yankees in the Mike Minor trade at the deadline, and you see just his 4th major league start. Not a good record, but very good ERA so far, so we'll see what he can do against a very tough Houston lineup. I'm guessing the 1-2 record is an indication of a very poor run support.
Jose Altuve, he will stride in for the Astros. Been the leadoff hitter for just about the majority of this season, and rightfully so.
Another fine season is Altuve.
And oddly enough, doesn't take a hack at the first pitch. It was a good one, 0-1. You look at that record for the Rangers, 56-71, 4th in the division, pretty much almost out of contention of possibly a wild card berth as that pitch misses low. So really they're just trying to salvage what they can, maybe get a good draft pick set up for next season. But not the year they have wanted to have, especially with just the power they have up and down this lineup.
Yeah, they acquired some good players like Corey Kluber came over from the Cleveland. He's been traded in ball.
Altuve squeezes this one through the center field for a base hit and a good start for the Astros as the leadoff hitter Altuve reaches.
Yeah, very good start. You're talking about the Rangers. As I mentioned, we've got Kluber. Todd Frazier we saw over there at first base is a guy they signed, so they were hoping to contend, but it hasn't worked out for them, so they went on a bit of a fire sale at the deadline.
Yes, absolutely. As Michael Brantley strides in, defensive alignment for the Rangers. Out in left is Willie Calhoun. In center is Drew Waters tonight. Yeah, and right will be the heavy hitter Joey Gallo. Brantley is awaiting yet another pitch from Abreu, and it misses. That will make the count 2-0. Around the horn on the infield. Over at third base is Johan Camargo. Over at short is Elvis Andrews. At second base, Runed Odor. At first base is Todd Frangers. That one's missed. 3-0. And then Robinson Chirinos behind the plate, and he's doing the catching for Albert Abreu tonight. Designated hitter for the Rangers is Mike Ford. Designated hitter for the Astros, Jordan Alvarez. There's one that catches the zone. Probably in Abreu's. That should have been strike 2, but instead it's 3-1.
Yeah, the pitch before that looked like it was a strike, but the umpire, I guess, is not calling the low strikes tonight. Simmons
might just have that little bit of a tighter strike zone, or even a longer strike zone, or shorter, I mean. Runner at first, 3-1 pitch to Brantley is hacked at over to second. Odor will flip it to Andrews and on to Frazier to get the twin killing. And quickly, in 8 pitches, Albert Abreu has been able to clear the bases and has 2 outs to his name.
Nicely done. He fell behind Brantley, but was able to get him to roll into double play, and now he's going to face Alex Bregman, another guy with very good numbers, like up and down the lineup, especially first few spots. Very hard to navigate.
They've been calling him and Alvarez the 1-2 punch in this Astros lineup, and it shows as they combined for nearly 80 home runs between the two of them. Abreu kicks and delivers the first pitch, swung on and fouled away by Bregman.
So he leads the team double with 45.
0-1 to Bregman. Act that again, 0-2. One misses a bit inside from Abreu. Runs the count to 1-2. Bregman just trying to protect the plate there. Keeps the count at 1-2. Alvarez on deck if the inning continues.
Nope, that's down.
Another one that just misses somehow, and instead it's instead of a strikeout, it's 2-2.
Yeah, I guess you don't want to throw pitches in that area because they won't be called.
2-2 to Bregman, misses in the dirt, and all of a sudden it's a full count. Payoff pitch from Abreu. Misses outside, ball 4. So Bregman reaches on a 2-out walk, and in steps in Yordan Alvarez.
That looked good for Abreu. He got 2 strikes on Bregman. But then was called off a few good pitches. He couldn't put him away, ends up walking him. And, well, you see the numbers there. They speak for themselves with Yordan Alvarez, 341 overall, but very dangerous against the right-handers.
Unprecedented 378 batting average against righties. 38 of his 48 home runs have been against right-handers, as first pitch floats into the zone. A nice changeup there from Abreu as he stares in at the AL Rookie of the Year from last season.
And 100 of his 136 RBIs are off righties. This is an amazing season he's having.
Definitely on track for a potential triple crown. We'll see if Giancarlo Stanton will have anything to say about it, because he has officially jumped ahead of Yordan in the home run hitting race.
Yeah, he had 2 yesterday in the Yankees game that I did against the Blue Jays.
Ball, that's inside.
Holds up on that pitch. A slider that missed in, 2-1 as Abreu is behind another batter. The 2-1 from Abreu misses outside, 3-1. George Springer is on deck. Guy who has been hitting very well as of late for the Astros, hence why Dusty Baker moved him up to 5th in the lineup. See if he'll be able to get on if Alvarez is walked here.
Is a more favorable matchup on paper, but you don't want to put too many men on base, that's for sure.
The 3-1 foul, the screamer into the seats. Another full count here.
So I'll give Bregman a head start. He'll be off on the pitch.
Another payoff pitch coming from Albert Abreu, and he misses on the other outside for ball 4. That's 2 straight 2-out walks for the young Abreu, and that will plate George Springer.
Looked like it would be a quick inning. He gave up the single, but then got a double play, but then walked the next 2, and all of a sudden he's at 21 pitches, which you don't want to see at all as a starting pitcher. There's Springer, more home runs against righties, better average against lefties.
That's something you don't see every day. Having more home runs against the righty, but better average against lefties. So there's 2 on, 2 out. First pitch to Springer misses outside. You see it there, 178 career home runs in his 6th season. Abreu trying to get out of this jam, but he's not doing good here against Springer. Trying to pitch around him. Not locating the zone. 2-0 to count.
Yeah, you can't pitch around everybody. Eventually you have to go after someone. He has 2 outs, so this is the batter I would attack if I were him.
Springer ahead of a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Makes the count 2-1.
You see more balls than strikes.
Outside, that's the ball.
One just missing on the outer half of the plate. 3-1. Not good for Albert Abreu. His struggles continue in this inning as Springer hits one into center. Going back on it and still looking, and it is gone. George Springer, 445 feet, his 19th of the season, and he makes Abreu pay for those 2 walks. It is 3-0 Astros in the first.
That happened in like an eyelash. I mean, like I said, it looked like it was going to be a quick inning, but then the 2 walks fell behind Springer, and Springer knew he was going to get a strike. He waited for it, and no doubter.
Drew Waters out there in center just kept looking and looking, and there was no way it was coming back on. Nearly 110 miles an hour off the bat of Springer. And it has made it 3-0 Astros as in comes Yuli Gurriel, who's riding a bit cold right now, hitless in his last 13 at-bats.
I'm still admiring that Springer dinger. 445 feet. I mean, that's something. I don't think I've seen a lot of home runs hit the center field at Minute Maid Park.
Yeah, that's the thing about Minute Maid. Used to have the hill out there for as long as it existed. And they took it out, and so it takes away that hazard for outfielders there. But, man, that just gives these guys opportunities for the ball to carry as Gurriel's going to ground one to third. Throw on to first, and that will end the inning. But your George Springer, not Yuli Gurriel, puts the Astros in front 3-0 on a moonshot to center field off the batter's eye as Jose Urquidy will return to the mound to face the Rangers 4, 5, and 6.
Leading off for the Rangers, the left fielder, number 5.
Urquidy had a 10-pitch inning.
Calhoun.
As in comes Willie Calhoun. Having a solid season himself. Out there in left field as Urquidy's first pitch misses low for a ball 1-0.
Ball 1, no strike.
You see that stat there. 108 hits, good for second on the team.
Yeah, he's having a fun year. Came over from the Dodgers in the Yu Darvish trade.
Jam shot here is going to allow Maldonado to make a little basket catch, and that will be one out here. A 2-pitch at bat for Urquidy. He had a 1-pitch at bat to start the first, just a little further in the second.
Yeah, you see the difference between the two pitchers. Very efficient for Urquidy, and then Abreu struggled.
In comes in the hard-hitting Rougned Odor. 4 triples on the year, and believe it or not, EB, that's good for tied for 6th in the AL. Not many triples across all of Ball this year as that pitch missed.
Yeah, it's very interesting that, well, first of all, he has 4. That's, I haven't really thought of him as a triples hitter.
1 ball, 2 strikes to count.
I really haven't noticed that as well. I know he's got good speed.
Well,
the 1-2. Wouldn't really set up well by Maldonado, 2-2.
I see him more as a home run hitting guy.
Yeah, because I said hard hitting for a reason. He's got a lot of pop in that bat, batting from the left side. So it's amazing how he just has enough speed to be able to carry to triples as the 2-2 is, well, we just said it. Rougned Odor hits one into deep right center field, and he'll get one of those 3 runs back. This one 442 feet off the bat of Odor. It's 3-1.
So the ball is flying out of Minute Maid today, I see. Is that one of your jinxes?
I think it's an upstock because I predicted it. So this pitch by Urquidy just hung up, and Odor, he did not miss it. And Urquidy knew it as soon as he threw it. Man, again, 441 feet, about 4 feet shorter than the Springer home run as this one landed just over the Astros bullpen out there. And has cut the lead to 2 as Todd Frazier steps in.
Both these home runs have been hit to spots that I haven't seen a lot of home runs hit to. Obviously very easy to hit them out to left field. And the right field is pretty good too, but both of those are crushed to center.
The first pitch from Urquidy to Todd Frazier floats up into the zone for a strike, 0-1. Look at Frazier. He has been real hot in the last 3 games, hitting 2 home runs, both of them solo shots. Urquidy delivers the 0-1. A nice one that floated in there, but it missed high, 1-1.
Frazier, the talk father, as he's known. He's another guy who can hit for power, but not for average. You see just 211 on the year, but he has 19 home runs.
Foul off the changeup, 1-2. He's been around quite a bit as well. Started out as a White Sox, I believe.
Actually, he was with the Reds, and then he was straight to the White Sox.
Reds. Then he went to the White Sox as that pitch misses. Got a little ahead of myself.
Yeah.
Also up on the Mets at one
yeah,
point as well.
And a little bit with the Yankees too. I remember him. So yeah, he's been around. He's a veteran. They signed him. I know they wanted to sign Josh Donaldson, and that didn't work out. So they kind of went with him as a second choice.
The 2-2 from Urquidy is hit well down the left field line, but it'll fall foul. Frazier was hoping for his third solo shot in 4 days. 25th pitch from Urquidy is fouled back to the backstop again. That'll keep the count at 2-2. A good fight here by the top father.
Yeah, he's putting together a nice at bat. He said Urquidy came in with just 10 pitches, but he's thrown 15 in this inning already.
This one's going to go down the right field line and foul. His 9th pitch of the at-bat will be coming up next. This one might stay in play here for Gurriel, but he couldn't get to it. And the at-bat will rage on. Another 2-2 from Jose Urquidy is hit towards left, but fouled off again by Todd Frazier.
This is becoming quite the at-bat here.
Another 2-2. Swung on and missed at a pitch way outside. A nice slider from Urquidy, his third strikeout. And there's 2 out here in the second.
Took him 11 pitches, but he got him. Chase. Yep. Other side of the box.
That'll bring up Drew Waters. Young prospect for the Rangers, batting .241. No home runs to his credit. The first pitch misses low from Urquidy. That being now his 30th pitch, so he's delivered 20 pitches in this inning.
You see Waters acquired from the Braves that Corey Kluber dealer was talking about. And it's a guy that they're high on. They think that he can be a future piece for them when they become competitive again. Good center fielder, switch hitter.
Ball, that's in.
Urquidy quickly behind him, 3-0 with 2 out. It's the former Astro in his own right. Robinson Chirinos waits on deck. There's one that catches the outer half of the plate right on the black.
Good change up there. Yeah, very good pitch.
Urquidy's only given up the 1 home run. The only hit for the Rangers so far, but he is going to walk Drew Waters. That's going to be their official first base runner of the game. As in will come in the catcher, Robinson Chirinos.
Yeah, Odor didn't stay on base too long. He just jogged around them. But I know he's given up the walk. And here's Chirinos. You mentioned former Astro, although I guess he was only in Houston for the 1 year. So I sort of identify more with the Rangers, where obviously he's back now.
Oh, don't worry, I do too. Spent the last season with the Astros and then making that basically a pit stop for him. And then he went right back up I-45 and made his way back to Arlington here in Texas. It's a 1-1 count on the Rangers backstop. Check on the runner, Waters, and getting back just in time as Gurriel couldn't slip the tag. He does have speed, so a hit and run potentially could be on. The 1-1 to Chirinos misses high, 2-1.
Yeah, he hasn't yet attempted a stolen base, but he could definitely try one here.
Swing and a miss from Chirinos. Nice fastball way on the outside, 2-2. Grounder up the middle and through for a base hit. Chirinos will keep this inning going. A single up the middle past Urquidy, and the go-ahead run's going to come to the plate for the Rangers.
They started off this inning pretty well, but now a couple of base runners. Another guy who came over from Atlanta, Johan Camargo.
He stares at strike 1. 9-hole hitter, third baseman for the Rangers, like you said, came over from Atlanta. Got a big chance to break this thing open.
Yeah, he's a switch hitter with some pop as well.
Hits it, though, right at Gurriel, and apparently it was a liner, so that'll be the third out of the inning. Thought it bounced, but it didn't. Ruin Odor gets the Rangers on the board with just a nice, beautiful shot to right center. It is 3-1 Astros as we head to the bottom half of the second. Seven, 8, and 9 due up for the Astros. Kyle Tucker will come in here to face Albert Abreu. Albert Abreu having a little bit of extra time to just relax for a bit and maybe try to settle in here, and he delivers a first pitch strike. 97-mile-an-hour fastball to Tucker.
Tucker's been hot last 7 games, 9 for 20, so getting an opportunity to play a little bit.
He slaps this one on to first, and Frazier will make the play, and that will be out number 1. A quick 2-pitch at bat for Abreu.
Yeah, and he needs a quick inning so he can stay in this game.
The first pitch to the young Corey Lee. Make it count 0-1. The 0-1 misses outside, 1-1. Corey Lee. Of course, we've been beating this horse to death. Carlos Correa out for the season with a torn rotator cuff. That's why Corey Lee is the everyday shortstop. He's done very well. Not so much with his bat, but he hasn't had a lot of opportunities as he swings to that pitch.
He did hit his first Major League home run against the Blue Jays a couple of weeks ago. So I'm sure they want to see what he can do over an extended period of time. This Correa injury is going to keep him out for a while.
1-2 to Corey Lee, misses outside 2-2. Had to bite my tongue there for a second, EB. I was going to make a terrible, terrible joke, and then I realized who I'm calling this game with, and I probably shouldn't make it.
The Blue Jays joke?
Yes, as Lee swings through it. I'll be out number 2 in the bottom of the second.
I'm kind of interested now. Curious.
You said that. I mean, you asked. You said that he got his home run off the Blue Jays. Was it off Mike Bolsinger?
Okay. No, it was off Nate Pearson. It was in the game that we had a couple of weeks ago. Yeah.
Okay. That's a really terrible joke. I'm sorry, folks. Anyway, Maldonado steps in. It's the count 0-1.
Maybe I shouldn't have asked.
It's all in good fun. It's all in good fun. I know. I have my. Everyone here around here knows my thoughts about that whole situation. But anyway, Maldonado, former Gold Glove winner. I believe he got that when he was with Kansas City before becoming a member of the Astros. As Abreu's 1-1, swung at and missed by Maldonado.
I know that the Astros like Maldonado a lot. They acquired him, I think, maybe 2-3 different times, and then they just said, you know what? Why don't we just sign him instead of trading for him every year?
Abreu's 1-2. In at the hands, Frazier will go into shallow right field to try and get it, and he'll make the catch going backwards. And that's a good inning for Albert Abreu. A 1-2-3, in fact. Astros still on top, 3-1 as we head to the third in Houston.
Leading off for Texas, the shortstop.
Folks, you're not hearing Matt Vasgersian, Mark DeRosa, and Dan Plesac. My name is Carlos Zimmerman, and alongside me, EB from Toronto, bringing you the action here from virtual Minute Maid Park in downtown Houston, Texas, for, I believe, the first game of this Silver Boot series.
Yeah, this is the opener, and we can't afford Vasgersian and those other guys in Ball. They charge too much.
If only. So you're telling me we could afford Mike Randazzo and Steven Brault, but not those guys?
Yeah, apparently, see?
Or Wayne Randazzo, excuse me.
Yeah.
That's his name.
Yeah, he's
Wayne, if you're watching, I apologize.
Yeah, the Mets aren't playing in real life, though. Maybe he's watching. I don't know.
Maybe. Urquidy started off good against Andrews here. He's lost him a little bit. 1-2 the count.
Yeah, Andrews made it out on the first pitch, but he's actually a little better now, although there's another hard hit ball.
Wow, what a spear by Yuli Gurriel to make the first out of the third. There's the standings. Houston and the Los Angeles Angels, they are hard charging to try and catch Oakland. LA only a game behind Houston, so this race for the AL West is starting to look a lot like what the AL Central used to look like, as the White Sox have just fallen off the face of the earth as of late.
Yeah, the White Sox had a stretch where they lost like 9 of 10, and that allowed the Tampa Bay Rays to take that second wild card spot. And they're in a bit of a free fall. I think they've played a little better recently. They had a win last night against the Mariners, and that's the next game we're going to have, Game 2 of that series. So it'll be interesting to see if the White Sox can bounce back.
Gio Gonzalez, he'll be on the mound for the White Sox. Sadzeck will be on the mound for the Mariners as Santana flies one into left. Brantley will camp under it. That'll be out number 2.
I really feel that if Houston or the Angels, if they want to get into the postseason, they have to find a way to catch the A's, because that wild card race is going to be really crowded. You have Cleveland, you have Tampa Bay, Chicago, those 3 teams, and then you have obviously the Astros and Angels who want to get in, but it might be very difficult to get to that spot. So I think the catching up to the A's should be the target. Gallo.
Man, he just reached back and just launched it. Joey Gallo, his 23rd of the year, has cut the lead to 1, 3-2 now.
I didn't even get an opportunity to put the command in the chat. ! Joey Gallo. That was like a rope right out of the ballpark.
Yeah, let's go ahead and put it and see if it was going to be right regardless. Nope, it wasn't right. It was
just like that.
Gallo was able to hook that inside the Chick-fil-A foul pole, actually a little further away than I thought. 108 off the bat. It's made it 3-2 now as the Rangers, both of their runs via the solo shot. One from Odor an inning ago, and now Gallo has gone deep as Willie Calhoun steps in. The 1-0 as Calhoun gives this one a ride high and deep into right field. Springer gets up but can't get it, and it's gone! Willie Calhoun has tied it here in the third, and it is 3-3 as Calhoun goes deep for his 26th of the year.
That didn't take it out at all. Both those baseballs got out very quickly, and actually, Willie Calhoun has more home runs on the season than Joey Gallo. He has 2 more now.
That one was a high heat. But Calhoun just caught up to it. Springer kept going and going, jumped up onto the wall to try and make any effort, but was too late. As that has tied this one, as that 3-run shot by Springer proved to be very valuable, as this game is only tied.
That home run by Calhoun, I thought he didn't get all of it at all. And it just kept carrying and carrying. I thought for sure Springer was going to make a catch.
I was right there with you on that. My goodness, he just reared back and got it. Zodor steps in, the guy who got it going for the Rangers. He fouls one off Maldonado and makes it 1-2. That one hit past Urquidy, but gloved by Lee in the shift. And that will be the 3rd out of the inning here in the top of the 3rd. But a pair of home runs by Joey Gallo and Willie Calhoun have tied this game as we head to the bottom of the 3rd. You're watching ML Ball on Twitch.tv. There is Heidi Watney, broken mic and all, talking about this Astros hitting EB. Been pretty solid outside of stolen bases.
I guess you don't need to steal out of base when you have so many guys hitting balls out of the ballpark. And if you get on base, you're already in scoring position.
The top of the order will lead off. Much like the top of the third. For the Rangers is Abreu. Looks to slow down Altuve to start it off. First pitch. Outside for a ball, 1-0. Altuve will pop this one up. Camargo catches it on number 1. Quick start here for the Rangers.
Well, they highlighted Houston before, and now they have to highlight Texas, even though they're in the same division. 18.5 games back, 13-game difference between Houston and Texas.
Like I said, it's just an unfortunate year for them. I did want to ask you, EB, does Toronto have any sort of a sniff at a wild card berth?
I don't think so, because they've really struggled lately, and we simulated the game between the Yankees and Blue Jays before you came on. In fact, you see that down there on the scoreboard. The Yankees won that one 9-4, and the Blue Jays, like, they were playing really well, and they were around 500, but then they ran into really good teams. Like, they ran into the Rays. They had 2 series against them. They had a series against the Astros. They lost 3 of 4, and now they're playing the Yankees. So they're in this tough stretch against really good teams. Cubs are another team they recently faced. So they've really fallen off the pace. So I don't see them making it there. I think they're like 8 or 9 games over 500 now.
It's unfortunate. I really do love the young guys on that team. And I'm not just saying that as having watched Kevin Biggio's dad growing up, as Brantley hits this one into left. Coming after it, making a sliding catch. Out there in left is Willie Calhoun. He went yard the last inning, and he is able to show off his glove there. That's 2 out.
There's the show motion. That was a really nice play. The sliding grab there. Saving a base hit. That's a good thing. Now Abreu is going to try to get through Bregman without walking him.
Walked him last time he came up, back in the first inning, that set up that Springer 3-run shot. Starts him with a strike and now hopes to get another one, the 0-1. That one missed, though, low and near the shoot tops of Bregman, 1-1.
Yeah, in the first inning, he blew up that base hit. Then he got the double play, but then walked the next 2, which got him into all that trouble.
Gets Bregman, though, to swing at a pitcher that swept across the plate. A nice slider from the young Abreu makes it 1-2. He's a strike away of getting out of the inning. Six, 7, and 8 due up for Texas in the top of the 4th as the 1-2 is slapped into left field for a base hit. Alex Bregman walked the first time, gets a base hit here, and there's a 2-out base runner for Houston.
Once again, he had 2 strikes and couldn't put him away. This time, he hit his way on, which I guess is better than walking guys, because walking guys is just makes the manager pull his hair out.
Here is Yordan Alvarez. He also walked his last time up, as Abreu is now at that 50-pitch mark. So this game may just come down to the bullpens of both these squads if these pitchers' pitch counts keep riding upward. Bregman sits on first. Alvarez awaits the first pitch. And he unloads this one into center. But getting underneath of it to make the catch will be Drew Waters. And that will end the inning. The Astros strand a runner. Todd Frazier, he'll lead things off. Waters will bat second with Chirinos third as we head to the 4th. There is Heidi Watney talking again, also talking more than likely about our charity, our longtime charity this season, Meals on Wheels. Folks, if you have not heard what Meals on Wheels does, they support more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country and in Canada that are dedicated to address senior isolation and hunger. This network serves virtually every community in America and Canada and enables America's seniors and Canada's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. EB, what are the ways that these great group of people that are watching, what ways can they donate to such a great organization?
You can see the link below the stream, or you can enter ! donate in the Twitch chat. I'll do that quickly. So the link is there if you're in the chat. And if you are able to donate anything, we'll be very appreciative. And of course, Meals on Wheels will greatly appreciate it. And glad you mentioned Canada as well. And Meals on Wheels, they operate in several countries.
As Gurriel gets the broken bat hit by Todd Frazier, and that'll be a quick out number 1 for Urquidy. Folks, another way you can donate as well, if you do subscribe, all the proceeds go straight to Meals on Wheels. So if you love what you see, please subscribe as well. And Meals on Wheels will greatly appreciate all the donations that we are able to give them through you guys. So please, please donate.
Yeah, the subscription is something I forgot about, and I believe also if you subscribe through Amazon or something like that, then you can donate as well. Not really sure how it works, but that's what I've heard.
Did not know that either, as Waters foul tips one into the glove of Maldonado, 1-2. Urquidy looking to just get over the fact that he's given up those runs so far that's tied it. As that one is swung by Waters in the dirt, but Maldonado will throw to Gurriel to complete the strikeout and avoid the drop third strike. That's the fourth strikeout for Urquidy. There's 2 out here in the top of the 4th.
Yeah, I think he's had a pretty good day so far, other than the 3 solo home runs, obviously. But, solo home runs usually won't hurt you. That's the old adage.
Robinson Chirinos has the only hit that has not gone yard in this one, as he's going to chop this one here. Bregman charges it, gloves it, throws the first in time. And that will get Chirinos a very, very quick inning for Jose Urquidy. That'll send things to the bottom of the 4th in Houston. We are still tied at 3 in this Silver Boot Series leadoff game. Looks to me the guys in the truck can't get enough of Heidi Watney, so she appears for a 3rd time. Talking about Martin Maldonado, currently sitting up there in the on-deck circle. I believe he would be due up soon in this inning. I might be mistaken. But did you get a look also at the manager, Dusty Baker, talking to Brent Strom, the pitching coach of Houston, thinking that you may have to see the bullpen here at some point in the next couple of innings, as George Springer will come in, had that 3-run shot in the first.
It's continuing to hit very well since being moved up in the order. I remember earlier in the year he was really struggling, and everyone was wondering what's going to happen with George Springer. Well, looks like he's just fine.
Couldn't hold up on that first pitch, that curve that misses low. A career 33.0 WAR. For those who aren't baseball gurus, that is wins above replacement.
1-1.
Misses there, does Abreu 1-1 the count.
When a guy slumps at the beginning of the year, everyone's always worried. It just seems like when you get out of the gate slow, then it's a lot more worrisome.
This one's hitting to right. Gallo, a few steps in front of the track, he'll make the catch. And that's the first out here in the bottom of the 4th.
The first baseman, number 10.
Despite Abreu giving up that 3-run shot in the first, he's seemed pretty locked in since giving up that shot.
Yeah, he's pitched really well also. Just, you can see the difference when he gets ahead. He does a lot better. Like most pitchers, but especially like young pitchers like him, he has to throw strikes, be aggressive. Even though it's a very tough lineup, that's what you have to do.
Gurriel fouls off that pitch. Now 0 for 14 in his last 14 at-bats. Had a really struggling series against Seattle. Didn't get a hit against them. Hoping to change it here, the 1-1. Hit off of the leg of Abreu. Throw to first. Won't be made in time. I believe that might be scored a base hit.
Should be.
Well, it's really unfortunate, as we just talked about him really getting locked in there, as that one did bounce off his foot. And looks like Chris Woodward's going to have to go to his bullpen, who wasn't even warming up yet.
Yeah, so whoever he brings in will have as much time as they need, but it's going to be one of those long men who will need to come in and eat up some innings. That's unfortunate because he was actually looked like he was getting into some sort of groove here. So we'll see Joe Palumbo, one of the two long men. You see not a very good start to his year, just his 18th appearance, but that's the guy that Chris Woodward chose to eat up some innings.
He is really good, though, against right-handed batters, but he has to face a lefty.
The right fielder, number 30,
and Kyle Tucker gets two more righties after him in Lee and Maldonado. As man, Tucker, he's a little bit more ahead of that one. That could have gotten out of here as that's fouled off for the first strike.
Yeah, it's interesting that a lefty is struggling so much against lefties. Like a complete reverse split.
Yeah, where lefty's batting 300, well over 300 against him. Former first-round pick by the Astros back in 2015 stares in and swings at a 1-1, makes it 1-2 as Palumbo trying to get this second out. Yeah, it was either going to be Joe Palumbo or Coley Allard that was going to come in for the Rangers. I know this very well because the last series I called when there was these two, it seems like Palumbo and Allard appeared every single game.
Yeah, that's of course the way the ball managers work. They love the long reliever. Now, of course, when your starter gets knocked out in the fourth with an injury, it sort of makes sense, but they love using them in really weird situations too.
Tucker hits one into right. Gallo makes the play coming at him, and that'll be the second out in the fourth. That'll bring up Corey Lee, right-handed hitter, to face Joe Palumbo here as Palumbo looks to get quickly through this one.
I've seen long relievers used in the eighth inning of a tie ball game for some reason. So the management in ball is not doesn't always make sense.
Nope, outside. I have to concur with you on that one. I've noticed that. Just playing the show by myself. Like I'll just watch a simmed game, or not a simmed game, but a CPU versus CPU game for fun, and say Verlander of the Astros gets knocked out in the fourth inning. Man, they really love going to Brad Peacock, who's the long reliever for the Astros. So, I don't know. That's just, I guess it's something that they programmed in there as it's a 2-1 count now on Corey Lee. Runner at first is Gurriel as the 2-1 swung at and missed. A nice changeup from Joe Palumbo. 2-2, the count's even.
Apparently a more favorable matchup for him as he's better against righties, so his opportunity to finish this inning off.
Check on the runner, Gurriel. He's back in time. Gurriel has a little bit of speed, not as much compared to, say, Jose Altuve. But he's iffy. The 2-2 to Lee. Just getting a piece of that off the end of the bat and fouled it. 2-2 still, the count remains.
Gurriel, 6 stolen bases, but he has been caught 5 times.
That's the risk with Gurriel running as Palumbo misses outside 3-2. Gurriel will get a head start here with 2 out. The 3-2 is swung at by Lee and fouled off as Gary Pettis has to get out of the way. Another full count offering misses outside and low for ball 4. So a 2-out walk by Joe Palumbo has put runners at second and first for Martin Maldonado.
It's only the 3rd walk in the young career of Corey Lee.
Sure, he may have a lot more of those coming for him as his career extends. Guy that, a lot of people would say that got rushed to the big leagues as Maldonado fouls off the first pitch. But, I mean, it's not like the Astros organization had much of a choice. They don't have a lot of depth at that shortstop position, so Lee was the next man up. Because he was just drafted first round back in June of last year.
Of course, they could have maybe gone with former Blue Jay, Elidmus Diaz, who's been a shortstop a little bit in his career, but it's nice to see a young guy get a chance.
I believe it's the reason why Diaz didn't get that start is just he hadn't been impressive off the bench. I know when a guy's coming off the bench, he doesn't have all those reps, but you expect a little more. The 1-2 to Maldonado, swung at and missed, and that will end the 4th inning. Joe Palumbo is able to do some good cleanup as Abreu is out with an injury, and that has sent things to the 5th inning. Still tied at 3 here in Houston.
Leading off for the Rangers.
The 9-1-2 up here for Texas to start things off in the 5th. Urquidy trying to muscle his way through the rest of his time tonight as 66th pitch of the game is in there for a strike as 2 long men for the Astros. Javier and Brad Peacock are up in the pen for the Astros. I want to quit.
Of course, we're in Bob Paulson. The long men have to get up and possibly get in the game.
Quickly, though, Urquidy's got 2 strikes here on Johan Camargo.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about Urquidy a little bit because I remember him last year in the playoffs in the World Series. He was really impressive, and he was kind of like a guy who came out of nowhere because nobody had heard too much about him. Obviously, everybody knew about Verlander and Cole and Greinke, but then this guy comes out. It was on the road, and he pitched very well.
As a 1-2 count is slapped into center for a base hit for Johan Camargo, and a good start for the Rangers with nobody away here in the 5th.
The shortstop.
He'll turn the lineup over. He goes up the middle.
Well hit off the end of the bat. Andres is up to the plate. Back to your point about Urquidy. Yeah, as actually we're going to wait here. Gurriel gets the grounder, throws to second, back to first in a 3-6-3 double play. Gets 2 outs quickly for Urquidy.
Nicely grounded.
Yeah, really not much else you can say about it. Gurriel, a good pick. Lee having the wherewithal to come over, and then back to Gurriel to get Andres. So Urquidy, or for the cases of Javier and Peacock, they may have to wait a little bit longer as Urquidy's having a nice, efficient inning here.
Yeah, I guess they don't want us to talk about Urquidy in this pitching.
Guess they don't. As the 0-for-2, Danny Santana swings at the first pitch, so may give us an opportunity. Yeah, Verlander, Cole, and Greinke. Really the trifecta, and they're not going to give me a chance, as that's hit into left center for a base hit. Brantley will glove it, and that'll be a 2-out base runner for the Rangers.
Now back.
Okay, I'm gonna finish my point. Verlander, Cole, Greinke, yeah, the trifecta I called them, as Gallo steps in. Urquidy came out of nowhere, really, like you said, and became really a really solid 4-starter with Lance McCullers out. And I look back on it now, man, if it was Verlander, Cole, Greinke, McCullers, and Urquidy, I'm a firm believer in the fact that we may have won last year's World Series. I'm not saying McCullers was the missing piece. I mean, there's a reason why, as Gallo swings through another one, there's a reason why no home team won in the World Series last year.
Yeah. But he was really impressive because I think the Astros may have been down 2-0 in that series, but he just came on and they had confidence in him that he'll be able to get the job done. And I know a lot of people thought A.J. Hinch was crazy, but it worked out well, and he gets a strikeout of Gallo, and the Bob was right this time.
6th strikeout for Jose Urquidy. That is left 2 stranded for Texas. We stay tied in Houston. Top of the order due up for the Stros.
Leading up for the Astros.
The long man Colby Allard, he's up in the pen for Texas as well, the second of the long men. Palumbo's back in for another inning of work. He has to deal, though, with really just the heart of the order, which is 1, 2, 3 to start, and then if you get further in, you get to the 4 and the 5. So it's going to be a really challenging inning for the lefty Palumbo.
Yeah, we'll see how he handles it.
No, that's down.
There's Allard there, getting loose as well. Could very well see action in this series. Both teams had the day off, so at least in terms of bullpens, I think both are rested.
Oh yeah, they better be very well rested, as it's not like the Rangers had to go far. Houston was already at home. After losing 2 of 3 to the Mariners, Rangers only had to come down I-45, and boom, you're right at Minute Maid Park. So wasn't too long of a trip for him, as it's a 2-1 count on Altuve. He fouls off a changeup from Palumbo. Makes the count 2-2 in this Silver Boot Series. Carlos Zimmerman, EB from Toronto here, bringing you the action tonight from Minute Maid Park in Houston, as Altuve keeps the at-bat going as he just gets a piece of that curve from Palumbo.
Actually looked at the schedule for the Rangers. They came from a little bit farther. They came from Baltimore to Houston.
Never mind. I stand corrected.
But they did have the day off, so I think they had time to recover.
Altuve still working a 2-2. Just missing was Palumbo. Wanted that call, but instead it's a full count. Brantley on deck. Nobody away here in the bottom of the 5th as Altuve chops this one up the middle and through that gaping hole into center for a base hit.
Nice start there for the Astros. He had a good at bat, fouled off a few pitches. Doesn't even hit all that hard, but fouled the hole.
That took a very high bounce over Palumbo.
Yeah, a couple of extra hops and it went into center field. And here's Michael Brantley. And we mentioned the lefties are hitting better off Palumbo, so it's a good opportunity for Houston to put something together.
Barring a double play, you face Brantley and Alvarez. First pitch to Brantley misses low, 1-0. There's Chris Woodward giving some signs. He's been in the news as of late. You know, real life.
He's been a little bit upset about teams swinging 3-0, hitting grand slams while up by 7. But I don't think the Phillies would agree with those comments. I don't know if you saw the real Phillies baseball game against the Blue Jays yesterday. The Phillies were up 7-0 in the first inning, and then the Blue Jays came back and beat them.
Wow. So, Brantley hits this one into right. Gallo still trying to chase after it. Jumps and it's gone! Couldn't quite rob it as Gallo as Brantley goes deep. And it is 5-3 Houston in the 5th.
Well, those reverse splits come into play. The 17th home run for Brantley. And he may not be the guy you think about necessarily to hit a home run because there's some other guys in this lineup with more power than he does, but he got all of that one, that's for sure.
When Altuve stopped, I thought that had a chance of being caught.
Yeah.
And man, Gallo, he gave it a shot. He just got there late. Has given the Astros a 2-run lead. As Bregman steps in, and he'll slap this one in the left for a base hit, so the hits keep on coming. Palumbo might starting to be losing himself a bit here.
There's the start here. Bregman second on the team behind the man coming up, Alvarez, and Brantley, who we just saw, third on the team. So you see the top 4 hitters in this lineup lead the team in hits. So it's very, very hard to get through. And in this inning, it looks like it doesn't matter righty or lefty. They're all hitting rockets off of Palumbo.
Alvarez takes a ball there, 1-0 from Palumbo. Another dangerous lefty, arguably a much more dangerous lefty than Brantley. So if Brantley was able to go yard off of him, oh boy, you would wonder what Alvarez could do. As the 1-0 to Alvarez is slapped in the left for an opposite field base hit. As Bregman just gets into second in time. Wow, that was close.
Yeah, Calhoun tried to throw him out and made a pretty good throw, and that's a nice piece of hitting by Alvarez, just throwing the other way.
That has put 2 on, and still nobody out. Springer comes up.
Nope, that's a ball.
Again with 2 on. He had it that way in the first. This could mean trouble for Palumbo if he's not careful.
I'm a little surprised he's still in this game, to tell you the truth.
You know, I am too. He gets underneath of that one to Springer and fouls it away, 1-1. See that split there with runners in scoring position. Not really good. 204, just above the figurative Mendoza line.
Yeah, I think that probably had to do a lot with the slow start that he had. He was batting lower in the lineup where you don't get as many opportunities to drive and runs.
2-1 to Springer. Hangs up a bit, but he got out in front of it. 2-2 as Palumbo seeks that much needed first out.
Yeah, he was fooled by that curveball with Springer. Not fooled by that one.
This one into left center, and it will get down for a hit in front of Waters. Coming in to score is Bregman, and the inning will get worse for Palumbo as there's another run across. It's 6-3 as the 3-run lead is back.
Now batting, first baseman, Ulieski.
I didn't think he hit that all that well, but it dropped nonetheless. So that's, what, 5 straight hits in this inning? No outs, and there is the call to the bullpen, and the other long man will come in, of course.
He gets an out here. That'll be his 100th inning of the year. He's just at 99 2/3, a 5.24 ERA, 2 saves to his name.
They see 43 games. This is the 44th, and he's almost at 100 innings, so he's been used a lot.
So you'll look in at Yuli Gurriel, who did have that hit off that one that bounced off of Abreu, ruled as base hit, so that breaks his 0-for-14 collar.
Yeah, that was the hit that knocked Abreu out of the game.
Definitely not the way you wanted to break that collar, but it's just unfortunately a part of the ballgame. As there's still 2 on for Houston, still nobody out. Allard delivers, though, a good start against Gurriel, 0-2.
See Gurriel with a very nice number of RBIs, 69. Looking to get past that number. He's got a runner in scoring position.
That's a ball. Allard's 0-2 misses low, the changeup there. 1-2, a good waste pitch. Gurriel swings through that one, floating in the bottom of the zone, and there is that first out of the inning here in the bottom of the 5th.
The right fielder, number 30, Kyle.
Got chase there. That's a good start for Allard. Their speed to get out of this inning and keep it close.
So we'll face the lefty Kyle Tucker, who takes the first pitch. Makes the count 0-1. He's flied out and grounded out today. Hoping to make his case to Dusty Baker to be the everyday right fielder. Does a little bit of platooning with Josh Reddick out there in right. As that pitch sails up and away, 1-1.
Both are left-handed hitters, but I guess Reddick does a little bit better against lefties than Tucker does.
Alvarez at second, Springer at first. Tucker takes another pitch high, 2-1. Folks, again, coming right after us, White Sox and Mariners. Gio Gonzalez and Sadzeck, the guys, that'll be the matchup. Brother Beard and J.D. Gregory, they'll be on the call for that one as Tucker swings through that one, makes the count 2-2. There's one that sails across the zone but missed. 3-2 with the young Lee on next.
You know, what happens in this game might have an effect on the White Sox-Mariners game because, like we said, the Astros are making a push for that playoff spot. That's going to be ball 4. So the White Sox, they're trying to get back into it. So this is an important game for them, too.
That walk to Tucker has loaded the bases for Corey Lee. So 0-for-1, he walked in the 4th. Batting 139 in the year in just a handful of starts. He's had a 581 OPS, so not horrible for only having appeared as many games as he had been. But Allard starts him with a strike.
Yeah, see, that's not fair to show that he's 167 on the season with runners in scoring position. He hasn't had that many opportunities.
Oh, 0-2 count now. Bases juicy. As Allard delivers the 0-2. That misses low, 1-2. Tense moment here at Minute Maid. A chance for the Astros to bust it open. The 1-2 to Lee is hit over to second. They'll throw to second on to first, and just getting Lee there on the 6-4-3 double play to end the inning. But Michael Brantley got those Astros back in front with that 2-run shot that just got over the glove of Gallo. And another run by Springer made it 6-3 here in the fifth. Going to the sixth.
Attention, please. Now pitching for the Astros.
It's going to be the end of the day for Jose Urquidy, as here comes the young Christian Javier, making his 7th appearance on the year.
12 in the third inning, so he's still getting his feet wet at the major league level, and we see Willie Calhoun's home run, which we didn't think he actually got, but you can see now it traveled very far.
He's going to be called upon here to maybe try and cut back into this new 3-run lead that the Astros have. Javier's first pitch of the ball game will be a ball that missed low, 1-0.
Meanwhile, in the real world, the Blue Jays and Rays are going to extra innings. Of course, in the real world, you have that runner on second, which I really don't like.
And I'm not a really big fan of that either. As Calhoun, just got under that one. Tucker over to his right in the shift, and that'll make the catch. Too quick. A 2-pitch first out for Christian Javier.
Yeah, that one was... We were pretty sure it was not going to go out. Just got underneath it. Here's another guy who hit a home run in this game for the Rangers.
Just noticed something, EB. All 3 home runs have been off of lefties as Odor hits this one into the shift. Brantley having to cover a lot of ground to get there, but he'll make the catch. And there's 3 pitches thrown by Javier and 2 out.
Good start from there. Like all the home runs in this game have been home runs. Really, the difference is that the Rangers were all solo home runs, and Astros home runs came with men on base.
Todd Father steps in and swings at the first pitch. I don't know why Woodward made the call there to have him free swinging after seeing the first 2 batters out in 3 pitches.
Yeah, you're down by 3 runs. You maybe want to work the count a little bit, try to get on base. I guess not.
So that one's fouled off to the right. It's 0-2 quickly with 2 away here for Javier.
Whoa, that's down.
Just missing the zone there. Makes the count 1-2. Man, he wanted that one. Try to get it here, though.
Ball 2.
Same spot and didn't get the call again. 2-2.
I'm so surprised Frazier didn't chase those pitches because he was very aggressive on the first 2.
Another 2-2 now. Swung at and missed. He chased that one. And that will close out the top of the 6th. An 8-pitch inning for Christian Javier. That has kept the Rangers at bay. 1-2-3. We head to the bottom of the 6th. 6-3 Astros.
Leading up for the Astros.
Martin Maldonado will kick things off here in the bottom of the 6th against Colby Allard. With Altuve and Brantley following him up next, as the first pitch from Colby Allard will be taken for strike 1.
See more action in the bullpen for the Rangers, and in the real world, with the runner at second base at the top of the 10th, the son of the Astros Hall of Famer Craig Biggio, that's Kevin, he doubled in the go-ahead run.
1-1. There you go. You know, I mentioned it a minute ago, how I love that young lineup, and it's not just because the bias I have of Craig Biggio's son being on that team. That's why I've kind of become a Blue Jays fan in a sense. But you got Vlad Jr. there as well, Bo Bichette.
Yeah.
I know of the 3 dads, Dante Bichette's probably the one that's the least most known compared to Craig Biggio and Vlad Jr. But, you know, just to see that coming through that pipeline as Maldonado flies to Waters, and that'll be the first out in the bottom of the 6th. But to see that pipeline of just family blood coming up through that Blue Jays organization, because I believe Jeff Conine's son is also in that organization.
Yeah, he was drafted, I think, 2 or 3 years ago, and yeah, he's in the organization now. And you talk about the Biggios and the Guerreros, and obviously Craig and Vlad Sr. are Hall of Famers, and Dante Bichette is not, but he had a really, really nice career, and now he's actually a coach with the Blue Jays. He's really helping the hitters kind of figure things out.
Yeah, a lot of history surrounding the lone Canadian team in all of baseball. I think that's just really awesome to see. Also makes me feel old because I remember as a young 6-7-year-old kid watching Craig Biggio hit in the World Series. So I don't know. I'm 22, so I shouldn't feel old.
Yeah, Craig had a really, really nice career, obviously, and you've seen him in Toronto whenever Kevin plays. It's going to be a walk to Altuve.
Yeah,
Obviously, when the Blue Jays come to town, Craig will be behind those seats. Here's the home run from Brantley that gave the Astros the lead.
Yeah, another one that just snuck out of here. See that number 7 right there? That's Craig Biggio's number.
Yeah, there we go.
Just to see it there is Gallo just got a little bit late to that. If he got there a little bit sooner, I think he had a play on it.
Now in MLB The Show, they really don't have a lot of respect for Kevin Biggio. I don't think he's rated very high, and he's really struggling. He's striking out a lot and not getting on base as he does in real life. But the real one is off to a very nice start in his career.
Brantley slaps one into left field for a base hit. That'll put 2 on, and only 1 away here in the bottom of the 6th for Alex Bregman.
Third baseman number 2.
He goes the other way. Nice piece of hitting there.
Bregman, he had a 4-for-5 day in the last game of the series against the Mariners and a 7-6 loss in extra innings. He's 2 for 2 today with a pair of singles, and he's come around to score twice.
And he walked his first time up, so he's had a nice day. They haven't been able to retire him at all.
Allard started him with the ball. Here's the 1-0. Misses again high, 2-0.
Now the brother of Yuli Gurriel drove in Kevin Biggio from third, so the Blue Jays have a 2-run lead in the real world.
I always keep forgetting that Lourdes and Yuli are brothers.
Yeah, there's a 9-year age difference between them.
Very interesting. 2-1 to Bregman, hacked that, and that would have been ball 3. Instead, it's 2-2.
Should probably talk about the real Astros too. They have bases loaded, 1 out in San Diego in the top of the 2nd.
Bregman's going to get retired for the first time today on a foul out to Todd Frazier, and that'll be 2 out now for Yordan Alvarez as Allard just tries to get out of this inning.
Yeah, he's trying to just keep it close. Done a nice job. He's going to have to face another very tough customer here, obviously, with Yordan. Of course, in the real world, Yordan is out for the season, right?
Yeah, out with a torn patella, which, folks, if you do not know what a patella is, it's your kneecap. So definitely not a fun injury.
No, that's tough. So if you want to see all the Yordan Alvarez home runs, you're going to have to watch on ML Bopball.
Seen a good chunk of him so far this season. He's looking for number 49 here as he's 2-1 on Allard. Altuve at second, Brantley over at first. The 2-1 Alvarez just got under it. And in foul ground, Robinson Chirinos, he'll make the catch with Altuve coming right at him. But they avoid a really bad collision, and that ends the bottom of the 6th. We head to the top of the 7th here in the Lone Star State. It is still 6-3 Astros as Shark Shavery from Texas, Michigan has joined us here.
That was some beautifully aggressive base running there. Gotta say, love to see it.
Yeah, I haven't seen that happen before. The base runner is just coming down as the play's being made. How you doing, Shark?
Interference on the catcher in that case?
Can we just make that a highlight? I think that's the first time I think that has ever happened in any of these. That Waters is going to ground out the lead, and that'll be the first out here in the 7th.
I'll
definitely
clip on that and pause exactly. That way it's ready to go later. Gotta mute that. There we go. Anyway, I'm doing all right. Had a headache, took some meds, got it all fixed up. So, worked on an extra special version of Deep in the Heart of Texas because we're late in the season, late into the dog days of summer. I got some nice honky-tonk player piano style stuff going on, so should be a good time.
Sounds interesting. And I know migraines can be the worst because I've had them in the past, so glad you're feeling better.
Yeah, I had to take a muscle relaxer, got neck tension from fibromyalgia, kind of makes migraines happen. So luckily, they give me the good stuff to help get through it. Tried to not take it, so then it's really effective when I do.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they're no fun at all.
No.
We're settling into this one, though. We're in the 7th as Torinos is going to pop out here to Maldonado in Fairground.
There we go.
That'll be out number 2.
What is the difference between this half inning versus last half inning's time played? I don't know if it was just me, but that last one felt like it went on a long time.
It's because the Astros got runners on. Rangers are going away pretty quickly. Javier, see 15 pitches in total so far. We came in last inning.
Going to face Camargo here, and this inning's going to end pretty quickly as Camargo flies out to Springer, and that's going to end the top of the 7th. 1, 2, 3, go the Rangers. Stretch time in the Bayou City. Here we go.
That was nice, yeah.
Got some nice tempo changes in there, lull you into a false sense of security, and then bam, right in the kisser.
Yeah, I really like that. Yeah, that was a very nice rendition of Deep in the Heart of Texas.
I mean,
Sugar Township,
Shark,
Michigan.
Shark, every time you play it, it makes me just want to get back to Minute Maid and just be able to hear that for the 7th inning stretch. It's so unique here in Houston, and it's a staple at Minute Maid, so very grateful for you being able to play that.
It's definitely fun, especially arranging weird versions of it on a whim. Literally, during this call, I was like, hey, wait a second, I should probably make this something special. I have not paid attention to how many more of these Rangers-Astros games we have left, but in case I'm not able to make them to the rest, got to make this one count.
Absolutely. Springer strikes out looking to start here in the bottom of the 7th. A strikeout for Colby Allen.
There are 2 more games in this series, and then the Astros and Rangers play one more series in September. That's going to be at Globe Life. It's Globe Life Field now, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I always get confused. So yeah.
I call it the Grill. At least I call it the Grill.
Yeah. I suppose I should have added the caveat of Houston at home, since the Rangers are like, no, we're not doing it to the stretch. It's like, what, the 5th inning for them?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, is that what they do? I wasn't sure about that.
Yeah, it's not the 7th, which is weird. Feels wrong.
They're not real Texans. It's okay. Chris Mikoski, if you're watching, don't hurt me, please. As the 0-2 backs Gurriel off, and they'll make it 1-2. Colby Allard trying to get another out here via the punch out, but he misses high with that one as Allard. And his pitch count's really running high. I thought they would have pulled them by now.
Yeah, before we even noticed he's at 46, you'd think that maybe Chris Woodward would go to someone else, but I guess he likes the way he's been throwing.
Gurriel's going to ground one here. Allard will come off the mound, throw to first in time.
Nice play.
Making that with the glove flip into his hand and got Gurriel out by a step. And there's 2 out in the bottom of the 7th as Tucker will come to the plate.
As in the
Need a
real
little
world,
more juice.
in the real world, the Rays get a run back because, of course, they start their half inning with runners a runner at second. I really, really dislike that rule. I'm going to say that every day.
And it will be correct every day.
Yeah.
Yes.
It just doesn't feel like baseball.
Even when it benefits my team, I've said that I do not enjoy it.
I don't want dumb rules to help my team. I'd rather just play the game and let it play out.
Yeah.
Game of traditions, dang it.
Tucker is going to fly this one into left center, and that'll be down for a base hit in front of Calhoun, and there's a 2-out hit for the Astros. They've had a lot of those today.
Yeah, they've kept the pressure. It's an 8-game hitting streak now for Tucker.
Is Allard coming out finally?
Yeah, that might be. We'll see.
That has to be it. That was his 50th or 51st pitch, so I'm thinking they may go to Jesse Garcia here. No.
Really?
They're just going to throw him until his arm falls off? I just don't get it.
I don't
Is
know.
it because
I
Corey
know
Lee's up?
I know he used to start at one point, but that's hence why he's a long reliever. There's another pickoff move to Tucker.
The only justification I can see is because it's Corey Lee up at the bat. Not with a great average, maybe just trying to get out with 2 away, I guess. Try and justify weird decisions.
I don't know.
I mean, it looks like he's kind of losing it now. He's thrown more than 100 innings now out of the pen, and was it like 44 games or something? That's a lot of innings.
Another pickoff try to get Tucker. I know he's got speed, but with 2 out, I'd be surprised if he's even going. It's a 1-on count, and here's the pitch again to Lee, and it misses in 2-0.
2 balls, no strikes.
I think in the real world, some of these managers might get sued or fired for misuse of their long relievers.
Then again, you'd be surprised. 2-0 to Lee is slapped into the seats, and that'll make it 2-1. Again, folks, coming right after the conclusion of this one, might go over White Sox and Mariners. Brother Beard and J.D. Gregory, they're on the call for that one, as the 2-1 to Lee is fouled off, and it's 2-2. Again, the White Sox trying to climb back into the thick of the wild card race, just ahead of the Astros and the Angels. Should be a fun one. Brother Beard and J.D. Gregory always giving good stuff as Lee swings through that one. And it's a nice changeup from Coley Allard, and that should be the last we see of him. Astros still on top by 3 as we head to the 8th.
And with that, I'll let you two get on back to it. Thanks for having me in the booth. Great time as always, and hope you guys have a great rest of your call.
Thank you very much, Shark.
Yes, my fellow Bearcat and Jordan Smith, what we like to call him, our favorite, easily our favorite ball organist out there.
Is he your favorite Texan who doesn't actually live in Texas?
Yeah, I'd have to say so.
Yeah. See Ryan Presley coming on here for the Astros, setup man, formerly with the Minnesota Twins.
Yeah, played a couple seasons for them. Came via, I believe it was in the off season between 2017 and 2018 that Presley came on over. Has been a staple in the Astros bullpen ever since, as that one nearly hit Andrews, as a crowd of nearly 36,000, which is nearly double of who was here the other night when the Astros lost to the Mariners. So really good crowd on hand. It is Friday night, so that explains a lot.
It's Friday night. It's the cross-state rivals. I even see a Rangers fan there behind the plate.
See a few.
Yeah. Presley, I remember he always had the stuff in Minnesota, but he struggled. Then he came over to Houston, and Brent Strom does really nice work with the pitchers, and he's able to kind of quote-unquote fix guys who are struggling in other places. So he's picked it up nicely here in Houston.
Yeah, he's very well loved here, is Brent Strom. A really excellent pitching coach. As Andrews is going to ground this one to Altuve. He'll double clutch and just get Andrews at first, as that's the first out here in the top of the 8th. A 5-pitch at bat for Ryan Presley.
Very nice. For some reason, they're going to show it again. And the one guy I keep thinking about is Verlander when he came over from Detroit to Houston. I was a little surprised at that deal because I think a lot of other people thought that maybe Verlander was kind of at the end of his career, but then he really was able to turn things around in Houston.
Yeah, really a revitalized career. I'm still a firm believer that the day he retires, he'll sign a one-day contract with Detroit and retire as a Tiger, because that's where he got 2 of his 3 no-hitters. That's probably some of his best years were with him. I know the Tigers, you look at them now, and they're not great by any stretch, but think about it. They were in the World Series in, 2010? No, 2012.
Yeah, 2012.
2012. It was the Rangers, actually, that were with the Giants in 2010 when the Giants got their first of 3 championships lately. But yeah, they were in the World Series in 2012, ALCS in 2013. They've been They were competitive for a while as Santana grounds out to Bregman, and Gurriel makes the nice play in the dirt, and there's 2 out here in the 8th.
Yeah, absolutely. Verlander obviously didn't win the ring until he came to Houston, but he made his name in Detroit. I know he's loved there, and I know every time the Tigers and Astros get together in Detroit, if he happens to be pitching in that series, he gets a nice standing ovation from the Detroit faithful.
Looking in the chat, Shark Shavery, he did, his parents apparently did live in Texas for a little while as Gallo grounds out, and that's going to end the inning. That was very quick. Another quick inning for Astros pitching. We head to the bottom of the 8th. Astros still on top by 3 with a 9-1-2 due-up.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
There is Jesse Chavez, the guy I meant to say, not Jesse Garcia. I don't know where I got that from, but I meshed together Jesse Chavez and Luis Garcia's names, and it became Jesse Garcia. So it's Chavez that's into this game now to face Maldonado.
Chavez, another well-traveled pitcher, a couple of stints with Toronto. That's just one stop out of the many that he's had. He's been with Oakland, he's been with the Angels.
Maldonado gave that one a good ride, but out to get it is Calhoun, and that will be out number 1 here. Quickly, a 1-pitch, 1-out for Jesse Chavez.
You know, he was with Toronto in 2012, and then he went to Oakland, and then the Blue Jays got him back before the 2016 season, and it was a very odd trade. They traded Liam Hendricks, who's now the Oakland closer, for Jesse Chavez, and that made no sense whatsoever.
Altuve fouls off the first pitch from Chavez. Yeah, that trade, you look back on it now and how well vitalized that Liam Hendricks is in Oakland now. Oakland definitely won that trade.
Yeah, but it actually, even back when it was made, a lot of people raised their eyebrows because the front office in Toronto, they really love controllable players, and Liam Hendricks had several years of control left. Jesse Chavez was going to be a free agent, I think, at the end of the year, and then he came over here. He really struggled, and then he was traded to the Dodgers. You mentioned Mike Bolsinger. That was the trade around the deadline in 2016. So yeah, he never really figured it out here, and he's been kind of a journeyman. But he can be a useful piece in the bullpen. But I like Liam Hendricks better.
You know, I'm right there with you, and I'm not even really a big fan of either team. Obviously, not Oakland because how well they've just become a rival to the Astros lately. But yeah, that trade, I look back on it now, not really an excellent trade, especially because Chavez isn't even a member of the Blue Jays anymore.
Yeah. And we didn't get much of the guy we traded for him after that, so weird.
Altuve gets his 3rd hit on the day, 3 singles for Jose, and there's a 1-out base knock here in the bottom of the 8th.
It's a nice night.
The Astros hang on here, and I say that lightly. I'll get to that in a second, as that one just got past Chavez. It's going to be tough to decide between Altuve and Bregman, or even Brantley, as to who would be player of the game. There's one out, a runner.
I'm kind of leaning towards Brantley just because of his home run, which was the go-ahead shot at the time. But we'll see what the MLB The Show gods decide. First of all, as you said, Astros have to close this out. They had trouble doing that the other day against Seattle.
And it it was the same exact score as Brantley hits that. Frazier knocked it down as not Garcia. Good Lord. Chavez makes the play at first, and that advances Altuve to second as Bregman will come up. A nice knockdown, though, by Todd Frazier.
Yeah, they might have had a double play if he fielded cleanly, but as it was, he needed to get one out, so at least he got the out first. Now 2 outs and a runner in scoring position.
It'll go down as a fielder's choice in the scorebooks as Alex Bregman comes in 2 for 3 today, a pair of singles to his own right.
As in
Walk
real
back
life,
his first time up.
there's a ground ball, and cost him.
There's his third. Altuve is going to come around third and head to the plate, and the Astros extend their lead to 4 runs. It's 7-3 on an RBI base knock by Alex Bregman.
So it cost them that bobble. Right away, Bregman drives in the run from second, and now the Astros have some insurance, a 4-run lead.
And that may not mean that Presley may be able to just try and close things out in the ninth. You may not have to go to Osuna to start off this series. As Alvarez fouls off the first pitch from Chavez.
Yeah, he may just finish it off, and then you can rest Osuna in case you need him tomorrow. So in real life, the Blue Jays finish off that game 6-5 over the Rays. So they have won 6 straight.
Wow,
which is nice.
Alvarez
and then,
swings to that one.
0-2, and then the Astros are tied at 1 with the Padres at Petco Park in the 3rd inning.
Astros riding an 8-game winning streak right now in real life.
Yeah, they've played very well. Without some key guys, like a lot of their pitchers in real life have been out, and Alvarez we talked about.
That pitch misses high, yeah. That entire bullpen the real-life Astros have, all rookies, with the exception of Presley.
If you can win 8 straight with that, then it's very impressive.
Alvarez hits this one into center. This inning's going to roll on. A little short chopper that I thought could have been fielded, but didn't. That keeps this inning going. That'll set up Springer. The 3rd time today, Springer's going to come to the plate with 2 runners on.
That almost hit the umpire. It might have actually hit the umpire.
Wow.
So yeah, here's Springer again. Really, what enabled this inning to continue was just the fact that that ball was bobbled by Frazier. I'm pretty sure he could have had double play if he fielded it cleanly, but as it is, Astros add on, and they're looking to do even more damage here.
You know, it's not even really a knock on Frazier there because that was just a hard hit ball by Brantley.
Yeah.
Springer's on with 2 outs. And the first pitch from Jesse Chavez misses inside for a ball, 1-0.
He's throwing a lot more pitches than he probably planned to throw, and probably a lot more than Chris Woodward wanted to see.
Yeah, he started this inning with a first pitch 1 out, with Maldonado flying out to Calhoun and left. 1-0 to Springer. Taken for a strike, 1-1. Brantley at second. Not Brantley. Bregman at second. Alvarez at first. Here is the 1-1 pitch from Chavez. Swung on and missed. Nice. No, changeup. That caught the inner half of the plate and Springer couldn't get to it. 1-2. Missed outside, 2-2. Swung at and missed for strike 3 as Chavez is able to limit the damage. But it has extended the lead for the Astros to 4 runs. It's 7-3. We head to the 9th. 4, 5, and 6 will be up for the Rangers. We'll see who the Astros decide to pitch with. And they are going to stick with Ryan Presley. Try and close out this game. Chris Davinsky and another former Blue Jay, and Joe Smith, they're up in the pen.
Yeah, I always enjoy seeing Joe Smith and his sidearm delivery. It's very unique. There he is.
There you see it. Devo, as we call him down here in Houston. And then, like I said, the former Blue Jay, Joe Smith. got quite a few former Blue Jays in this bullpen for the Astros. You got Joe Smith there, Roberto Osuna, the closer. You got Joe Biagini that's down in AAA Round Rock right now, who used to play for the Blue Jays as well. It's an 0-2 count on Calhoun.
And not the bullpen, but on the bench, I mentioned earlier, Aledmus Diaz played for the Blue Jays, and we just saw Jesse Chavez on the Texas side.
A lot of guys that have played north of the border really in this park tonight.
Yeah. Always nice to see those former Blue Jays.
In what way? I mean, either being able to be more successful outside of the Blue Jays, or maybe not as great in the cases of like Diaz and Biagini.
Well, no, just nice to see them, you know. If they're successful, I'm happy for them. And
I'm that same way as Calhoun's been able to work it back 2-2. I'm that same way with when I see former Astros littered throughout all of baseball. Presley going to be called upon here to get the final 3 outs of this ball game, but he started 0-2 against Calhoun, and it's worked it back full.
Now, obviously, we talked about Osuna, and he was traded for Ken Giles, and I know that he kind of left on a sour note, the Giles. So how do you feel about that? Because he's doing pretty well in Toronto. I just think he needed the change of scenery, as he's going to be called out there.
Wow, Calhoun didn't like that at all. I don't know why he's chirping at the umpire Simmons, because that caught a lot of the zone.
Yeah, that was
first out in the 9th.
Yeah, that was a strike all the way. I'm not sure why he's complaining.
I know it was a 3-2 count, but still, my goodness. But a good pitch by Presley gets him, as here is Rougned Odor. But to your point about Ken Giles, you know, he reminded me a lot about Brad Lidge. You can throw 99 miles an hour, but you get teed off of.
Yeah.
So, not that I didn't think he was a great pitcher for us. He was absolutely a great pitcher for us. But I think we were needing a lot more, and Osuna has definitely brought that to the table as the closer for the Astros.
It seemed like both these guys needed a change of scenery, but I noticed with Giles when he came over here that a lot of his struggles were in non-safe situations, which is it's true for, I think, most closers. For some reason, if there's not a safe situation, they maybe let their guard down. The adrenaline is not as high as it is in a safe situation. But with him, it was like the biggest of extremes ever. He like gave up 1 earned run in safe situations all year and a boatload of runs in non-safe situations.
It sometimes messes with your psyche as a closer, as it's going to be a 4-pitch walk to Rougned Odor. Presley did not pitch well against him at all, and Odor didn't chase anything, as there's a 1-out walk.
He usually chases a lot, so I guess Presley was counting on that, but Odor showed some patience. Still an opportunity for a double play with the Todd father. He's 0-for-3 today.
Like you said, 0-for-3. Still a pair of arms up in the pen for the Astros as Frazier swings to the first pitch, makes the count 0-1.
Yeah, the whole thing with safe situations and closers, I never did understand it. I guess it is a mental thing because it's still, you got to get 3 outs, and it's still the same stuff you're throwing as you would when you had a 2-run lead or 1-run lead. It just, I guess it's the mental thing.
Pickoff attempt over to Odor. Infield at double play depth. Double play would end the ball game.
And Presley could get a save here because he came in with a 3-run lead. So if he finishes off the inning, he would get a save.
Yes. That one misses outside to Frazier, 1-1. Again, the Astros and the Rangers meet again for the next 2 days. I believe they won't be broadcasted here on Bot Ball, but they will be played. The Astros seek win number 70 on the year as Frazier rears back and missed at that one, 1-2, a 97-mile-an-hour high heat from Presley.
Yeah, they're not on the schedule tomorrow, but they could be on Sunday. We don't have the schedule for Sunday yet, as far as I know. So we'll see.
Drew Waters is on deck. 1-2 misses to Frazier, makes the count 2-2.
The Astros do go to Detroit after this series. I'm not sure if Verlander is going to be pitching in that series, but they have 4 games in Detroit and then 3 in Chicago against those White Sox. That's a big series when we look at it.
Frazier fouls off another one. Well, in the case of Verlander, this is only a 2-game series, so even if Verlander pitches in this series, you may see him as it's a 6-game stretch.
I'm sure the fans in Detroit would appreciate that.
That one misses for ball 3, and full count again in this inning. As I mentioned, Drew Waters, he is on deck. Odor's at first, one away here in the 9th. Astros trying to close this one out and get win number 70. Try to close in closer to the division-leading Oakland Athletics. But Frazier will chop this one to second. I think it's going to be a side flip there. Wow, what a double play! Turned by Altuve, Corey Lee, and on to Gurriel to end the ball game.
That was quite the turn. I'd like to see a replay of that. They won't show it, unfortunately, because the game is over. But that was quite the turn. Very impressive.
Wow. Thought, man, Altuve with the barehanded flip to Lee. And I didn't know if Lee was going to have enough to be able to get Frazier coming down, but with Frazier's lack of speed, it was enough. As Urquidy picks up the win, Joe Palumbo the loss, and as you mentioned, Ryan Presley will get only his second save on the year as he closes out this one for Houston in a 7-3 win over the Rangers, and George Springer gets player of the game now.
Of course, not the guy I thought. I thought it might be Brantley, but no, they went with Springer, and I guess that's the reason why. That's his home run, started the scoring.
Yeah, the 3-run shot to dead center field. It got up onto the concourse up there in left center near the home run pump. But then right in the next inning, Rougned Odor was able to get the Rangers going with that solo shot that went to right center.
68. The Astros thank you for attending and remind you to please drive home safely. Good night.
Then Gallo, just an inning later, he would go yard with a solo shot, and then again in that same inning, back-to-back. I believe they'll show it right here. Willie Calhoun hits one to center, and that would tie it, but that would also be all the runs that Texas got, EB.
Yeah, just the 3 solo shots, and they have a lot of home run power up and down the lineup, but they don't really do much else, and Houston was able to shut him down. There's the go-ahead home run.
Yeah, the 2-run shot by Brantley that just snuck out of here over Joey Gallo's glove. That made it 5-3 at the time in the bottom of the 5th, right near the halfway point of this one. Then Springer had a hit there in the center, a little bloop hit that fell between Calhoun and Waters, and that made it 6-3 at the time. And then the Astros would get one more on this Bregman ground ball that reached into center field, and that made it 7-3 in the bottom of the 8th. That is all she wrote for the runs in this one. But then this double play.
There. I want to see this.
The bare hand flip, and then lead the lunging throw to charge it and get it to Gurriel to get Frazier. Someone wants to go back and clip that, and that is definitely the way to highlight to end this one. Wow, an incredible game. George Springer again gets player of the game nods. Jose Urquidy gets his 10th win of the year. Palumbo the loss. And then again, Ryan Presley, his second save of the year. Man, you'll just look at that little notable players. Springer, Brantley, Bregman, and Altuve accounted for 10 of the 14 hits for Houston today.
Yeah, they were at the center of the offense, and we actually talked about them. We talked about Yordan Alvarez as well. Those guys always being at the top of the offensive party for the Astros, so they got done yet again. Texas, they continue to struggle. You see, they had 6 hits on the night, but just the 3 runs, just the solo shots. They couldn't get anything with runners on base, and that's the difference.
It's not so much that they didn't really even have a lot of runners on base in this one. Just a lot of quick innings down the stretch as we are now joined by Brother Beard and J.D. Gregory. They're getting ready to call White Sox and Mariners. Fellas, how's it hanging?
Oh, how's the line go? Short, shriveled, and always to the left?
Yes. Deep so.
Hi, guys. How's it going?
No, it's going well. We just had a really fun one here in virtual Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas. We're waiting for the box score to come up, and then we'll get ready and send you guys out to Washington State tonight for White Sox and Mariners.
Yeah, super excited about it. Of course, I got J.D. Gregory joining me tonight. How you doing, JD?
I'm doing really well. How are you, Mr. Brother Beard?
Fantastic. Going to be another opportunity for the Mariners to grasp victory from the jaws of defeat as we take Game 2 of this series against the White Sox.
Yeah, y'all were on last night with obviously the White Sox coming back in the 9th inning, but it was an exciting game at least for the Mariners. They just came up a little short.
Yeah, it was definitely a fun game. Of course, it always helps when I get a beard cast to boot on top of it. I really can't ask for much more.
As we see, Abreu just came away with a bruised foot, so hopefully he'll be okay to make his next start.
Yeah, it looks like he's just out for a few days, so I believe whoever's running right now kept him active, so he should be back very, very soon. But EB, for that being our first call together, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun. Good game. And we should have another good one out in Seattle.
Yeah, that'll close out the night here in Seattle. White Sox and Mariners, Gio Gonzalez and Sadzeck, they'll be on the mound for both the White Sox and Mariners respectively, and should be a fun one. For EB from Toronto, my name's Carlos Zimmerman. Thanks so much for joining us, and I'll be back tomorrow at 3:30 Eastern for Nats and Padres. Should be a fun one there. I'll be calling solo, and EB, you'll be definitely back very, very soon as well.
Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow for the Cubs and the Cardinals with Hines. That should be a lot of fun as well.
Alrighty, once again, for EB, I'm Carlos Zimmerman. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you next time here on ML Ball. Brother Beard and JD, have a fun one. Have a great call, and let's see how the Mariners and the White Sox fared tonight to close out this fine Friday evening. Take it away, fellas.
Thanks, Carlos. Thanks, EB. Well, we're going to head out to T-Mobile Park here in just a moment. Getting underway just about 7:30 here in Seattle. A beautiful day here in Seattle. A little bit of rain coming through to give the trees a little bit of drinky poo here after a hot week. We'll see how it affects the play tonight on the field. We're going to have, as mentioned, we're going to have Connor Sadzeck taking the mound for the Mariners. 3-2 record, coming out of the bullpen in a long relief slot to get a few starts in the rotation, making just his 4th start of the year. It's with his average, his earned run average sitting at just below 4, a 3.89 across 44 innings of work. Of course, he's appeared in 16 games total. So in 13 relief appearances, he's given up 46 hits, 19 earned runs, 6 homers, 22 walks, and administered 47 strikeouts. Connor Sadzeck, one of the more experienced arms out of the bullpen, having gotten some work here in Seattle last season, carrying in about 20 games with a 2.5 ERA out of the bullpen. He's going to be facing off against the veteran Gio Gonzalez, taking the mound for the White Sox. See there, a bit of jersey selection here on this Friday evening. See there, the Mariners record in the last place, 51-78. The White Sox, 71-56, third in the Central Division. They're about 14 games back from the division leaders. They're fighting for that wild card spot.
Who would have thought about a month ago we would be saying that the White Sox are 14 games out when they were really battling with the Indians for that number 2 spot in the AL Central.
Yeah, it was a three horse race there for quite a while throughout the first half of the season. Even after the All-Star break, it's really when things started to loosen up and the wheels coming off for the White Sox. Even exhibited in last night's game a little bit, not taking advantage of runners in scoring position, leaving a lot of guys on base and not taking advantage of mediocre pitching. It's going to be an issue if they want to make any sort of playoff run. They got to take advantage of every chance they get, and they've got another opportunity here at a struggling young Mariners ball club here tonight. So we finally take the field. White Sox and Mariners here in Seattle. See there, Connor Sadzeck going to make his 4th start of the year. We talked about his numbers before. The rare righty in this left-handed pitching heavy rotation of the Mariners.
Leading off for the
We're going to
White
see
Sox,
Leury Garcia leading off for the White
28,
Sox.
Leury Garcia.
Similar batting lineup for the Sox tonight. Leury Garcia leading off, Tim Anderson batting second. Nomar Mazara going to be in the 3rd spot tonight. Edwin Encarnacion hitting 4th. Eloy Jimenez batting 5th. Yohan Moncada batting 6th. Jose Abreu batting 7th. Jonathan Scope batting 8th. And Yasmani Grandal batting 9th. Getting underway here, a 1-1 count to Leury Garcia. He shows bunt here, but it runs in on him, and they'll call that strike 2. About the only time in baseball you can get plunked and be charged a strike.
That was very interesting, yes.
Rose inside with the slider, gets him to strike out swinging, and Connor Sadzeck starting off strong here against the White Sox.
Tim Anderson.
They really worked him inside that at bat and convinced him to swing, so that's a good start to this game for Sadzeck.
Yeah, attacking with the fastball and then breaking off that slider. No luck here as this one's driven deep into left field. That's going to get down off the wall. That'll be an easy stand-up double for Tim Anderson.
Batting 3rd, the right fielder, number 30.
Now, Tim Anderson is coming in with a pretty high batting average. He's 3rd in the league with a 3.39 ERA, so when he gets up, it's most likely he's going to get on base, and there he gets on base in his first at bat.
Anderson motivated to get that early base hit here as he went over 5 and struck out twice yesterday. Good to
pretty
see him
tough.
Getting off to a quick start, showing why he deserves that top spot in the batting race.
Absolutely.
Nomar Mazara moving up to the number 3 spot here tonight, playing out in right field. Gonna look at a ball outside to even the count. Sadzeck delivers the 1-1. This one's lifted into right field. There to play it, going to be Haniger. Runner's going to tag up and stay right where he is at second. The throw over, going to pull Kyle down the line a little bit, but there is two-way here in the first.
That was pretty heads up by Anderson. I don't think that ball was hit deep enough for him to advance.
That brings up the big bat of Edwin Encarnacion.
You talk about the miscues that the White Sox are having. One of the things, if they think they're going to get this turned around, is Encarnacion has to stop striking out. He's struck out 124 times this season. That's quite a few times to strike out.
That's a lot. That's definitely a lot. He's also hit 35 dingers, good enough for 5th in the American League. So one might say that's just that, Encarnacion is one of the last big bats in the designated hitter style of position. Guys like Robinson Cano, Nelson Cruz, Edwin Encarnacion. These are all older guys that are mostly known for their power and their hitting. And he showed, with a 288 average, I'd say he's hitting pretty well this season, even with 120 strikeouts.
I would definitely say that too, and that's the one advantage that having a designated hitter, it kind of prolongs guys' careers a little bit because all they have to really do is hit. They don't have to worry about getting out in the field and risk injuring themselves.
Well, speaking of risking injuring themselves, Encarnacion's going to take this one kind of on his check swing there. He'll take first base, and now with 2 outs, there's 2 men on for Eloy Jimenez.
But this might be a welcome sight. His batting average is low against right-handers this year, so for Sadzeck, this might be just what the doctor ordered.
First pitch in there for strike 1. Sadzeck coming back to the 4-seamer. He can really rip it in there, getting his pitches up to 98 miles an hour at his highest. That one coming in at 96. He's going to really have to lean on the good placement of that fastball and working it in conjunction with those sliders. They've got the same release point, and we've already seen one strikeout to the fastball slider combination.
Yeah, that was back to start the game with Garcia.
This one's lifted into right field, and that's going to be an easy out number 3. So 2 men left here in the top of the first. As we go to the bottom of the first, Alex Smith, Kyle Lewis, and Kyle Seager blew up. You're going to see the veteran Gio Gonzalez making his 26th start of the season. 11-9 record with a 4.12 ERA. 142 innings of work. A real workhorse for the Sox this season at bat ball.
Well, that's what you need out of your starting pitcher, who hopefully get maximum innings out of your starter and not put such a strain on the bullpen. So if you're the White Sox, you're hoping he can get you a lot of innings tonight.
See there, the playoff standings. 14 games back in the AL Central. 3 games back from the wild card. White Sox with a prime opportunity here to take 3 against the Mariners. We're going to start with 2 balls to Malik Smith, the stolen base leader in all of baseball. Not a guy that you want to walk to lead off the ball game.
Absolutely, he's speedy and he can start a lot of things for an offense if you let him get on. So if you're Gonzalez, you want to keep him off base if you can.
Malik is going to hit this one foul. Counts even now at 2. The 2-2 pitch. Ground ball at shortstop. Rouse it, throws over to first in time to get Malik for the first out.
Batting second, no left fielder.
Starting lineup for the Mariners, it's going to be Kyle Lewis batting second, Kyle Seager batting third, Mitch Haniger batting fourth, Evan White batting fifth, Dylan Moore batting sixth, Austin Nola catching and batting seventh, Tom Murphy in the DH spot tonight batting eighth, J.P. Crawford out at shortstop batting ninth. The 1-0 pitch. Kyle Lewis going to foul this one off on the third base line to even count.
Well, you were telling me last weekend about all the things Kyle Lewis is able to do at the plate. What about that home run he hit Wednesday night off of Pablo Ozuna?
I mean, every time Kyle Lewis hits a home run, I'm a happy boy. Of course, Kyle Lewis, that first-round draft pick back in 2016. From all the reports that I have heard, he is, from the word go, once he was cleared to come to spring training, way back in the before times. He came into spring training with a work ethic that that was like that of all of the great players that have been seen throughout the year. Guys that come in and do all of the work that is expected, and then some. That has been Kyle Lewis's approach all year long since the first day of spring training, probably before the first day of spring training, to be completely honest. But since he's been with the team, even during summer camp and in his own time at home in quarantine, it was nothing but focus on being the best baseball player he can be.
That's the type of attitude that a young team like the Mariners needs. That's a refreshing thing, I'm sure, for Scott's service.
Kyle Seager going to foul this one off as I go rambling on about Kyle Lewis. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three, and that's going to retire the side. 1-2-3 go the Mariners here in the first. Still no score.
Leading off for the
You see Yoan Moncada step up and lead off for the White Sox here in the second. First pitch from Connor is going to get in there for strike one. Moncada been rather successful over the last 3 games. 6 for 11.
Ball. 1-1.
Yeah, I'd say that's successful, that's for sure.
1-1 now. Swing and a miss.
1-2 to count.
Connor Sadzeck up to 20 pitches already here in the top of the second. Solid pace for somebody who's in his 4th start here in 2020.
Yep, absolutely. For the most part, it looks like the White Sox have had a little bit of trouble figuring them out. I know that Anderson had that double and he hit a batter, but for the most part, he's done an all right job handling this White Sox lineup.
Yeah, it seems like this White Sox lineup has definitely been struggling of late. As Beardy Buddha described it last night, on a bit of a downward turn or a nosedive. I think I lovingly referred to it as a faceplant, dropping to 14 games back in the Central Division. Strike three here for Yoan Moncada.
The first baseman, Jose Abreu.
They've really struggled in a lot of aspects of the game. Pitching's been an issue. Hitting's been an issue. Some of these guys just need to figure out their groove again and get on the right track, leading to the end of the season and into the playoffs.
Now, the other thing for me too is I've done a couple of White Sox games this year, and their defense has not been very good. They commit a lot of errors on defense. That's going to have to get shored up as well.
You can't win a championship if you don't have good defense. As I'm sure sports fans around America will tell you, defense wins championships. Though most of the time they're referring to football. But Jose Abreu is going to lift this one into right center. Ranging back is going to be Mitch Haniger. There in plenty of time to record the out. 2 away here in the second.
Batting eight. The second.
Well, Sadzeck's not afraid of these White Sox hitters. He's been challenging them all night long. This has been an impressive outing so far.
Of course, Sadzeck in the real world is actually in the White Sox organization in the minor league system. But getting an opportunity here in Bot Ball to play again with the Mariners in that bullpen.
No.
The 0-1 pitch misses high and inside to Scope. Ooh, Jonathan saw a pitch he liked there. Turns on it, but it hooks foul. 1-2.
He hung that pitch to him. I'm sure Scope wishes he could have that pitch back.
Ball.
Attacks with a high fastball here, 2-2. That one's about eye level. Another high fastball, 3-2.
Well, he's gotten a few batters to chase at that pitch up high, so it's a good idea, but Scope's just not biting.
3-2 pitch. Fastball on the inside. He hits this one foul. A long ways foul. Let's see, another 3-2 as Sadzeck kicks and delivers. He misses on the bottom third of the zone. Slider not able to catch the bottom lip, and that'll be ball 4. First walk issued here. Gonna bring up the catcher, Yasmani Grandal.
Now, I'm sure that was a frustrating at bat for Sadzeck, but all he can do is really bear down and come back and try to get Grandal right here.
1 ball, no strike.
First pitch to Grandal, misses outside, 1-0. See there, Yasmani, 161 home runs in his career across 8 seasons.
He was a great player for the Dodgers, so it's a great pickup for the White Sox.
No.
He's got 20 of those homers here in the Bot Ball season so far. That 217 number showing he strikes out quite a bit more than you would really like. Sadzeck comes set for the 2-1. Fouled off here. This one gets over into the seats. Packed house here at T-Mobile Park on a Friday evening. The roof is closed as it's still stormy outside.
Full count, 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, that's got to be pretty fun to know that it's raining outside and still be able to come to a baseball game.
You know, these summer rainstorms that we get usually come at the end of a hot streak, which has been the case here of late. Speaking of hot, Connor Sadzeck strikes out Yasmani Grandal for the 3rd K of the night to end this inning. We go to the bottom of the second. Haniger, White, and Moore due up for the Mariners. Much like we're seeing here today, it's been hot the last couple of days for Seattle, and all of the Elliott Bay and Puget Sound and the Salish Sea have spent the last week or so just evaporating into the hot thunderclouds. It's really fun to watch as long as you have, shelter to watch it from. As Mitch Haniger gets a base hit up the middle here. That's going to be the first hit of the day for the Mariners. Going to bring up the first baseman, Evan White. 7 home runs and 26 RBIs for the rookie. Batting average, not exactly where you'd like to see it. Around 210 on the season. Looks at strike one right over the heart of the plate. Evan White, another first-round draft pick in the year 2017. This Mariners team is definitely building around those highly recruited and scouted draft picks coming out of college. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. I remember you telling me last week, I think you thought Evan White was a little underrated, didn't you?
I mean, he's definitely underrated in his representation in ML Botball. Just because this kid has got a super solid approach at the plate. He's an elite defender over there at first base, which we've seen flashes of throughout this Botball season. But this kid's got it all, and he's gonna be a superstar in the next 3 or 4 years.
Nice to have those kinds of pieces to build around.
And Mariners have definitely got those pieces to build around. That's the whole strategy here going the next couple of years as Evan White strikes out swinging, chasing the ball outside for the first out. Second strikeout of the ball game here for Gonzalez. Brings up second baseman Dylan Moore. He's going to swing at the first pitch. A little dribbler out down the line. Tries to beat it out down to first. But charging is Yohan Moncada, making the play. 2 outs as Haniger advances to second base.
Boy, it looked like Abreu was a little close to being pulled off that bag. I might want to look at that again, but obviously they're not going to.
Ostanola digging in here. The 1-0 pitch. One's going to get hit down the line, foul. Counts even at 1. Austin, of course, the backup catcher here with Tom Murphy in Seattle, getting more opportunities to catch later in the season here. The 2-1, gonna miss high and inside. 3-1 here to Ostanola. See there on deck, Mariners All-Star Tom Murphy.
Batting just below the Mendoza line, it looks like.
And ball 4. Ostanola draws a walk.
I'm not sure what was wrong with that pitch. Gonzalez is irritated. I mean, it looked like it was... maybe it was off the plate. I don't know. It looked like a good pitch to me.
Well, you see there on the show tracker, it was a good pitch. He just didn't get the call. The home plate umpire didn't seem to like it. Brings up Tom Murphy. Runners on first and second. Here, 2 outs in the bottom of the second.
Ball 1.
Wow. Again, not really sure where that missed, but ball 1.
Obviously, this home plate umpire sees it a different way.
Tom turns on this one a little bit early as he drives it foul. Still no score here in Seattle. The 1-1 pitch. This is high and inside. Gio takes a look at the runner out at second. Delivers now. Oh, man, he has got no help on that outside corner as that takes the count to 3-1.
Now, if you're the Mariners, you've got to take advantage of this because Gonzalez is starting to get kind of frustrated. Can't let him off the hook.
Ball 4 is that's now back-to-back walks. That outside edge of the plate. No friend to Gio Gonzalez here today, as that's 2 straight at-bats that probably should have went the other way.
Absolutely. I might have thought about coming out there and talking to him just to try to get his rhythm back a little bit, and maybe even to get a word in there with that one-plate umpire, because he's definitely seeing things that you and I aren't, at least.
We do have the added benefit of the strike zone on the screen, but we don't get paid. No, that's it. We don't get paid. So,
no, we don't.
If you do want to support us here at ML Botball, please make a donation to Meals on Wheels. Gio Gonzalez determined to get out of this inning here. Bases loaded. 1-1 pitch in there for strike 2 on the shortstop, J.B. Crawford. Gio comes set, kicks, delivers. Crawford's fouling this one off. Nice battle brewing here. Mariners with a huge opportunity with the bases loaded. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. And the inning is over. Mariners strand 3. As we'll go to the top of the 3rd. And the top of the order here for the Sox. Larry Garcia gonna lead it off.
Leading off for the White Sox, the center fielder, number 28, Larry Garcia.
Connor Sadzeck delivers his 41st pitch of the ball game here to start off the 3rd. It's ball 1 high. The 1-0 becomes 2-0. This one's lifted out to center field. Malik Smith's going to camp underneath it, takes a couple steps back, makes the catch for the first out.
The batter, number 7, shortstop, Tim.
Good pitching performance by by Connor Sadzeck here. Gives up the hit by pitch, the walk, and a double, but he's got 3 strikeouts. Actually, rather similar for Gio Gonzalez. The two free bases, 3 strikeouts, and 1 base hit. This one's going to get out into left. Kyle Lewis can't make the play. So a 1-out single here for Tim Anderson.
No more.
Tim Anderson is having himself here a game this evening, just like he is with the season leading the White Sox in hits with 152.
Going to bring up the right fielder, Nomar Mazara. This one's flied out to left, deep. Kyle Lewis going to make the catch on the run at the track. 2 outs here for the White Sox.
I thought when I first saw that ball leave the bat that might be gone. With the way Kyle Lewis was running after it, looked that way too. But it was a nice job of him to track that ball down.
There's one thing that Mariners fans will know about T-Mobile Park, excuse me, is that balls die in the outfield. One of the better parks for pitchers. They've made some adjustments in years past to the walls out in the outfield to make it a little bit more hitter friendly, moving the corners in a few feet. But this is definitely one of the more just with the way that the stadium is oriented in relation to the water here in Elliott Bay, it's essentially if you are standing at home plate and take a look at that. You look out that window as that ball goes deep. That's a 2-run shot for the man with the bird on his arm, Edwin Encarnacion. 2-run shot. That's going to be his 36th home run of the season. So the Sox take an early 2-0 lead here in the third.
Encarnacion obviously didn't take too kindly to getting hit by the pitch in his first at bat, so he makes sure he gets his shot in here.
And Edwin Encarnacion, of course, a brief stint here in Seattle just a couple of seasons ago.
Now batting, left fielder.
Very comfortable hitting here at T-Mobile Park. Eloy Jimenez is going to look at ball one inside. Sadzeck delivers. This one's hit down the first base line, foul. Ball. 1-1 missing high, 2-1. He's got to get that high fastball under control. That's definitely a huge part of his repertoire, but he's got to be able to get that closer to the zone if he wants it to be effective.
Absolutely, he has gotten some hitters to chase after that high in the zone, but again, he's gotten a little wild with it. He's got, like you said, he's got to get it back under control.
Dirty Buddha popping in with this hype train. 3-2. Go Mariners, damn it. We tried to will him to a victory last night, and Dan Altavilla gone and blocks it up. 3-2, this one's out into the shift as Dylan Moore makes the throw over for the third out. But the damage is done on the 2-run shot by Edwin Encarnacion. Heidi Watney reminding me that Beardy Buddha has new ideas for Beardcast. Stay tuned, where we will debut the segment Crumbs from the Beard, talking about food. I love it.
That's awful creative, Beardy. I love it too.
First pitch to Malik Smith is going to be in the dirt as we're back to the top of the order here in the third.
2 balls, no strike.
Nice lady. 2-run dinger.
Ball, no.
Yeah, Malik's with the 2-run shot last night. A key producer of the Mariners offense yesterday. Only able to get the 3 runs across.
Too high, go to first.
But he got 2 of them, and only his 5th home run of the season as he has a leadoff walk here to start the third.
Left fielder, Kyle.
And yes, Beardy, I did send down the Salted Rim Margalicious. We brought up the new acquisition from, was it Tampa Bay? Paul Campbell. He's going to make a start here in 5 games for Nicky Margalicious, as he's the young guy that can afford to go back down to AAA.
But he got some good experience up there. He had a couple of pretty good starts, so he should be proud of that.
And there's no reason why he can't come right back up you know, I just wanted to get some fresh blood in there. Get some younger guys in there. We also brought up Jose Marmoleos, who is going to make his major league debut here soon in the right-handed lineups, playing out in right field because Mitch Haniger, while he is good defense, he is absolutely atrocious against right-handed pitching.
Well, I say he's on a cold streak anyway, so he could probably stand to use a little bit of a rust.
The 1-2 is going to get fouled off. Kyle Lewis 0 for 1 today. Throw over to Smith. He's going to get back in time. Malik's taking a lead. Another throw over here.
He clearly has Gonzalez's attention.
That'll happen when you lead all of baseball in stolen bases. He is without a doubt the fastest man in baseball.
There's that extra factor that you have to worry about on base, because not only does Gonzalez have to worry about the hitter, he's got to worry about the guy that can steal a base on him being on base.
He tends to not be so aggressive against left-handed pitching, which is seemingly keeping him on base right now. But if at any time he gets a good jump and decides to go, there's not a lot that anybody can do to stop him. I believe he's only been caught stealing 3 times this season. We'll see ball 3, a full count here on Kyle Lewis.
That's phenomenal. But I don't blame him for being a little more cautious with the left-hander, because they've got a little bit of a clearer path to first base, whereas the righty's got to throw across his body. So left-hander might be able to pick him up. Oh!
Kyle Lewis goes down looking on strikes here. Boy, getting the call on the inside there. Kyle definitely thought that was ball 4.
He did a good job trying to convince the umpire of that, but that umpire was just not convinced.
1 out, runner on first. Brings up the lefty Kyle Seager. He's 1 for 6 in this matchup against Gio Gonzalez. Runner goes. Throw down. He's in there by a mile. He takes off on the second pitch here. It's an off-speed pitch and the throw is high, so he's in easily. 45 stolen bases on the year for Malik Smith. Kind of surprised nobody was interested in picking up Malik Smith at the trade deadline.
Certainly hope.
Would have been an interesting piece to see added to a playoff team. But we'll see how he does over the next couple of years here in Seattle.
Oh, that's another team's loss, and it's the Mariners' game, because he could certainly help out a contender, that is for sure.
Well, at least here in Bot Ball, he can. His less than stellar 265 batting average is still good enough to lead this Mariners in batting this season, and in hits, quite frankly. That's going to be strike 3, swinging at the ball in the dirt. The throw down pulls him off the bag, but he gets back in time to get Kyle Seager 5th strikeout of the ball game. 2nd for Kyle tonight.
Well, that wasn't a very patient at bat. These Mariners hitters have to hunker down. They struck out 7 times last night. They're on their way to doing that, if not more, this evening.
First pitch to Mitch Haniger is going to get in there for strike 1. The 0-1 pitch. Haniger is going to lift this one out to left field. Runners going on 2 outs, so that's going to be what we call a can of corn here in left field. Mallix can't come around to score off the leadoff walk and stolen base as we go to the top of the 4th.
It's going to be a little distressing for Scott Service. That's the second inning in a row you've had a chance to get some runs home and you weren't able to do it.
Yeah, I mean that's been the case for the Mariners all season long. A lot of missed opportunities with runners on base. A lot of times where Mallix has gotten on by hook or by crook, stolen a base and been unable to come around to score. We're going to see if Yohan Moncada can get something going here for the White Sox. We've got a 2-run lead. Looking to put some more on the board. Kind of Sadzeck misses for ball 1. Ball 2 on the high fastball from Sadzeck.
These White Sox hitters are starting to figure out that they've got to lay off the high stuff he's throwing.
2-0 becomes 2-1 in the inside fastball.
Ball 3.
Missing low and outside, 3-1. Moncada already 0 for 1 with the strikeout today. 3-1 pitch. This one's lifted into center field. Malik Smith got a good beat on it. That's 2 outs. 1 out.
The batter, the first baseman.
No, it's 2 outs, damn it.
Ha 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 ha. It's a little bit confused, I guess.
Jose Abreu is going to dig in here for his second AB. He flew out. Back in the second.
Ball.
The 0-1 pitch misses low with the curveball, 1-1. Sadzeck up to 63 pitches here in the top of the 4th. Probably going to have to get into that bullpen a bit earlier than would necessarily like, but that seems to be the case all season long here for the Mariners.
Playing 2 balls.
This is outside here, 2-2. This one's put into the gap. That's going to get down for a base hit. Haniger is able to get his glove on it. It's going to keep him to a single here.
Nice snag by Haniger, making sure that that doesn't bounce over him or get past him and materialize into a double, limiting what Abreu was able to do.
We see lefty Nestor Cortez Jr. up in the bullpen. First pitch here to Scope. That's going to be a hard hit ball to the hot corner. Kyle Seager puts his glove on it for the second out this time.
Nice dig by Seager right there.
That brings up the catcher, Yasmani Grandal. He struck out in his first appearance. Strike 1 on the big looping curveball from Sadzeck. The 0-1 becomes 0-2 on the nicest pitch of the ball game. The 0-2 fouled off here by Grandal. Keep him alive. This one's just a bit inside as it almost goes down his shirt. Kind of found the armpit there, 1-2.
Ideally, how much longer would you like to see him go now that he's at 71 pitches?
Strike 3 as he gets him looking for the second strikeout tonight against Grandal. That's going to end the inning here. White Sox on top here in the top 4. Well, if he can have a quick 1-2-3 in the 5th, I don't see any reason why he can't come back out and pitch to the 6th. But at this pace, he probably won't make it past 5.
I think that's reasonable. The White Sox hitters have certainly made him work here this evening.
They definitely have. It's not been easy. Only given up, 1, 2, 3 hits? 4 hits all game long. 2 of them to Tim Anderson, one of the best hitters in bot ball. And the 2-run bomb by Edwin Encarnacion. Not a lot of mistakes by Sadzeck tonight.
No, there haven't been, and he's done a nice job settling down after that. That might have gotten a lot of younger pitchers all riled up and upset, but he's done a great job keeping his composure out there on the mound this evening.
Evan White looking at a 1-2 here. Gonzalez winds up, delivers. Evan puts it right into this one, into the gap in deep left center. Back to the track, and he gets under it for the out. 1 away here for the Mariners.
Now batting, second baseman, Dylan Moore.
It's a big swing there by Evan White.
He's got a nice swing. He's got a great approach at the plate. He was able to hit through a couple seasons at Double-A, hitting something like 285, 290, and he's got a really good approach. It just hasn't resulted in a lot of success here in bot ball.
Well, hopefully as time goes on, things will get a little bit better for him then, because he's certainly a great piece to have.
Dylan Moore puts it right into this one, and that gets into the bullpen. Goodbye, baseball. Dylan Moore with his 5th home run of the season. Solo shot out to left, 399 feet.
Definitely a shot there on the part of Dylan Moore, and these Mariners hitters have shown a lot of fight in them tonight. They've been trying to scratch at least 1 run across the plate, and they finally did it right there.
They still need 1 more to make this a tie ball game. Austin Nola going to step up, look for a hit here. He walked in his first plate appearance. (1-0). This one's fouled off to even the count. Nola going 0 for 5 last night with 1 strikeout, playing out at second base. Behind the dish tonight. (2-1) pitch, fouled off.
It's always nice, I'm sure, for those managers to have guys that can be interchangeable. I know Terry Francona likes those types of guys a lot.
I'm telling you, with the changes in rules and roster structure over the last few years, I've noticed a lot of guys, a lot of teams opting to keep around those utility types more often than the couple. They'd rather have the 4 or 5 utility players than a couple of specialists. Tom Murphy is going to slap a base hit here.
Well, good job by Murphy keeping the inning alive and getting his batting average up a little bit. Opens things up for J.P. Crawford.
Ooh, strike one as he checks the swing here. The 0-1 evens out at 1 here. Crawford with a 4-game hitting streak. They're very hot on him here in Seattle. Makes some fantastic defensive plays out at the shortstop position. Makes for a good leadoff hitter. Also does really well at the back end of the lineup. As maybe not so much here as he flies out to end the inning. One left on here, but the Mariners put one on the board on the backs of this Dylan Moore home run. White Sox still lead 2-1. Back to the top of the order we go. Leury Garcia, third time around for the White Sox. This is really their opportunity to jump on Sadzeck. They've had a couple at-bats each. You got to believe it's going to be a short hook for Sadzeck if he gets in any sort of trouble here.
Well, I was just going to make that point. If he gets into any kind of trouble, you've got to go out there and get him before, or you can't allow this lead to get any further ahead.
Base hit through the right side. Evan White can't get his glove on it, so that'll be a leadoff single for Leury Garcia.
Number 7.
Finally got a hit on the day.
Anderson.
Brings up Tim Anderson, a guy who is yet to miss a hit. A double and a single came around to score. First pitch to Anderson's hit down the line, foul. Third in the American League in batting average, .339 for Tim Anderson. Big swing and a miss here, 0-2. .0-2 pitch, that's going to be a broken bat. Nola comes out to make the throw down, and it's in time. One away here in the fifth. Runner moves up to second.
Now batting, the right fielder, Nomar Mazara.
Take another look. The broken bat, it just dribbles out down the first base line. Couple of steps short, just in time by Austin Nola.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
That's going to do it for Connor Sadzeck. We're going to see Nestor Cortez Jr. come in and make his 38th appearance on the season. 70 innings of work for the long relief guy, 3.47 ERA, 59 strikeouts, 13 walks. Much better against lefties than righties.
But you got to give a lot of credit to Connor Sadzeck on that start tonight. That was a great start on his part. Hopefully the Mariners can pick him up a little bit.
Ground ball at second base. Dylan Moore with the slow throw, not in time. He beats it out for an infield single.
The designated hitter.
That's bad on the part of Dylan Moore. You got to be a little quicker with your reactions, and now you've got another run 90 feet away.
Fouled off the first pitch here, 0-1 on Edwin Encarnacion. The 0-1 pitch, this one's driven into left field. Ranging over is Kyle Lewis into foul territory, just at the line. Makes the catch, the runner tags from third, and is going to come home to score on the sacrifice fly by Edwin Encarnacion.
Now batting, left fielder, Eloy Jimenez.
So the White Sox back to a 2-run lead here, 3-1 here in Seattle. That brings up Eloy Jimenez. He's flown out and grounded out in his 2 appearances today. This one's driven deep into left field. Kyle Lewis tries to jump to make a play on it. Gets over his head, but he plays it off the wall. Runner's going to come around third to score. J.P. Crawford not going to make a throw on the play, as they'll just hold on to it and settle for the RBI double.
There maybe, yeah, it looked like Lewis thought that he had it or tried to decoy or something. I'm not sure what that was.
This is a very well-coded game.
It sure is. My goodness.
That jump was so early, he could have just taken a couple of steps back and actually made the play. Oh, 0-1 here to Yohan Moncada.
Ball.
1-1 becomes 2-1 here on Moncada. Nestor Cortez trying to work out of a jam here. Hard hit ball down the left field line. Foul. 2-2's count. Cortez delivers. This one's driven into right field. Haniger ranging back into the corner. He makes the catch on the run. And that is going to be the 3rd out here. The damage is done, however, as the White Sox put a couple more on the board. Back to the top of the order we go for the Mariners. 1, 2, 3, 2 up. Well, for manager Scott Service, this has been a rough season, but they always knew that this wasn't going to be their year to really compete. Just trying to get all of these young guys some work, see who's going to be productive going into the future. There's some arguments to be made for moving on from some guys, sticking with others, trying to see what sort of trades you can make in the offseason to improve on this team, and really continue the development of the young prospects in the farm system.
Well, when you're rebuilding, it's always a hard thing to do, but at least you get the chances to evaluate where you are with players and try to make the best decisions as you possibly can.
Ooh, a line drive that is snagged by the third baseman. A heads-up play there by Yohan Moncada. Going to rob Malik Smith of a base hit. See Kyle Lewis dig in. He's struck out and flew out in his 2 appearances so far. Fouling off the first pitch. 0-1 here on Lewis. Gio Gonzalez with his 82nd pitch of the ball game. You see the pitch breakdown there. 32 balls and 50 strikes. Good balance by the starter Gonzalez, why he's been a good workhorse for this White Sox ball club this season. 1-2 here on Lewis. This one's fouled off here, 1-2, staying alive.
But the way the things have gone for Gonzalez tonight, I could see him going in to next inning for sure.
Popped up into foul territory. This one's gonna get over the protective screen here around the batting area. Another 1-2 here from Gonzalez. Fouled off. Nice little battle with Kyle Lewis. Continuing to foul him off here. 1-2. Ground ball, base hit. Well, he really battles here. Gets a pitch that he can hit. Just puts it on the ground, back up the middle. That's all any coach ever wants to see.
Absolutely. Solid hit, solid performance at the plate right there by Kyle Lewis.
Brings up Kyle Seager. A couple of strikeouts to his name so far. Hoping to avoid the golden sombrero. First pitch misses outside here from Gonzalez. Swing and a miss. Strike one.
If they can get the right deal, is Seager a guy that you can see maybe the Mariners moving on from, or do you think he's going to be here for a while?
Well, Kyle's got another, I believe it's another year or two on his contract currently. I could see it being, I could see it being an opportunity where they decide to move on. But I could see it also being that he stays on and wants to stay in Seattle. If Kyle wants to stay, I don't see any reason why they wouldn't let him stay. That's the kind of organization that Seattle is. Even if it, just because he's been kind of a centerpiece of this organization for so long, that base hit to break his hitless ball game is going to drive Gio Gonzalez out of this ball game. It's going to bring in Dylan Cease, making his 39th appearance, 6-5 record, 1 save and 1 opportunity, 121 innings of work, 4.91 ERA. Another workhorse in the White Sox bullpen. Mitch Haniger is going to lead it up, going to dig in here with 2 runners on. Is going to drop in a base hit as that ricochets off the glove. Runner's going to have to keep it to a base apiece as they were waiting to see if he comes down with it. Just bounces off of his glove on the diving catch there, and a base hit for Mitch Haniger.
Well, give Mazzara some credit for being able to keep that ball in front of him and not having to chase it and turn that into an adventure.
Credit where credit is due, indeed. Evan White digging in with a chance to make a little salami. And, of course, as soon as I open my mouth, he pops it up. 2 away here at the bottom of the 5th as Evan White pops up to catcher.
Now batting, the second baseman, Dylan.
Well, Dylan Moore had that big home run in his last plate appearance back in the 4th.
I know there's 2 outs, but this is a situation where, again, the Mariners need to be able to capitalize on it. They had a chance back in the 2nd inning and let Gio Gonzalez off the ropes. They can't let Cease off the ropes here. They need to try and get at least 2 runs.
And this is the opportunity in which I would like real-life Dylan Moore here in bot ball, because in the real world, Dylan Moore is having some really good ball games with the Mariners. He's had some really good hits and some really good plays out in the field. It's kind of crazy to see how good this guy is. There's a lot of really good young talent on this ball club, and they're gonna get it put together. As that's gonna be a base hit out in the right field, all the way to the wall. 1 run will score, 2 run will score, as that'll be a 2 RBI double here for Dylan Moore. His 7th double of the season.
Billy said they had to capitalize. We're talking about how well Moore's done in real life. There's a great job by him to push a couple of runs across.
Indeed. As Kyle Lewis and Kyle Seager come in to score, the White Sox lead is cut to just 1. Austin Nola digging in with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. One-0 pitch. This one's lifted out to center field. That's caught for the 3rd out. So 2 men left on base as the Mariners score a couple here. The score now 4-3. White Sox still on top as we go to the top of the 6th.
Leading off for the White Sox,
Jose Abreu is going to dig in. 1 for 2 on the night. He looks at strike 1 here, 0-1.
ball.
Oh, there for ball 1. Nestor Cortez Jr. back out to pitch the 6th. Ground ball out to Evan White at first. Fields it. Scoops it over to the pitcher, covering for him to get the first out. 3-1 for the putout. We'll see Jonathan Scope digging in, 0 for 1 today with a walk to his name. First pitch to Scope. That's going to be a hard hit ball out to second base. Dylan Moore is there to make the play. Nicely done by the second baseman.
Now back, catcher.
Well, he did a nice job at the plate in the bottom of the 5th. Now here in the top of the 6th, he makes a great play here. Take a hit away from Jonathan Scope.
A lot of good things out of Dylan Moore tonight. Giving the Mariners a chance here to take a ball game away from these White Sox. We see Yasmani Grandal digging in, 0 for 2 on the night. Looks at ball 1 to even the count. Grandal, a couple of strikeouts swinging already tonight in his 2 plate appearances. A hard hit ball down the left field line, hooks foul.
We were talking about how frustrating rebuilding can be. A silver lining for the Mariners could be even if they don't find a way to come back and win tonight, if they can win the next 2 games, that could slow this White Sox momentum team down and really ruin their shot at the playoffs. So there's a lot to play for this team. Yeah.
Strike 3 swinging, the 3rd strikeout of the ball game for Yasmani Grandal. Get that man his fancy little hat here as we go to the bottom of the 6th. White Sox still on top by 1.
Leading up for the Mariners,
Tom Murphy, Mariners lone all-star representative this year. 1 for 1 today with a walk and a single. Dylan Cease Starts with a high fastball here to Murphy.
It's interesting that Cease would wear number 84. That's not really a number that you would see a player in the big leagues wear.
Hard hit ball into left field. That gets down for a base hit. Tom Murphy with his second single of the night. 2 for 2 for him.
The batter, number 3, shortstop, JP Crawford.
Nicely lined ball out into left. Not trying to do too much. Just stays with it. Gets on base here to lead off the 6th. Now JP Crawford stepping in. Going to look at strike 1 on the high inside corner.
Does he remind you maybe a little bit of another shortstop that wore number 3 a while back for the Mariners?
No.
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 Off the plate.
And in all of the good ways, too. This is going to be a ground ball. Rounding into the double play does JP Crawford. That sweeps the bases clean.
Up next is Seattle. The center fielder, Malik.
6-4-3 goes double play. 2 outs here for the Mariners. We go back to the top of the lineup. Malik Smith with his 4th opportunity tonight. 0 for 2 with a walk and a stolen base.
1-0.
See there, Malik Smith leading the Mariners in hits. 126 to his name this season. Got an even count here on Malik's. The 1-1 pitch.
Ball.
Misses high and inside, 2-1.
1 strike.
Broken bat. Yohan Moncada avoids the debris as he charges to make a play, but Malix is just too damn quick getting down the line. That's an infield single. Brings up Kyle Lewis. He had a single in his last appearance, came around to score on that big RBI double out of Dylan Moore. And if the Mariners can come back in this ball game, I got to give player of the game to Dylan Moore. He's responsible for all 3 runs of offense to this point.
That's right. He hit a home run earlier this evening too. Back in what was it, the
4th?
4th, yes.
Oh, Malik Smith gets picked off for the 3rd out, taking too big of a lead, and they finally get him here in the bottom of the 6th. Mariners still trail by 1. JD,
Your attention, please.
are you by the sea by chance?
Number 50.
I can't believe what I just saw. Malik Smith getting picked off. Like what?
Yeah, I mean,
what is life?
This is also the Mariners team that saw Daniel Vogelbach steal 2 bases in one night.
I mean, fastest man alive, Daniel Vogelbach.
You mean Daniel Ricky Henderson Vogelbach? Yes.
Ricky Henderson, he's a slowpoke compared to that man.
Eric Swanson's going to come in and relieve Nestor Cortez Jr. here in the 7th.
Before I trigger the stretch, do you want me to leave in stuff that leaves Western music conventions and does like really weird stuff? Special effects go to be into some weird things.
The batter, number 7. Shortstop.
You know, I'm gonna let you pick. I feel like that's kind of the whole idea of doing the roulette. Just you set it up and we'll see what comes up.
All right.
We'll see what comes up, man.
Oh man. Now my
kinda
palms
like,
are sitting. I have no idea what's going to come up.
If somehow I managed to put more pressure on you to do very little work here at this stretch, then mission accomplished.
Welcome to After Dark.
This is welcome to After Dark. I live after dark. Thank you very much. Swanson 2-0 here on Tim Anderson.
Ball, no. 3 balls, no strike.
3-0. After getting the first quick out, he's already back 3-0. This one's popped up. Charging in from left field is Kyle Lewis. There to make the catch for the second out. Here in the top of the 7th.
The right fielder, number 30, Nomar Mazara.
Gonna bring up the right fielder, Nomar Mazara. First pitch from Eric is going to get popped out, and I guess Eric's going to come over and take it himself, as that will be the 3rd out here. Top of the 7th is over. Get up and stretch, folks.
Let's see what it is. Oh, it was the Bill Ward stretch. That's much nicer than some of the things that could have played.
That was great. I really enjoyed hearing that, sir.
No, I really like that one. Lucked out.
Yeah, that was great. I love it.
Whew. Yeah, there's like Western music is known as 12 tone because there's 12 notes in an octave. I have a 15, 17, 16, 18, and 19 tone version of the stretch that we're all in there just lurking, ready to just punch you in the face.
So what you're saying is we wouldn't have been able to hear it?
You would have heard it. It would have been very weird sounding. The harmonies are off. Like, I feel like, am I dreaming? Like, it's not a nightmare, but something's not right here.
It would make me think of one of my friends makes music and does it in a very deliberately obscure way in grading tones. It's
I just loaded up an instrument, so an octave has like 12 notes, and this one is like. That is not 12 notes in an octave.
No.
It sounds a little bit unnerving.
Just a little bit.
So yeah, there's like 5, 6 of those of various sorts, various types of unnerving.
Well, 3 unassisted goes Kyle Lewis here to lead off the 7th.
That's a little bit unnerving.
These things happen. As, of course, Malik Smith got caught stealing, or caught leaning to end the 6th.
That's the ball.
Got a little complacent against the right-handed pitching, knowing full well that the book is out on him. Kyle Seager looking to do a little bit of damage. He could tie it up with one swing of the bat here. Going to continue to work outside, does Jimmy Cordero. The 1-1 becomes 2-1. Foul ball on the high sinker, 2-2. Seager
99 mile an hour.
You know,
that's heat.
Good God.
Oh, strike 3 swinging as he chases the off-speed pitch outside. for the second out. Get Kyle Seager a sombrero. That's his third strikeout of the ball game. 2 outs for the Mariners. That brings up Mitch Haniger. Swinging at the first pitch, and that's going to get through for a base hit.
Haniker's decided to come in alive a little bit here in the late stages of this game. It's his second base hit in a row this evening.
Yeah, that makes 3 for 4 today for Mitch. A good outing tonight. You see Evan White look at ball 1. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Popped up. Second baseman's there to make the play. 3 outs in the bottom of the 7th.
Oh, well, that's a shame. Well, thanks for having me in for the stretch. I'm glad it was one that was actually listenable. So I'll let you two get back to this one. Hopefully Seattle can come on top of the White Sox. I really don't want the White Sox to ever win. Have a little bit of a grudge against them. So let's go Mariners. Have a great rest of your call.
Thanks, Shark. Thanks for joining us. It's always fun to have you here. As we take a look at the attendance numbers here tonight, 32,529 people here at T-Mobile Park. Formerly the house that Griffey built. No, it's still the house that Griffey built. Edwin Encarnacion. Oops, sorry, go ahead.
What would a capacity crowd be here?
I want to say it's about 47,000. There's a fair few seats up in that 300 level. We get a good series matchup on a weekend. Usually when the Blue Jays come into town, we end up having a good full crowd. When as much as I hate to admit it, when the Yankees come to town, when the Red Sox come to town,
the Yankees and Red Sox have good traveling bases though too.
Yeah, you know they've got fan base all over the world. They are global baseball brands at this point. 3-2 here from Swanson to Edwin Encarnacion. Hard hit ball down the line, foul.
But I think that too, Seattle's kind of a tourist destination too, isn't it? I hear it's a beautiful city and the weather is great there most of the year.
Strike 3, swinging, goes down Edwin Encarnacion. Eric Swanson celebrating that strikeout. That's a big one for him.
Absolutely. Got a guy that hit a 2-run homer earlier.
Eloy Jimenez going to look at strike 1 on the outside here. Swanson doing his best to keep the White Sox right where they are. So the Mariners can have another go at the offense here in the bottom of the 8th. Hard hit ball deep to center field. Malik Smith at the track, waiting for it there to make the play. 2 outs in the top of the 8th.
Now batting, third baseman, Yohan Moncada.
You know, we another thing that really has been key to success here in Seattle for Mariners baseball has very much been that international crowd. They've always managed to feature some form of Japanese talent here in Seattle. You know, obviously Ichiro was a huge boon to their success, drawing in the crowd. You know, but to that effect, also Kazuhiro Sasaki in the early 2000s or the late 90s, early 2000s. There was, obviously Yusei Kikuchi is a big part of the Mariners club right now. They've had a number of stars to draw in that international crowd, and as you mentioned, Seattle's been a big tourist destination for quite a while. It's a booming major metropolitan area.
I have a friend that visits family up there all the time. He absolutely loves it up in Seattle.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't want to live anywhere else. As Dylan Moore adding to his line tonight with a bunt single.
Well, so far he's been able to do it all at the plate. A home run, RBI, double, now a bunt single. Wow, great night for him.
If they can get back around, he'll be just shy by a triple for the cycle. Throw over to try and catch Dylan Moore off base. He gets his hand in there. 0-1 on Austin Nola. Aaron Bummer delivers the 0-1. It misses for ball one.
Ball.
2-1 as this misses outside with the sinker. Steal. 2-1 pitch, stolen base attempt here by Dylan Moore, and he's in there safely. Not content to just get on base. He's trying to get himself in a position to be driven in here. 2-2 pitch. This is a ground ball up the middle. Dylan Moore is going to move over to third, so at the very least, a sacrifice ground ball here. 4-3 for the putout.
The Mariners do lose this game. It's certainly not going to be because of Dylan Moore. He has gone all out here this evening so far.
3 RBIs to his name so far, and puts himself 90 feet away from tying this ball game here with 1 out. Tom Murphy, who's also had a hot bat tonight, 2 for 2, and a walk to his name. Perfect opportunity for Tom to get an RBI right here.
Absolutely. 90 feet away, only 1 out, a lot to work with.
Missing high for ball 1 with that cutter. Aaron Bummer. What a great name, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
One-0 pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 1. Lefty on righty matchup here. Fastball. Slider inside. Gets him swinging underneath it. 1-2. Tom Murphy puts a drive into this one, but it hooks foul. Camera crew loves to fake me out here.
Just about everybody. I thought it was gone too.
Oh. Tom Murphy goes down on strikes. Chasing a pitch way inside. Tries to put it in his back pocket here and gets him to swing through it. Tom's not happy with himself right there, as now they're going to need a base hit to drive in that run.
Well, I don't blame him for being upset. He thought he was going to get a chance to do something similar to what Kyle Lewis did the other night.
EB from Toronto pointing out, how many times do you see that foul home run shot and then the guy strikes out on the next pitch? Seems like every time I see it. As that's going to be lifted out to right field for the 3rd out. JP Crawford still without a hit here today. As we'll go to the top of the 9th. Chicago still leads by 1.
Now pitching for
Brandon Brennan,
number
making his 16th
65.
appearance of the season. 17 2/3 innings of work, 4.08 ERA, and look at those average against righty and lefty. Both under 200, better against righties, and he's facing off against Jose Abreu.
This is the right guy you went in out of the pen here then.
No. 1-0.
Just gotta keep them right where they are so that they have a shot in the bottom of the ninth. Mariners have had plenty of shots to come back tonight, and not for lack of trying on a couple of guys' parts. They have put together 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 hits today, and only been able to push across 3 runs, as that's going to be fly out to the right fielder for the first out.
Well, you just wonder if they would have been able to take advantage in the bottom of the second when they had an opportunity. I think they had a couple of runners in scoring position. Maybe this game would be a little bit different right now.
We would definitely be looking at a different ball game if they could take advantage of having runners in scoring position every time they do. There's been quite a few of them across this ball game that they have not been able to capitalize on. 1-0 pitch from Brennan gets him to swing through it for strike 1. See Carl Edwards Jr. and Matt McGill out in the bullpen for the Mariners. A couple of righties just in case. The 1-1 pitch to Scope. This one's hit into right field. That's gonna cut down for a base hit. Aniger is gonna collect it. Makes the throw in. Keep him to a single.
Up next is Chicago. The catcher, Yasmani Grandal.
Brings up the catcher, Yasmani Grandal. 0 for 3 today with 3 strikeouts. Him and Kyle Seager both with the sombreros.
Definitely been a disappointing game for both of them.
This is going to be a ground ball. Is it 4-6-3? It is the double play here to end the inning. Last shot for the Mariners as we go to the bottom of the ninth. 1, 2, and 3 due up for the M's.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
They're going to have to face Alex Colomé for the second time in the season.
Alex
Colomé came in and closed it down last night. Can he do it again here tonight?
Leading up for the Mariners, the center fielder.
Now, Colomé is tied for 4th in the league with for saves. With 34, he's tied with Liam Hendricks of the A's.
Swinging at the first pitch as Malik's fouled off, 0-1. Second pitch just misses inside to even the count. Check swing here as that's below the zone, 2-1. Colomé delivers the 2-1 pitch. That's in there to even the count at 2 now. Two-two pitch, ground ball up the middle. That's going to get through for a base hit. Leadoff single here for Malik Smith, his second hit of the ball game.
Up next is the left fielder.
Good start here by the Mariners. Hopefully they can start a little bit of a rally. I know closers don't like when they can't get that first out. So maybe they're going to be in his head a little bit.
Well, if you're going to get a rally, now's the time to do it. Kyle Lewis represents the winning run at the plate. 1 for 4 tonight. He's going to ground out to the first baseman, but the runner is going to move up 90 feet. Sacrifice 3-1 is what they will score that.
I think Smith just a little bit irritated he couldn't beat that throw in there, but like you said, they've got that high run in scoring position, and they've got a bat, Kyle Seager, that's got a good chance of driving him in here. That's exactly what you wanted.
Can't think of anybody that they would like to have at the plate more right now than Kyle Seager. He's been the best power bat for the Mariners this season. He's been on a good hitting streak of late, not representative of the game he's had today with 3 strikeouts and a single. He's down 0-2 here against Guillaume. Smith takes his lead, fouls this one off.
We saw Seager hit a home run last Saturday night in Cleveland, so maybe he's got another one left in him here this evening.
Well, he takes a home run swing at that one, but he swings at nothing. Because now the Mariners are going to be down to their last out here in the bottom of the 9th. 4 strikeouts for Kyle Seager.
Tough night for him. He was way out in front on that one.
Going to be down to perhaps the second hottest bat of the night in Mitch Haniger.
No ball, 1 strike.
Swing and a miss at the first pitch, 0-1. See there, he's 4 for 7 here in this series. Three singles and a double.
Oh, that's too low.
A 1-1 pitch from Colomé. Oh, way out in front of that one as he pulls the string on him.
That was the pitch that he could have taken a long way right there, right down the middle.
He was looking fastball and he pulled the strings, and now he's behind 1-2. This one he just wastes outside, 2-2, the even count now. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and the ball game is over. Chicago wins this one 4-3 as they squeak out the victory against the Mariners here tonight.
That's got to be a frustrating way to end it. You gave yourself a chance, you weren't able to capitalize on it. Gives the White Sox a little bit of momentum here heading into the weekend.
Gave themselves every bit of opportunity all game long and not able to capitalize on a single one of them. Well, no, I take that back. They were able to capitalize on 2 of them. Both off of the bat of Dylan Moore. Of course, the solo shot home run by Dylan, and then the 2 RBI double in his next at bat. That would represent all 3 runs that the Mariners would score here tonight on 12 hits. Chicago squeaks out the victory on 4 runs, 8 hits. Dylan Cease going to get the win for the White Sox. Scoring tonight started off the bat of Edwin Encarnacion, giving this one a ride at put the White Sox out in front 2-0. Dylan Moore with the hot bat coming back with the home run, put the Mariners on the board. Solo shot out to center field. Top of the 5th, Edwin Encarnacion drives in a run on the sacrifice fly out to left.
Big night tonight, brother.
Edwin Encarnacion, of course, with the 2 RBI home run, with the 2-run home run, the sac fly that drove in an RBI, that's 3 runs he's accounted for. You see Eloy Jimenez with the RBI double over Kyle Lewis's head. Out to left, that put the White Sox up 4-1. And then Dylan Moore trying to make it a comeback all by his lonesome. Drove in 2 runs on this RBI double right over Jose Abreu's head. Bottom of the 8th, they had a shot. J.P. Crawford flying out to right field to end the inning.
I think that they probably had Dylan Cease on the seat of his pants there because Tom Moore rifled a ball foul just before that. Murphy.
Yeah, right you are. We had that fake out home run shot. We had that double play there in the top of the 9th to get Mariners out of the jam, to give themselves a chance to come back and walk it off in the bottom of the 9th. But Kyle Seager and Mitch Haniger going down on strikes to end the ball game. Edwin Encarnacion, accounting for 3 of the 4 runs for Chicago, gets player of the game tonight. Dylan Cease, like I said, gets the win. Connor Sadzeck takes the loss, his 3rd of the season. Alex Colomé gets his 2nd save here in the series.
A tough loss for Sadzeck tonight. He pitched so well, and his offense wasn't able to back him up at all.
Yeah, he went 4 1/3 innings of work. He gave up 5 hits, struck out 4, and only allowed 3 earned runs. Of course, Nestor Cortez giving up that 4th run in the 5th. That's how this game went down. You see there the disparity in the hits. Just shows all of the missed opportunities that the Mariners had. Guys were getting tons of hits all game long, but just not able to put it together. That's going to do it here in Seattle for us. Any final thoughts, JD?
Well, if you're the White Sox, it's a good momentum builder and gives you a reason to hope that maybe, even though it's starting to get a little late, you can turn things around. For the Mariners, a blown opportunity, but you showed a little bit of a fight. That's the momentum you can take into the next game.
Well, final score is going to be 4-3 for the White Sox. Mariners go down at, that puts them cleanly in last place. I believe their elimination number is now down to 9 games before they are officially eliminated from postseason contention. Seemingly on the road to get there as soon as possible at the rate that they're playing right now. Which, I mean, when you think about it, in like a rebuild sense, isn't the worst strategy in the world. If you can get another number 1 pick, like if you can get a 1st round pick, like a really good 1st round pick, that's
absolutely,
that's going to be crucial. Especially, I believe it's, I can't remember the kid's name, who's projected to be the 1st overall pick in the draft in this coming year, is a pitcher. I want to say he pitches for Vanderbilt. He's projected to be the 1st overall pick of the draft. If the Mariners can, tank this season and get that 1st pick, that's going to be a huge pickup to bolster the rotation.
Absolutely, and the name of the game, if you want to win championships in baseball, is you have to have a good pitching staff. You think back to the late or early 2000s Yankees or the mid Braves, they had great pitching staffs. So you definitely want to build a pitching staff if you want to win.
And we're done. I wasn't even paying attention to the raid that came up on Twitch. We were basically done by the time I stopped talking. Oh well, no proper send off, but this is fun.
Absolutely is.
Okay, time to go make some dinner.
All right, that's a little late.
Have a good rest of your night, bud.
Yeah, you too. Good night.
She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. Yeah. She just want hard Celine. She like the bar Kareem. I'm trying to get all between. Yeah. She pop it all on me. Take on a shopping spree. Let her get a property. Hey. Come to my palace. I know you tired them dudes be capping. She like my fashion. I put on strings like Richie Valens. You the baddest. I'ma told them rat no salad. Send the address. I pull up that fantastic. I can't leave you alone. You the only girl who get to stay until the moon. No cap. Dime que me amas, better tell me on the phone. She say you can have my corazón. Bamba. Say that. Yeah. What you gon' do for the bag? Yeah. Spin it like in my last. Yeah. Spin it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba. Shout it back. Yeah. All the cash up for grabs. Yeah.